Chapter 41-42. What's going on? Lu Wuxia circulated her cultivation to suppress her injuries as she flew towards the Misty School's defensive formation. How could Daoist Xiao have the devil saber? How could he cultivate a devil technique? Could it be, he's a devil? I remember that a cultivator had sent a message saying that there were traces of devils in the fortune gate. Could it be that there's a great scheme behind this? How is this possible? Lu Wuxia was confused and frightened. She suddenly stopped because the two groups of devils that were attacking the Misty School's defensive formation had begun to retreat. The first to disappear was the zombie devil clan. They had already flown away when Lu Wuxia stopped in midair. At this time, the devils that were attacking the Earth Clan Soul Condensing Formation and Heart Cleansing Winnowing Basket Array had also slowed down their attacks. Many of them had disappeared into the void. Lu Wuxia heaved a long sigh of relief. She understood that her Misty School had avoided a calamity. The two devil emperors were injured by Xiao Hua's devil saber and did not dare to continue fighting. They had also given up on their plan to exterminate the Misty School. However, her relief only lasted for a moment before she was filled with doubts. If Xiao Hua is a human, how could he control the devil saber? Even if he could control the devil saber, how could he injure two devil emperors in one move? How could he be so strong? If the devil saber is powerful, then how could Xiao Hua control the devil saber that even devil emperors are afraid of? This Xiao Hua, where did he come from? Could it be that he's also a devil emperor? But he's not on the same side as these two devil emperors? At the same time, Lu Wuxia narrowed her eyes and took out a pill from her spatial ring. She watched as the demons retreated, and the river of blood began to flow in reverse within the black demonic array. When the river of blood finally disappeared, the demonic energy within the demonic array turned into demonic clouds that floated in the air. A bright moon appeared in the middle of the demonic clouds, and the moonlight sprinkled down like water. The moonlight fell on Lu Wuxia's body, and also on the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation. The Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation of the Misty Sect did not fall down because of the retreat of the demons. Instead, some disciples flew out from the protection of the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation and patrolled the area. Several young men and women flew out and arrived beside Lu Wuxia. They bowed and said, "Sect Master." Lu Wuxia retracted her gaze from the moonlight and looked at them. "You all saw it?" The few men and women looked at each other and exchanged glances. Naturally, they understood what Lu Wuxia was asking. They replied in unison, reporting to sect leader, "We can all see it clearly." "What do you all think, this?" The group of cultivators hesitated, not daring to speak casually. "Tell me," Lu Wuxia ordered. Everyone looked at the man in front of them. The man hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm very conflicted. I can't tell the truth of the matter, and I don't know if there's a bigger conspiracy behind it. After all, no matter what Daoist Zhao's background is, no matter if he's a devil or not, his arrival saved our Misty School. If it weren't for him today, the Misty School wouldn't have been so simple." "Not necessarily," a woman hurriedly said. "With Sect Master's divine ability and the sect-protecting formation of our Misty School, not to mention two devil emperors, even three devil emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to our Misty School." "That's right," a woman also shouted. "Xiao Hua should be a spy for the devil emperors. They have a bigger conspiracy and might use it as an opportunity to destroy our ruins. Junior Sister Yin, you're too big-breasted and brainless." A man with a yellow face and bloodstains all over his body said coldly. If Daoist Xiao is a spy, when he entered our Misty School, he had plenty of chances to sneak attack Sect Master. Besides, if he's a devil emperor, why did he risk his life to protect our Misty School? My ethereal sect was already on the brink of destruction. If the two devil emperors just slightly urged the devil race to attack, the Earth Soul condensing formation would definitely collapse. Senior brother Zhou, what do you mean? Junior sister Yin said angrily. Could it be that you're also a spy for the devil race? Take a look, Xiaohua used the devil saber and already transformed into a devil body. Even if Daoist Xiao is a devil, he's still a devil god protecting us human cultivators. Senior brother Zhou shouted. When have you ever seen a human protecting a pig? Junior sister Yin sneered. Don't forget that we humans are food for the devil race. Sigh, shut up. Lu Wuxia sighed. Vice Sect Master Lien, I was seriously injured in the fight with the Devil Emperor. Right now, I need to go into seclusion to recuperate. You'll be in charge of the sect's affairs for now. If there's anything difficult to deal with, you can report to me. Yes, this subordinate obeys. The man in front bowed. However, a moment later, he asked in a low voice, about Xiaohua. Things will come to light eventually. Lu Wuxia's face showed a sense of helplessness. She waved her hand and said, I'll just do my own thing. I won't listen, I won't believe, and I won't spread the news. Yes, this subordinate understands. Vice Sect Master Lien nodded. This subordinate will contact the conference hall and explain what happened here. Do as you wish. Lu Wuxia's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. However, her voice remained in the distance. I need to go into seclusion. Respectfully see you off, Sect Master. I hope you'll be able to come out of seclusion soon. The group of male and female cultivators bowed. After Lu Wuxia left, Vice Sect Master Lien hesitated for a moment. He looked around and asked, Did you see where Xiaohua went? Senior brother Lien. Several people shook their heads. In the end, the cultivator surnamed Zhou opened his mouth and said, at that time, this disciple was fighting against an enemy. However, Daoist Zhao's attack was truly awe-inspiring. When this disciple killed that zombie, I also saw Daoist Zhao's demonic body. However, after that, demonic energy surged and the blood river became chaotic. As for where Daoist Xiao went, I don't know. Two great demon emperors attacked him from both sides. Vice Sect Master Lien shook his head regretfully. Even if Xiaohua was a celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive. Humph, this was originally a trap. Xiaohua naturally left with the demon race. The big-breasted but brainless junior sister Yin jumped out and shouted again. Unfortunately, this time, no one echoed her. Lu Wuxia had already left. Who would want to show off too much? Besides, no one knew whether Xiaohua was a demon or not. If there was some kind of conspiracy, Xiaohua wouldn't have escaped with the 2 demon emperors. After all, the demon saber had clearly wounded the 2 demon emperors when it had been activated. The dozen or so misty school cultivators discussed for a moment. They waited for the demon formation in the sky to slowly disperse. The rich and fresh world's origin chi madly swept in, gradually blowing away the blood and killing intent within a radius of 10,000 li. In this life and death battle, countless human cultivators had died. Similarly, the number of demon race cultivators who died in Ping River was also extremely high. However, the Misty School had finally survived the most critical moment. With the descent of the starlight, all signs of life were reborn. The Earth Soul condensing formation and winnowing basket heart cleansing formation didn't immediately disperse. Instead, with the influx of world's origin chi, they became even more powerful. More than 10 fortresses were entangled by water dragons, cruising thousands of li away. Seeing this, the dozen or so Misty School cultivators flew to various places under the command of Vice Head Lien. The entire Misty School gradually returned to normal order. As for Xiaohua, his situation was far worse than what these Misty School cultivators had expected. Xiaohua didn't know the origin of the demon saber, but he was very clear in his heart. When the 3 demon emperors saw the demon saber, their expressions all changed. Even the heavenly demon coveted this demon saber. How could the origin of this demon saber be simple? Moreover, every time Xiaohua activated the demon saber, he would be devoured by the demonic nature within the demon saber. This demonic nature was a great supplement to the demon race, but it was also a great harm to the human race. Therefore, with the existence of the demon spirit Xiaohua in Xiaohua's body, every time the demonic nature devoured him, Xiaohua would deliberately guide it into the demon spirit Xiaohua's body to eliminate the effects on himself. But even so, what kind of demon saber was a demon weapon? How could a simple guide method eliminate the demonic nature? Although the demon spirit Xiaohua could obtain the majority of the demonic nature that was harmful to the human race was still engraved in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua himself said that every time he activated the demon saber, he would be a bit further away from the human world. Therefore, unless Xiaohua had no other choice, he would never use the demon saber. Even if he used the demon saber, he would only let the demon spirit Xiaohua activate it. He would never interfere. When he was training in the folded jadeite forgotten land of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua coincidentally borrowed the power of the dragon domain to reconstruct his Tao realm. His Tao heart was also cleansed. It seemed like the demonic marks from before had already been eliminated, but the demonic nature in his heart had not completely disappeared. Ever since he arrived at the ruins, Xiaohua had already brandished the demon saber several times. Especially when he escaped from the heavenly demon's fantasy land, he brandished the demon saber twice in a row when his profound qi was almost exhausted. At that time, the demon spirit Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers were separated from Xiaohua's body. The backlash from brandishing the demon saber twice was like a carving knife that engraved the demonic marks in Xiaohua's heart. Therefore, after Xiaohua escaped, he immediately went into seclusion. He wanted to find a remedy from the heavenly demon's profound qi. And this time, when Xiaohua visited the Misty School, he once again encountered the two demon emperors joining hands to destroy the Misty School. Helpless, Xiaohua brandished the demon saber again. These two attacks were admittedly injuring the demon emperors, but the damage to Xiaohua's heart was not any lighter than the two demon emperors. Furthermore, the counterattack of the demon emperor, who had the white bone demon arm and the innate space ability, after the white bone demon arm was destroyed, stimulated the demonic nature in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's heavenly embodiment Earth golden body was quickly withdrawn. At the same time, his entire body drifted like a fallen leaf. The demon blood armor condensed from demonic qi absorbed the demonic blood and demonic flame from the demonic qi in the blood river of the demon race. Xiaohua even unconsciously took out the two demon hammers. Chapter 41-43. At this moment, the demon emperor did not have the time to look carefully. Otherwise, he would have definitely noticed Xiaohua's abnormality. Unfortunately, other than wanting to plot against Wuxia, the demon emperor was also extremely embarrassed and angry. As a human, Xiaohua could use the demon saber murder. However, if he was prepared, the demon saber murder would not have caused such a huge injury to him. Furthermore, if he was prepared, he could join forces with the other zombie race's demon emperor to snatch the demon saber murder from Xiaohua's hands. Of course, this was on the premise that he knew that the demon saber murder was in Xiaohua's hands. The problem was that although Xiaohua used the demon saber murder in the battle against the demon race, the demon emperor did not tell this demon emperor about the demon saber murder. At this moment, the demon emperor immediately escaped into the void after injuring Wuxia. He roared in his mind, "Huang Qian, what's going on? How did the demon saber murder appear in the ruins? How did this human cultivator activate it?" Huang Qian was the name of the zombie race. Emperor was the title of the demon race's demon emperor. At this moment, Huang Qian was also fleeing in panic. Hearing the demon emperor's question, he also angrily said, "Huang Qian, what you asked is also what this emperor wants to know. Don't forget that this emperor has suffered even more than you. Your demon saber murder directly slashed this emperor's body. Truly hateful. If not for this human sneak attack, how could this emperor be injured? Today's matter was originally planned properly. How did the demon saber murder appear in the Misty School's Ping River? If this is the case, our plan. Won't it be delayed again? We've been trapped in the ruins for a long time. I'm afraid we'll attract the attention of other demon formations and the human race. The demon emperor Huang Qian became even more furious. If he had a trace of vigilance, he would not have allowed Xiao Hua to attack him like this. Huang Qian coldly said, Huang Qian, don't ask this emperor. When we return to the demon formation, you'd better ask Huang Qian of the Qiujia race. He was the first to meet Xiao Hua, and he even fought with Xiao Hua. He did not gain any advantage over Xiao Hua. I think he was also injured by the demon saber murder. However, he did not tell you and me about it. Damn Huang Qian. Huang Ku sneered, it's not that he doesn't want to tell us. He wants to hide it on purpose. He wants to obtain this devil blade murder. Why do you need to say such thoughts out loud? Huang Chong sneered. No one is a fool. Could it be that you want to ask him about this? Humph. Huang Yu snorted coldly. He knew that he had fallen into Huang Yu's trap. However, Huang Yu was right. He would never tell the Devil Emperor that he had been injured by the Devil Blade murder, nor would he go and settle the score with Huang Yu. The two Devil Emperors removed the demonic array and retreated out of Ping River. The group of devils that were attacking the Misty School inside the demonic array also retreated. The demonic array was the same as the Earth Soul condensing array of the Misty School. Although it was removed, it did not disappear. Instead, it slowly faded into the void. The demonic chi formed a strange demonic chi passage in the space, guiding the devils to retreat along with it. As for Xiao Hua, because he was waving the demonic hammer in his hand, the demonic chi on his devil body was also poured into the demonic array. Therefore, when his mind was controlled by the devil, his entire devil body also fell into the passage along with the demonic chi, retreating along with thousands of ordinary devil generals. Although Xiao Hua's devil body did not have particularly obvious bone spurs or devil wings, the genuine demonic chi and devil flames were enough to confuse all devils below the level of Devil Emperor. Xiao Hua's devil body fell into the demonic chi passage. The entire passage was several li wide. Inside the passage, the demonic chi slowly rotated in one direction. In the middle of the revolving demonic chi, there were wisps of blood swimming. After flying along the passage for several hours, the passage widened again. At the same time, the demonic chi became thinner. From time to time, the demonic chi would rush into the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. The earth, fire, wind, and lightning destroyed a part of the demonic chi, but the demonic chi seemed to be endless, repairing the passage from time to time. When the earth, fire, wind, and lightning rushed in, they brought along some of the power of the stars and the moon. When the power of the stars and the moon fell into Xiao Hua's devil body, it let out a low rumbling sound. Gradually, the demonic nature in Xiao Hua's mind began to fade, and Xiao Hua slowly woke up. Looking at the demonic chi passage near him, and then looking at the devil armor on his body, Xiao Hua very easily recalled what had happened before. At this moment, Xiao Hua's mind was attacked by the demonic nature, and his body was destroyed by the Devil Emperor. He was at the most vulnerable point. If he forcibly broke through, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Devil Emperor, and bring about a fatal disaster. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua simply urged the demonic chi to cover his own aura, and continued to move along the demonic chi passage. After a while, the heavy pressure in the demonic chi passage gradually increased. The demonic chi around the devils in front of Xiao Hua began to rotate strangely. Like a cocoon, more than 10 tentacles stretched out. These tentacles fell on the demonic chi passage, and the rotating demonic chi brought these devils into the depths of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Seeing this, Xiaofan naturally followed suit, and also hung his body on the demonic chi passage. However, in merely an hour, Xiaofan suddenly felt his body lighten, and the power of the stars and the moon in the demonic chi passage became rich again. Xiaofan slowly absorbed the power of the stars and the moon, and was somewhat puzzled. Why is there such rich power of the stars and the moon in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning? However, without much time to think, the demonic chi passage in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Xiaohua's figure actually fell outside the passage. When Xiaohua's devil sense swept over, his complexion changed again. A kind of shock emerged from the bottom of his heart. He saw that this was a huge net-shaped blood array. The huge blood array was connected between hundreds of millions of blood balls, and those densely packed blood balls were one blood array after another. Countless devils were wantonly going in and out of the blood balls. And under this blood array, there was another layer of earth, fire, wind, and lightning that resisted the roaring demonic chi. This demonic array was so big, not only was Xiaohua unable to see the edge with his naked eyes, even his devil sense was unable to probe the end. What was special was that the devil sense in this blood array was chaotic, like a bustling market in the mortal world. Xiaohua's devil sense was not released far, and was immediately blocked by other valiant devil senses. However, it was only a short distance, and Xiaohua also sensed the intense confinement power in the demonic array. Xiaohua knew that even if he released his divine sense, it would probably not be able to pass through this demonic array. Damn it, isn't this the demonic array that this Xiao saw when he accidentally entered the ruins? Could it be that this Xiao has already rushed outside the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins along with the devil race's demonic array? Xiaohua suddenly understood, and almost jumped up. Could it be that the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins is so thin, and just relying on the devil race's devil race to break through? Thinking back, this Xiao was in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the hidden immortal continent, but even after risking his life, he was still unable to escape from two Confucian cultivators. Yes, it might be like this. Xiaohua pondered for a bit, and then thought again. The ruins is a star, the earth, fire, wind, and lightning around it is relatively thin, and the three continents are a continent, the continent is boundless, the earth, fire, wind, and lightning are unavoidably powerful, and can prevent the cultivators within the continent from leaving the continent. And the ruins is a sphere, the land within the ruins is a whole, the heaven and earth origin energy also flows differently in the entire sphere, forming a kind of cycle. The entire ruins is a relatively perfect composition, so the earth, fire, wind, and lightning appear to be somewhat thin. Thinking of this, Xiaohua couldn't continue thinking about it. This was because below Xiaohua, the other areas of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning were continuously surging with waves of fire like rising tides. Not only did they cover the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, but even some of the net-like demonic formation was destroyed by these waves of fire. This is the defensive array set up by the cultivators of the ruins. Xiaohua understood. After carefully looking at it for a moment, he sighed again. This array can keep the devil race out of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins, but it cannot completely protect the entire ruins. There are many flaws in it, so it is difficult to prevent the Devil Emperor from leading the devil race to sneak attack the cultivators of the ruins. Of course, the ruins is indeed the cultivation world of the upper realm. Dao sect cultivators at the 9th stage Dao transformation realm can set up a great array that can protect the entire planet. However, according to my understanding of the cultivators in the ruins, this great array might not have been set up by the current cultivators of the ruins. It might have been set up by the seniors of these cultivators. Their cultivation level should have exceeded the 9th stage Dao transformation realm. After looking at the great array of the ruins, Xiaofan focused his attention on the demonic array. In addition to the enormous blood flowing through many blood balls, the demonic qi and demonic flames flying out of the blood balls and blood balls were also present. After the demonic qi and demonic flames flew out, they fell into the void and disappeared. At the place where the demonic qi and demonic flames disappeared, some devil race troops either returned or disappeared. Alas, this demonic array is really big. And the power of this demonic array is far from what I can understand. Not only does this demonic array seal the outer layer of the ruins, but it also seals the void of the ruins. All the teleportation arrays are ineffective. Xiaofan looked at the solemn demonic formation and couldn't help but sigh. This is definitely not something that can be easily set up by 20 demon emperors. Even if all of my avatars are here, I'm afraid I still won't be able to destroy this demonic formation. The siege of the ruins is really difficult to break. Oh, and from my previous experience, the cultivators of the ruins originally had the home field advantage. However, with this demonic array, the cultivators of the ruins can't be sent away. The demonic array can also be used to teleport to any place in the ruins. This home field advantage has already fallen into the hands of the devil race. In this kind of situation, how can the human race win? While Xiaofan was thinking, the troop of devil race troops he was in moved again, flying towards the blood flow in the distance. Woo woo. Just as a troop of devil race troops approached the blood flow, a demonic creature that looked like blood flew out of the blood flow. The demonic creature's blood rapidly rotated in midair. Both demonic qi and demonic blood gathered on one side, forming a kind of yin-yang fish shape. When the entire blood flow produced a suction force, the devil race troops excitedly rushed into the blood flow and disappeared along with the blood flow. When this troop of devil race troops entered the blood flow, it was the turn of Xiaofan's troop of devil race troops. When the demonic qi and demonic blood fell, the demonic blood and demonic flames inside the blood armor on Xiaofan's back that fought against the Xiantian true qi were actually somewhat diluted by the demonic qi. Chapter 41-44. Seeing this, Xiaofan was overjoyed. Waiting for the devil to generate a suction force, he hastily moved his body and used the blood-dripping paradise to rush into the bloodstream. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiaofan crashed into the bloodstream. After entering and seeing everything in front of him, Xiaofan couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that this was a blood-colored space, which was much bigger than what he saw from the outside. Furthermore, this blood-red space was divided into a dozen or so levels, each of which was transparent. On each level, there were extremely many demons who were obediently staying there, either lying down or standing up. Below each level, there was a torrential river of blood flowing in all directions. And the place where Xiaofan landed was also a stream of blood. The devil qi and devil flame on Xiaofan's body fell into the blood river, and an even purer devil qi and devil flame fell back into Xiaofan's body. Unfortunately, at this time, the devil spirit Xiaofan was not in Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan didn't dare to absorb too much of the devil qi and devil flame here. He quietly used the blood-dripping paradise to block the devil qi and devil flame outside his body. At the same time, he also used the cultivation method in his body to quietly suppress the injuries caused by the two devil emperors. At this moment, Xiaofan was surrounded by different devil clan members. Bloody light surged around the bodies of these devil clan members. Clearly, they were absorbing the blood energy from this blood river to recover the damage they had suffered when fighting against the Misty Sect's formation. After moving forward like this for less than half an hour, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. It was like a big mouth that swallowed all the devils who fell into the whirlpool. Xiaofan slightly frowned. Hiding behind the devil armor, he looked at this whirlpool with a trace of vigilance in his heart. Unfortunately, at this time, Xiaofan didn't have any other choice except to adapt to the situation. Xiaofan rushed into the whirlpool along with the current. After a muffled sound, a fierce killing intent immediately appeared in front of him. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to swing his devil hammer. Pooh! With a loud sound, a devil general unexpectedly appeared in front of Xiaohua. That devil monarch also held a wolf-tooth club-like devil tool and hit Xiaohua's devil hammer. Roar! Seeing that his devil tool was blocked by Xiaohua, the devil general roared and once again swung his devil tool to attack. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. He thought that he had been seen through by the devil race, so he hurriedly waved his devil hammer to fight. But after fighting for a while, Xiaohua discovered that there were hundreds of demon generals waving their demon artifacts all around him. He was just one of them. Io? What's going on? Xiaohua hurriedly released his devilish sense, wanting to take a look. Unfortunately, within this blood-colored space, his devilish sense was confined and could not leave his body. Xiaohua fought with the demon general for a while, and when he saw an opportunity, he smashed the demon general's head into smithereens. Whoa! Xiaohua had just won when another lump of blood appeared on top of his head. Then, Xiaohua's figure was sucked into the blood once again. When he opened his eyes again, he was in another layer of the blood-red space, and an even more powerful demon general appeared before him. Motherfucker, I understand now. After killing 3 demon generals in succession, Xiaohua entered 3 different blood-red spaces. Moreover, these 3 demon generals were each more powerful than the other. Xiaohua suddenly realized, this is a way for the devil race to gain experience. They are actually training their own warriors at the same time they are surrounding the ruins. Although Xiaohua cultivated devil techniques, he was not familiar with the habits of the devil race. His understanding of the devil race was also obtained from Zhang Qingxiao's jade slip. Zhang Qingxiao himself had never been to the devil world, and his jade slip was also obtained from other devil race. Therefore, in Xiaohua's mind, he had always thought that the devil race was the kind of mighty and powerful people. However, the Battle of the Ruins allowed him to understand a lot. Those devil monarchs were each more cunning than the other. Of course, their power was pale and powerless in front of Xiaohua's absolute strength. However, when Xiaohua faced the devil monarchs, Xiaohua finally experienced the power of these devil monarch schemes. Looking at the devil formation that surrounded the ruins, although it was just a glimpse of the leopard, Xiaohua was also alarmed. He was secretly worried for himself and all the cultivators in the ruins. Xiaohua easily killed several devils. Then, he saw a strand of blood-red crystal thread emerging from the space above. Xiaohua's gaze fell on it, and he could faintly see the image of several wailing devils in the crystal thread. Weren't they the devils that Xiaohua had killed before? This crystal thread fell and flew directly towards Xiaohua's head, scaring him into hastily dodging. At this moment, how could he not know that this blood-red crystal thread contained the essence blood of several devils? Unfortunately, he only dodged for a moment, and powerful blood qi surged in the surroundings, blocking his figure. Even the entire blood-red space was shaking. Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. Devil qi overflowed from the surface of his body, and his mind tightly stuck to the edge of the devil qi. When that blood-red crystal thread fell into the devil qi, just as it moved along with the devil qi, his mind immediately absorbed that crystal thread into the space. Jade Archive Xiaohua was afraid that this crystal thread would have some strange changes, and followed it into the space. Fortunately, just as that blood-red crystal thread was about to transform into the space, the blood stains spread out. Jade Archive Xiaohua made another move and condensed it into a crystal bead the size of a mung bean in his palm. Within this crystal bead, several devils were crazily wailing, looking extremely mournful. After storing this crystal bead, Jade Archive Xiaohua hurriedly escaped from the space. He thought that he had already sensed that his physical body was sucked away by the blood stains in the blood-red space, and his figure once again fell into another stream of blood. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position, and he looked at the blood around him in bewilderment. This time, the blood was different from before. It completely annihilated Xiao Hua's devil body. Moreover, many tentacles grew out from the devil blood and connected with Xiao Hua's devil armor. Strands of devil blood flowed into the devil armor, and should be replenishing the deficiency of the devil armor. Damn it! Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he really regretted letting devil spirit Xiao Hua follow dragon vein Xiao Hua and the others to the snow/gate. If devil spirit Xiao Hua was by his side, not only would he not be in such a difficult situation when facing the devil emperor, but at this moment, everything in this devil array was really a great supplement for devil spirit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he released his mind again, guiding the devil blood into his space. However, this time, Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to let Jade Archive Xiao Hua enter the space. Instead, he confined the devil blood in a small space, and let the devil blood spread out. This time, the flow of blood was very long. Xiao Hua flowed with the devil blood for almost an hour before it stopped. Moreover, the moment the flow of blood stopped, devil qi immediately gushed out from the passage, enveloping Xiao Hua, and dragged him in a certain direction. The devil qi was filled with the power of confinement, and with the strength of a devil general, it was impossible to break free. The devil qi turned into a rolling image, and Xiao Hua's figure rushed out of the passage in this devil qi. However, when he came out of the passage, Xiao Hua's figure actually fell into the vague void. After a simple teleportation, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed, and his figure appeared in a corner of the devil array again. Just as Xiao Hua stood still in the demonic array, he saw that within 100 li to his left, swish swish swish. Demonic qi spurted out from the void one after another as more and more demonic generals appeared. These devil generals either had devil wings on their backs, white bones on their bodies, or devil horns on their foreheads. There were even some that looked like devil beasts. Xiao Hua merely swept his gaze over these devil generals, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his head and saw several tall devil generals holding palm-sized devil banners, standing majestically in the air. These devil generals had devil horns on their heads, wings on their backs, and a layer of scales covering their bodies. These scales had strange devil runes on them. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over these devil generals, and his gaze fell on one of them. Although Xiao Hua couldn't tell the difference between this devil general and the other devil generals, he could clearly feel that this devil general was the ordinary devil general he had met when he led the Fortune Gate's disciples to the southwest border to rescue the White Cloud Monastery and the other 10 sects. His grandmother. Xiao Hua looked at this devil general in bewilderment. What's going on? How do I know this devil general? When Xiao Hua looked at this devil general, that devil general also sensed Xiao Hua's gaze. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Hua, and his gaze swept over the other devil generals that had appeared. Xiao Hua didn't dare to look any longer, and his gaze also swept over the other devil generals near this devil general. Very clearly, the familiar feeling from before didn't appear again, and the devil banners in the hands of these devil generals flickered with a faint blood-red light, enveloping the surrounding space. Xiao Hua's gaze moved away from the devil generals, and he looked into the distance. He saw a huge blood sphere that looked like a cocoon blocking his path. This blood sphere was different from the blood sphere he had seen before. The blood sphere in the devil array was a single entity, but this blood sphere was covered in blood. These blood streams were flowing rapidly, and they seemed to be separated from each other. There was even more devil qi that intertwined in the gaps between the streams of blood. Strange? Xiao Hua's gaze fell on this blood sphere, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. Why does this blood sphere look similar to the metal and wood elements? However, it's really similar. Aren't the blood streams on the blood sphere the path of the magnetic force? Moreover, some of these blood streams flow towards one end of the blood sphere, while others flow towards the other end of the blood sphere. If this blood sphere reproduces a magnetic force, then it's really the blood array magnetic force. Just as Xiaohua was sizing up the devil array beneath his feet, tens of thousands of devils had already gathered in the space of the devil array. They stood densely all around Xiaohua, and it was a magnificent sight. At this moment, several devil generals waved the devil banners in their hands, and thousands of blood threads flew out from the devil banners, landing on different devil generals. Xiaohua's body was no exception, and a blood thread also landed on his body. Moreover, the blood thread that landed on Xiaohua's body came from the devil banners of the devil general that Xiaohua was familiar with. When that blood thread landed, an indescribable feeling came from the devil armor, and the blood vessels in Xiaohua's body moved slightly. Chapter 41-45. All of you, listen to the order of the Devil Lord. Just as Xiaohua was frowning, a voice very strangely appeared from within Xiaohua's demonic armor. Xiaohua could clearly see that the voice was coming from the blood threads. However, when Xiaohua heard the voice of the demon general, he didn't feel that it was familiar at all. However, before Xiaohua could listen any further, a strange sound came from the distant space. The group of demon generals and Xiaohua all turned their heads to look in surprise. They saw that the space first seemed to be boiling and many bubbles floated out. Then, black and white light splashed everywhere. There were even some dark green light threads in the light. In the end, the space within 100 li rapidly collapsed. The space within a few hundred li was distorted by this collapse. In this distortion, several human figures were revealed like fireflies scattered on the surface of water. Boom! The moment these human figures appeared, the collapsed space suddenly exploded. A powerful aura rushed towards the blood sphere in the demonic array and the group of demon generals. When the aura rushed into the blood sphere, it was like a huge rock being thrown into the water. The blood pillar that formed an arc was deeply pressed into it. The group of demon generals didn't receive any orders. They all quietly stood in the air without moving. Wherever the aura passed, hundreds of demon generals were torn to pieces. When the aura passed by Xiaohua, he immediately understood. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Transmission channel. Someone in the ruins is using the transmission channel." Sure enough, wherever the exploding aura passed, the human figures merged into one. It was a young cultivator wearing a Taoist robe. The young cultivator's body trembled slightly. The light protecting his body also flickered. His pale face was filled with confusion and incomprehension. It seemed that he still didn't understand what was going on. However, before his divine sense could sweep out, he saw the group of demon generals and the bloody demonic array in the surroundings. The young cultivator immediately understood. He hurriedly raised his hand and a magic treasure that looked like a wheel appeared in his hand. Under the activation of the magic treasure, thousands of light pillars shot out from the magic treasure. Several demon generals that were closer to the cultivator were killed by the light pillars. Kill! The commanding demon generals were clearly shocked by the sudden turn of events. Only now did they regain their senses. Under the urging of several demon banners, tens of thousands of demon generals rushed towards the cultivators. Damn it! The young cultivator cursed. As he flew, he released his divine sense to search for a way to escape. The Dharma treasure in the cultivator's hand shone brilliantly and killed all the devil generals that pounced on him. The cultivator was obviously in the void refinement realm and the devil generals were no match for him. However, these devil generals were not afraid of death. Wherever the cultivator flew, they would chase after him. Xiaohua naturally flew along with these devil generals. Seeing that this cultivator had the upper hand, he simply observed from the back. If this cultivator was in trouble, or if this cultivator could find a way to escape from the devil formation, he would definitely make the first move. Seeing that many devil generals were killed by the cultivator, the devil generals holding the demon banners stopped. One of them waved the demon banners as if to send a message. However, at this moment, the devil general that Xiao Hua was familiar with suddenly flew to the side of the devil general and seemed to say something. As a result, the devil general's demon banners stopped. Then, several devil generals activated their demon banners. From the devil formation closest to them, hundreds of blood pillars and devil chi flew out. They were even more ferocious than pythons as they pounced towards the cultivator. Sizzle. The cultivator activated his Dharma treasure. When the light pillars fell into the blood pillars, they immediately emitted sounds of corrosion. Moreover, the huge force from the blood pillars forced the cultivator's body to fall. Not good. Xiao Hua didn't understand at first. However, when he saw the cultivator's body fall and his gaze followed the direction of the blood sphere in the devil formation, he suddenly understood. He cursed in his heart and hurriedly raised his hand to activate his magic power. However, Xiao Hua was still too slow. The moment the cultivator's body fell several hundred feet, the blood pillars that were previously suppressed by the aura from the explosion of the teleportation formation suddenly rose up. The blood pillars covered the cultivator within a dozen miles. Inside the blood pillars, the cultivator's body flashed with brilliance. The originally majestic Dharma treasure suddenly lost its brilliance. Even the cultivator's body involuntarily fell towards the blood formation. No matter how the cultivator's true essence was activated, the sound of thunder resounded in the air. His body couldn't fly up even half an inch. Before Xiao Hua could activate his magic power to help, the cultivator's body was already pulled into the blood sphere. Even if this blood sphere isn't a magnetic space, I'm afraid it's almost there. Xiao Hua somewhat regretted not activating it earlier. As he thought this, his body was about to fall towards the blood sphere. You all. At this moment, the devil general that Xiao Hua was familiar with waved the demon banners in his hand. Xiao Hua and the several hundred devil generals heard an order. Follow this general to the blood pavilion. Use the power of the blood pavilion to exterminate the human race. Yes. The several hundred devil generals received the order and followed the devil general's body. However, these devil generals stopped a few miles away from the blood sphere and stood still in midair. Then, the devil general waved the demon banners in his hand. The devil runes on the surface of the devil general's bodies emitted obscure fluctuations. As these fluctuations rushed out, hundreds of blood pillars shot out from the devil ball. The devil runes on Xiao Hua's body didn't fluctuate with the wave of the demon banners. However, the blood threads that the demon banners left in his devil armor still flickered with a dim blood-red light and attracted a blood pillar from the blood sphere. This is a little strange. Xiao Hua's heart moved. Why are the other devil generals fluctuating from their devil runes, but this old man's blood threads? In this way, didn't this devil general discover this old man? Not good. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly remembered that when he saw the devil general earlier, the devil general also seemed to be looking at him. Perhaps this devil general had already discovered him. Just as Xiao Hua was startled, a sneer appeared in the devil general's eyes. As he waved the demon banners, hundreds of blood pillars roared and enveloped Xiao Hua. In the middle of the blood pillars, Xiao Hua was familiar with the magnetic field force entangled and appeared. It really is the magnetic field force. Xiao Hua finally understood why the void refinement cultivator was sucked in by the blood sphere. Under the magnetic field force, the power of the 5 elements was restrained. That cultivator didn't have a demigod body like Xiao Hua, so naturally, all of his magic power was controlled by the magnetic field force. How could he escape? However, why would Xiao Hua care about the magnetic field force? Lightning flashed around his body and let out a rumbling sound. At the same time that he destroyed the blood formation, his figure suddenly landed in front of the devil general. The devil general was shocked and hurriedly waved the demon banners to resist. However, Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and completely imprisoned him. His left hand reached out and easily took the demon banners. He reached out again and grabbed the devil general's throat. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the devil general's eyes and coldly shouted, "Do you know Zhang Qingshao?" Zhang Qingshao? The devil general's voice was somewhat hoarse as he replied, I don't know. Xiaofan frowned slightly and asked again, "Do you know this old man?" You are Xiaofan, Taoist Master Xiao. The devil general nodded vigorously. I know. Xiaofan was shocked and asked, "How do you know this old man?" When Taoist Master killed the devil monarch, I saw it from the side. The devil general hurriedly explained. Xiaofan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked again, "Before you came to the ruins, did you know this Zhao's name?" I didn't. The devil general hurriedly shook his head. What's your name? Xiaofan thought for a moment and asked again. At the same time that Xiaofan asked, the strength in his hand increased by a bit. It seemed that as long as this devil general was a bit inappropriate, he would immediately kill this devil general. My name is Ya. The devil general's body twitched. He didn't dare to be negligent. After pausing for a moment, he said a very awkward syllable. What? Ya? Xiaofan didn't hear it clearly and asked again. The devil general panicked and said, My name is not easy to pronounce. I gave myself another name, called Di Shi Tian. See. Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, Di Shi Tian? Di Shi Tian? Yes, I. Di Shi Tian stuttered, not knowing what he should say. Because Di Shi Tian was definitely not someone that a small devil general like him could call himself. However, Xiaofan didn't mind. Instead, he asked again, when you saw this old man just now, did you already recognize this old man? Yes. Di Shi Tian seemed like he was going to cry. Xiaofan using Kunlun mirror to kill the devil monarch had left an extremely deep impression on him. Now that he had fallen into Xiaohua's hands, he was even worse than a child. Xiaofan only needed to move his finger to kill him. Right now, he was extremely regretful. Why did he want to lay a trap for Xiaofan? Why did he have to kill this Xiaofan who was even more powerful than the devil monarch? Was it just to take credit? Or was it because of some other reason? Similarly, Xiaohua's finger really moved. However, the strength in his hand didn't appear. The devil chi around Xiaohua's body gradually disappeared, revealing his original appearance. He looked at Di Shi Tian with interest and asked, This old man still has a question. If your answer satisfies this old man can consider letting you go. You. Go ahead and ask. Di Shi Tian's mouth was a little dry as he asked softly. How many devils did you send to invade the ruins? How many devil monarchs came? Taoist Xiao. Di Shi Tian smiled apologetically. However, no pleading could be seen on his malevolent face. I am just a devil general who is about to advance into devil commander. How could I know so much? How many devils do you know? Which devil race are you from? The name of your devil monarch? I am from the Mayfly race. My devil monarch is called the Mayfly race. Di Shi Tian hesitated for a moment before answering, I only know of the zombie race and the Qiujia race. I don't know anything else. How do you break the devil array? Xiaofan asked again. Di Shi Tian shook his head and said, I really don't know about this. Furthermore, I feel that it is impossible for humans to break this devil array. Taoist Xiao, this is already the second question. Damn it. Xiaohua's hand tightened as he scolded, this old man is only asking a few questions. Isn't it still dependent on this old man's mood? If you don't want to live anymore, this old man won't ask a single question. Chapter 41-46. Indra didn't dare to argue anymore. He only looked at the demon general standing in the air, and his heart tightened. He couldn't see the situation above his head. Presumably, those demon generals had already started to move the formation. As long as those demon generals made their move, he would have no way to survive. One last question. Xiaofan narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon generals descending like dark clouds. He said, "Are you a man or a woman?" Indra was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed, "Daoist Xiao, how did you know I'm a woman?" Xiaofan looked up and down at Indra. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Damn it, how would I know if you're a man or a woman? I was just casually asking." Yes. Indra smiled. "Actually, the main body of my mayfly race doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. We're not like the human race. The so-called men and women we speak of are only the forms we take when we're young." Xiaofan saw hundreds of blood pillars descending from above Indra's head. He clenched his fist. He wanted to kill Indra. However, the moment he made his move, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. This feeling couldn't be explained. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. Indra's body flew dozens of miles away as if it was rotten. When Indra saw the ominous glint in Xiaohua's eyes, his heart had already turned cold. However, when he saw Xiaohua actually let him go, it was simply inconceivable. Then, he looked at Xiaohua himself. His figure flashed, and he actually rushed towards the magnetic blood sphere. Daoist Xiao. Demonic banner. Sakura was also greatly alarmed in her heart. An indescribable feeling arose in her heart. She couldn't help but send a sound transmission. But whether Xiaohua heard this sound transmission or not, she didn't know. Seeing Xiaohua's figure submerged into the magnetic blood sphere without any suspense, and the hundreds of blood pillars also chased after him, Indra firmly believed that Xiaohua absolutely couldn't escape from the magnetic blood sphere alive. And she lost the demon flag. She would definitely be expelled from this demon formation by the demon commander and go to the Void Continent to complete a dangerous mission to atone for her crime. Even if Xiaohua could escape, Indra didn't think she would be able to see him again. But never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that one day, after who knew how many years later, in a place she still didn't know about, she would once again see those sword-like eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes that made her tremble in fear. Xiaohua had just let go of Sakura and pounced towards the magnetic blood ball. Hundreds of blood pillars rushed out from the magnetic blood ball and covered Xiaohua's body like a big hand, dragging him towards the magnetic blood ball. Even behind Xiaohua, the blood pillars controlled by the demon generals from the demon race also chased after him. However, amidst the rumbling of the blood pillar, Xiaohua could still faintly hear Sakura's voice, "Demonic banner. Damn it." Xiaohua bitterly smiled, "Is this also a kind of karma? Just because this Xiao released this puny demon general, he could use this demonic banner to escape from the demonic array?" While he was pondering, the blood pillar fell down. Xiaohua didn't seem to be in any position, but his body was surrounded by thousands of lightning flowers. These lightning flowers were more effective than magic treasures. As long as the blood splashed on these lightning flowers, they would be destroyed by the lightning. However, what made Xiaohua somewhat puzzled was that his body was still attracted by a kind of enormous suction force from the magnetic blood ball and fell into it like a moth flying into a flame. Woo-woo. Xiaohua's figure fell into the blood river. First, there was a burst of ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound. A group of blood demons scuttled out from the blood and pounced towards Xiaohua with bared fangs and brandished claws. If it was an ordinary cultivator, at this time, their magic power was insufficient and their body was controlled by the magnetic force. It was inevitable that they would be somewhat at a loss, but in Xiaohua's eyes, the blood demons were so unbearable. Green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and layers of 3 corpses in thunder gushed out from Xiaohua's body. Kachacha. Under the thunder, who knew how many blood demons were instantly killed? However, Xiaohua flew towards the distant blood ball for half a cup of tea's time and still didn't see the pure magnetic force. Moreover, the blood demons were even more powerful and could already resist the soul cultivator's lightning flash and thunder roll technique. Xiaohua looked at these blood demons that were also flowing along the magnetic force's trajectory, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Needless to say, this magnetic blood ball was not only a part of the devil race's great formation, but also the place where the devil race used to refine the blood demons. If these blood demons were successfully refined by the magnetic blood ball, they would absolutely be a sharp weapon to exterminate human cultivators. Thinking of this, Xiaohua increased the number and range of 3 corpses in thunder. However, this magnetic blood ball was so big. Inside this devil race's formation, not only was Xiaohua's divine ability greatly restricted, but Xiaohua's injuries also didn't allow him to display his skills. Therefore, Xiaohua's several efforts were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. After another cup of tea's time, the blood sea gradually decreased, and a dark red space gradually appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua understood that this was the true magnetic space. Therefore, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. He saw 2 colors of green and black light that were as dazzling as the sun. However, within these 2 colors of green and black light, there were some small dots that seemed to be the color of blood. They were like some tenacious ants, flowing along the magnetic force's arc at every moment. This is wood and water magnetic force. Xiaohua saw these dazzling black and green arcs and immediately understood. He hastily closed his delirium breaker Dharma eye. However, the current Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. He released his soul sense and urged the wind escape technique to fly towards the depths of the magnetic space. Although the influence of the wood and water magnetic force on his soul sense was small, Xiaohua still spent a great deal of effort to find that young cultivator who was previously sucked into the magnetic blood ball in a corner of the magnetic space. At this time, that young cultivator was in an abnormally sorry state. Not only was his Taoist robe torn, his hair was scattered, and even the protective brilliance around his body had completely disappeared. Moreover, the cultivator was already unable to resist the magnetic force of the magnetic space. His body was lying on top of the magnetic force, trembling. It seemed that if Xiaohua had arrived a moment later, that cultivator's life might have been lost. Seeing Xiaohua flying over, the cultivator clearly saw Xiaohua's appearance under the reflection of the bloody light. His face revealed extreme astonishment. "You? Who are you?" "I am Fortune Gate's Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiaohua." Xiaohua answered with a smile. "Oh? Fortune Gate? When did my ruins have such a sect?" That cultivator was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Xiaohua was also stunned, but soon understood. This cultivator wasn't sent out from the ruins, but from outside the ruins into the ruins. However, the ruins were now sealed by the devil race's demonic array. This cultivator's transmission array couldn't reach the ruins, so he appeared inside the demonic array. Therefore, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I am a human and can bring you out of here." You can bring I out?" That cultivator was somewhat incredulous. Xiaohua urged, "Everything can wait until you and I get out. I also fell here because I was injured by the Devil Emperor during the battle with him. Just now, I happened to see fellow Taoist being shot down here by the Devil Generals, so I took the risk to come here. You and I must quickly escape from here, otherwise, if the Devil Emperor catches up, you and I will lose our lives." "Many thanks, Taoist Master Xiao." That cultivator didn't have time to report his name. He raised his hand with difficulty and said, "But I can't circulate my magic power right now, how can I go out with Taoist Master?" Xiaohua said, "You don't need to worry about this. This Xiao has a fake Kunlun mirror that can take fellow Daoist in. Later, when the Kunlun mirror sucks, fellow Daoist doesn't need to resist. This is no problem." That cultivator hurriedly nodded. "I understand." Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the Kunlun mirror and slightly circulated his magic power. That Kunlun mirror shot out a four-colored light beam. However, just as this light beam flew out, it immediately became chaotic. Some turned into an arc and flew away, while some fell into the magnetic field. Just as that cultivator's heart turned cold, a suction force wrapped around him. He hurriedly withdrew all his resistance. However, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his figure fell into a place rich in spiritual aura. After Xiaohua took in the young cultivator, he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used the method of collecting metal and wood magnets in the past and dripped 18 drops of blood essence between the two poles of the wood and water magnets. Fortunately, Xiaohua had the heavenly demon essence in his space, so he was able to take out 18 drops of blood essence not long ago. After dripping the blood essence, Xiaohua hurriedly took some wood essence crystals and water essence ice essence crystals from afar. He didn't have time to refine the blood threads in the wood essence crystals and water essence ice essence crystals. After casually throwing them into the space, he flew towards the sea of blood above his head. Behind Xiaohua, a black tortoise with red eyes and an azure dragon with some demonic patterns between its eyebrows flew out from the two poles. They coldly looked at him and then disappeared. After taking some medicinal pills, Xiaohua's body once again surged with lightning. His figure once again rushed out from the magnetic blood sea. The direction Xiaohua chose was different from when he came in. Instead, it was in the direction of the ruins. When Xiaohua came out of the magnetic blood array, there weren't any devils in front of him. Or it could be said that the distant devils didn't notice the sudden appearance of a human in the magnetic blood array. Xiaohua coldly smiled. His body once again surged with demonic aura. The demonic armor covered his entire body, and a genuine devil appeared out of thin air. However, just as Xiaohua stepped on the demonic cloud and rushed down about 3,000 zhang from the demonic array, an extremely faint devil sense suddenly appeared from all directions and swept towards Xiaohua. Although this devil sense carried the smell of blood, it didn't have the fierceness of an ordinary devil. Moreover, the range of this devil sense was very wide. It swept out from all directions of the demonic array. When this devil sense landed on Xiaohua's body, it immediately stopped. Waves of strange fluctuations appeared in the space around Xiaohua's body. Motherfucker, how is this possible? Just now, they didn't discover this Xiao. How can they discover this Xiao now? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that he had been discovered by the devils. Therefore, he didn't care about concealing anything. His body shone brightly, and the demonic aura was swept away. Then, his entire figure turned into a shadow and disappeared among the devils. Chapter 41-47. Swish 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 swish. With a light sound, a layer of ink-like darkness suddenly appeared within 1,000 li of the demonic array. In this darkness, a lightning-like trace appeared in an instant, and at the end of this trace, Xiaohua's figure appeared in a slightly sorry state. As soon as Xiaohua's figure appeared, his divine sense valiantly swept over 1,000 li range. Puff puff. A series of explosions sounded in all directions, and the low-level demons near Xiaohua were shattered by Xiaohua's divine sense. Strange. Xiaohua was a little baffled. There is no demon above the level of demon commander within 1,000 li. Which demon can restrict this old man's teleportation? Then, Xiaohua's figure flashed and disappeared again, and this time, his divine sense was left outside his body, paying attention to the strange scene in the surroundings. Sure enough, in just a moment, the demonic sense that swept over Xiaohua before moved again, and a pitch-black demon body appeared in the surrounding void along with the demonic sense, surrounding Xiao Hua within 1,000 li, revealing the traces of Xiao Hua's teleportation. Xiao Hua teleported in the demonic array. At the beginning, it was still easy, but in the end, the space seemed to be blocked by mud, and became more and more difficult to move. He had no choice but to use the lightning escape, and this was quite difficult to move 1,000 li. Looks like, a demon discovered this Xiao, and then controlled the demonic array to stop this Xiao. At this time, Xiao Hua already somewhat understood, but at this time, his figure had already reached the edge of the demonic array, and Xiao Hua had already seen wisps of fire in the blood-colored darkness. Xiao Hua's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the demonic banner he snatched from Indra's hand, and the demonic chi around his body surged into the demonic banner, and then, after a little test, hundreds of blood threads flashed on the demonic banner, and fell on the blood array. The blood array slightly trembled, and then, according to the blood threads, it divided into hundreds of pieces, and these hundreds of pieces of the blood array began to tremble, gradually forming a whirlpool-like demon head. Once the demon head was formed, it actually opened its mouth and said coldly, "Human, actually wants to pass off as a demon to pass through this senior's body, don't you think, you are too delusional?" As he spoke, a faint demonic sense rushed into the demonic banner in Xiao Hua's hand along the blood threads. Boom boom. A series of muffled booms rang out as the demonic banner was easily destroyed by the demonic sense. You. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization and shouted in disbelief, "You are the devil spirit of the devil formation?" Huh. That spinning devil head laughed strangely, causing the surrounding devil array to tremble. "You have been in this sovereign's body for so long, and you only found out now? Damn it." Xiao Hua was somewhat aghast. He naturally lowered his head and looked around. In his heart, he really couldn't believe that such a large demonic array actually had intelligence. Moreover, it even formed a demonic spirit. If that was the case, then everything that had happened to him in the demonic array would make sense. Aoo. Just at this time, a powerful devil sense that could overturn the sky appeared from afar like a hurricane, and a roar followed. "Xiao Hua. You actually followed me to the demonic array? Then don't leave. Devil Emperor." Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly. In front of him was a devil spirit of the demonic array whose depth was unknown, and behind him was a devil emperor whose strength surpassed his own. Although Xiao Hua didn't know the extent of the devil emperor's injuries, Xiao Hua was clear about his own situation. At this time, it was absolutely not suitable for him to fight. Otherwise, death was secondary. If he fell into the devil path, that would be terrible. Therefore, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. Rarely seen, an 8th-rank scattered nascent soul poured all of his true essence into the Kunlun mirror. Woo-woo. The entire Kunlun mirror trembled, as if it was cheerfully chirping. On the surface of the Kunlun mirror, a faint blood light and flame appeared. There were several layers of blood light, but there was only one flame. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth slightly smiled. His index and middle fingers came together and formed a seal. His mouth also uttered a draconic voice, "Huh," as Xiao Hua's 2 fingers touched the flame on the Kunlun mirror. A several zhang large light beam came out of the Kunlun mirror and directly shone into the blood array. However, the strange thing was that the light beam seemed to fall into the blood wave and the devil flame, but the light beam didn't really touch the blood wave. It was as if the light beam opened a passage out of thin air. Damn it. Xiao Hua sighed, this Xiao is now a cultivator before the Mahayana stage. I used all of my true essence of an 8th-rank scattered nascent soul to open the passage of the Kunlun mirror. Moreover, this passage seems to be only a few hundred li. If I want to really control this Kunlun mirror, I'm afraid it will be difficult to succeed without immortal spiritual power, right? Kunlun mirror, how can this guy be here? At this time, the devil spirit of the demonic array also roared. The blood array within 100 li surged and rushed towards the light beam of the Kunlun mirror. Unfortunately, no matter how the blood sea wreaked havoc, it couldn't touch the light beam. However, within 100 li of Xiaohua, a crazy devil Qi was born. The devil emperor borrowed the power of the demonic array and caught up to Xiaohua in a moment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure moved the light beam into the Kunlun mirror. With a wave of his big sleeve, the Kunlun mirror disappeared into the demonic array along with the light beam. Chase. After a few breaths, Huang Yu's figure appeared. His face was full of anger. He only hesitated for a moment and shouted angrily. The blood array rushed out of the demonic array and covered him. It also disappeared. Outside the demonic formation, there was a huge formation that looked like a sea of fire that protected ruins. However, this formation wasn't as tight as the demonic formation. There were many flaws in it, and there were many elements of earth, fire, wind, and thunder that rushed out from the flaws. At this time, in the sky several li away from the demonic array, a four-colored halo flashed. That halo rapidly rotated and instantly formed a light ball. In a moment, Xiaohua's figure appeared in the light ball. When the light scattered, Xiaohua hurriedly looked back at the demonic array several hundred li away and released his divine sense. However, just as his divine sense landed on the demonic array soared with 100 zhang of flames and burned his divine sense. Damn it, how can this demonic array be my match? I'm not convinced. Xiaohua was a little helpless. His figure swayed and flew towards the location of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. He also knew that it would not be long before the demonic emperor rushed out of the demonic array to kill him. After flying for a while, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He took out the Kunlun mirror and shook it, dragging that young cultivator out. The cultivator looked like he was adjusting his breathing. When he suddenly appeared, he was sitting cross-legged in the air. He did not even open his eyes. Xiaohua anxiously shouted, "Fellow Taoist, quickly come and help I have already escaped from the demonic array. However, under this demonic array, there is a Tao sect array. I'm not familiar with it. I wonder if fellow Taoist has any ideas?" The cultivator hurriedly opened his eyes. When he scanned with his divine sense, his expression changed greatly. He said in shock, This is the demonic array's realm protection array. What can I do?" As he spoke, the cultivator's divine sense naturally swept towards the demonic array above his head. Gga. A strange laugh came from the demonic array. Several strands of the cultivator's divine sense were actually devoured. Oh my God! When did the demonic array besiege my ruins? No wonder all the transmission arrays can't be used. The cultivator's face was really ashen. He looked at Xiaohua in surprise and cried out involuntarily. "You are walking into a trap." Xiaohua looked at this cultivator who was as unlucky as him. This cultivator must have thought of all sorts of ways to return to the ruins, but he didn't expect that what greeted him was a dead end. Ao. At this time, 1,000 zhang tall demonic pillar rushed out from the demonic array in the distance. The demonic emperor stepped out on the clouds. "Oh right, I have a communication talisman. I don't know if it can be used." The cultivator suddenly woke up and hurriedly took out a jade talisman from the Sumera ring. He activated his magic power and said, "After all, this realm protection array is rarely activated. I don't know." "Good, it can be used." "That's great." The communication talisman drew an arc in the air and disappeared into the array. The cultivator let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Taoist Master Xiao, don't worry. Wait until we enter the realm protection array. Not to mention the demonic emperor, even if the demonic master comes, we don't have to be afraid." Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that this cultivator definitely came back from other places in the cultivation world. If it was a cultivator from the ruins, no one would say such shameless words. If the realm protection array was useful, how could the demonic emperor avoid the array and sneak into the ruins? However, after a moment, Xiaohua frowned again and a new doubt arose. That's not right. Since the demonic emperor of the demonic array can enter the ruins realm protection array, even if they sent the demonic array in bit by bit over the years, they would have sent all the demonic array in. Why are they guarding the demonic array? Could it be, they want to finish it in one fell swoop? Kill all the cultivators in the ruins all at once? Only in this way can they collect more souls. But, if that's the case, what about the wandering souls they killed over the years? Most of them have already been collected by this Xiao, what else can they get? Forget it, I don't care so much. When I go back this time, I'll go to every corner of the ruins and pull the firewood from under the cauldron of the demonic array. Maybe the demonic array will withdraw when they see that there are no more wandering souls. Just as he was thinking, he saw a several hundred zhang long fire pillar rushing out of the realm protection array. A white-haired cultivator appeared in the fire pillar, holding the communication talisman that the young cultivator had sent out. The young cultivator didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This one is Yang Chong, a disciple of the Misty School. I went out to gain experience and have just returned from the Taibai astral boundary. I was trapped in the demonic array. Fortunately, Taoist Master Xiao of the Fortune Gate rescued me. Now that the two of us have escaped from the demonic array, the demonic emperor is chasing after us. Please let us enter the realm protection array." Oh! Who would have thought that the young cultivator's face would turn strange after hearing the young cultivator's words? His gaze actually pierced through the fire pillar and looked at Xiaohua. Seeing that the cultivator guarding the realm protection array didn't answer and didn't open the realm protection array, Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 41-48. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, the old cultivator replied indifferently, "Yang Chong, don't blame I for being unreasonable. It's just that the ruins is facing an unprecedented crisis. For some reason, the devil race has been besieging the ruins for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, not only have the cultivators in the ruins not been able to go out, but none of the disciples outside the ruins have returned. This poor Taoist does not know how you were teleported back, but this poor Taoist knows that Xiaohua possesses the devil race's cultivation technique. Previously, in Ping River, he fought with the devil emperor in front of your Misty sect master. He has the devil saber in his hand and scared the devil emperor away, and he himself disappeared into thin air. Now, he appeared here again. Yang Chong, do you think I will let you in? No way, right?" Yang Chong was shocked and looked at Xiaohua with some disbelief. His figure actually flew back several meters with a vigilant face. Damn it! Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the cultivator inside the fire pillar. He really wanted to punch his nose and see what it looked like if his nose was crooked. Although he was an outer world cultivator, in order to kill the devil race in the ruins, he brought the Fortune Gate's disciples out of the Shenhua continent. In order to save the White Cloud Monastery and the other 8 sects in the southwest border, tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples died. He was trapped by the heavenly demon for more than 10 years and experienced life and death. Xiaohua believed that what he did was much more than a real ruins cultivator, but in the eyes of some people, these merits were not worth a trace of trust. He only revealed his devil body and devil saber. Moreover, this was to save hundreds of thousands, no, millions of Misty School's disciples. Just because of this suspicion, the cultivator in the realm protection array actually didn't let him in and let the devil emperor chase him. Xiaohua's heart suddenly turned cold. Xiaohua was even disappointed. He looked up at the devil array and calculated in his heart. With his strength, since he came here, he might be able to break through the devil array. If he could break through the devil array, then the world outside the devil array was huge. He already had the cultivation world star chart in his hand. Although there was no transmission array to return to the hidden immortal continent, who knew if there were other places? Escaping would be better than dying here, right? However, this thought merely flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. After all, Sun Jian, his clones, and the several 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples fighting the devil army were still inside the ruins. Xiao Hua couldn't possibly abandon them and live alone. At this moment, another voice sounded beside his ear. Yang Chong flew over with an apologetic look on his face, as if he was embarrassed by his vigilance just now. Spiritual Master Xiao, I don't know what your identity is. But now I have no other choice. He could only choose to believe in the real person. Moreover, I also knew that if the Taoist master wanted I's life, he probably wouldn't even need to enter the magnetic space, for I would have already fallen. Therefore, I am willing to advance and retreat together with Taoist Master Xiao. Yang Chong's words were very good, but Xiao Hua didn't feel particularly comfortable listening to them. The reason was very simple: Xiao Hua had already seen through Yang Chong's thoughts. After all, Yang Chong's thoughts were nothing more than two considerations. First, since Xiao Hua could save Yang Chong from the magnetic blood array, it meant that Yang Chong had value. Xiao Hua was still outside the realm protecting Grand Formation, so Yang Chong's value was still there. If Xiao Hua wanted to use Yang Chong to enter the ruins, then he couldn't kill Yang Chong. Secondly, it was even simpler. Compared to the ferocious devil race, Xiao Hua looked like a human and was pleasing to the eye. Compared to the murderous aura behind him, Yang Chong was willing to bet on his own moral standing and Xiao Hua's moral standing. But Xiao Hua looked at Yang Chong with a smile and said, "What if I have other intentions and want to use your identity to enter the ruins?" Yang Chong's face turned slightly red, then he raised his head and nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, I do have an idea in my heart. Because I don't know Taoist Master at all. Although Taoist Master saved me from the devil array, Taoist Master Xiao was able to come and go freely in the devil array where devils were dancing wildly. Taoist Master Xiao was also able to come and go freely in the magnetic space where it was extremely difficult for human cultivators to get close. How could I not doubt Taoist Master's motives? However, I am also a human. I would rather die in the hands of a human like Taoist Master than die in the hands of a devil race." Although Xiao Hua nodded, his eyes flickered again. He ignored the devil sense that had already swept over him. After Yang Chong finished speaking, he raised his voice to the cultivator inside the fire pillar and said, "I risked my life to teleport back from the Taibai astral boundary because I have an important message to send back. Since I can't return to the Misty School at this time, I ask fellow Taoists to spread this message to the various sects in the ruins. And, please speak, fellow Taoist Yang." The cultivator inside the fire pillar nodded indifferently, unmoved. Yang Chong looked at the devil emperor in the distance who was chasing over. His face turned slightly red, and he said loudly, "This Yang has received a top-secret message. The moon god realm may have already experienced a great desolate star storm. Although the ruins are remote, it will be destroyed by this great desolate star storm sooner or later. I ask all the sects in the ruins to make early plans. And, I know. I will definitely report this to the assembly hall." A trace of shock appeared on the cultivator's face as he transmitted his voice. Then, the old cultivator looked at Xiao Hua again. At this time, the flames around the cultivator inside the fire pillar began to sway. Obviously, he was affected by the devil emperor's devil sense. However, the old cultivator's voice also came, "Taoist Master Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you. I also don't want to believe you. After all, your Fortune Gates fight in the southwest border is obvious to all the cultivators in the ruins. However, I don't have the qualifications to believe you. Even more so, I don't have the qualifications to let you in. I protect the great boundary protecting formation, and I shoulder the lives of hundreds of millions of human cultivators in the ruins. I can't act on my own. I only have 2 questions for Taoist Master Xiao. First, if you were in my place, would Taoist Master Xiao dare to let me and Yang Chong into the formation? Second, is other people's opinion more important, or is your own action more important? At this point, the fire pillar's flames suddenly extinguished, and the cultivator's figure also disappeared along with the flames. Huh! Xiaohua first lowered his head, then clapped his hands and laughed loudly. I act on my own will, my will is my heart is Ren Xiaoyao, who cares if the sky collapses or the earth sinks? With that, Xiaohua waved his sleeve and covered Yang Chong, saying, Yang Chong, if you believe this Xiao, then don't resist. Sensing the powerful magic power that completely confined him, Yang Chong smiled bitterly and said, Taoist Master Xiao, although this one wants to struggle, I'm not as strong as Taoist Master Xiao. Xiaohua smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Carrying Yang Chong, the universe in the sleeve flashed brilliantly, and once again, he appeared on top of the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation extremely far away. However, Xiaohua's eyes swept and he teleported again, not stopping at all. This happened a few times, and when the Devil Emperor rushed over with a roar, Xiaohua had already kept Yang Chong into the Kunlun mirror. Devil Qi once again appeared on his body, and he rushed into the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation along the path of the Devil Qi from before. The Devil Emperor pounced over, and just as he was about to get close to the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation, boom! Tens of thousands of fire crows flew out from the huge fire pillar and pounced on the Devil Emperor. The Devil Qi around the Devil Emperor surged, and several devil arms formed from white bones waved their devil weapons. Devil flames overflowed into the sky and extinguished some of the fire crows, but the rest of the fire crows still pounced on the Devil Emperor and devoured the Devil Qi around him. The Devil Emperor hesitated for a moment, and with a pooh, he spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, extinguishing dozens of fire crows near him. Then, he looked at the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation with hatred, and said in bewilderment, "This Xiaohua is a little strange. How did he know that this was the place where the devil formation attacked the ruins?" Previously, in order to conceal this place, this emperor urged the devil formation to attack at thousands of earth, fire, wind, and thunder formations. Damn it, after Xiaohua passes through here today, this loophole will definitely be discovered by the human race. If this emperor wants to enter the ruins again, it will be a lot more troublesome. Damn it, damn it. Really damn it. As he spoke, the realm protection formation of the ruins surged with a monstrous sea of fire, and groups of fire crows and many fire attribute magic weapons surrounded it with a terrifying aura. Seeing this momentum, the Devil Emperor gritted his teeth and urged the devil clouds to fly toward the devil formation. Even after the Demon Emperor left, the sea of fire didn't stop. It continued to howl as it obscured the earth, fire, wind, and lightning in the area. A dozen or so streaks of dazzling light revolved around the earth, fire, wind, and lightning several times before finally disappearing. The passageway inside the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation was far simpler than Xiaohua thought. He urged the Devil Qi, and very keenly sensed the aura of the Devil Qi passageway that hadn't disappeared yet, so he landed in it extremely easily. Although the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation in the surroundings was constantly burning and blowing away the Devil Qi on Xiaohua's body, this wasn't considered dangerous for Xiaohua. However, in just a moment, a stream of fire several times stronger than the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation began to appear behind Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed inwardly. How could he not know that this was the realm protection formation that patched up the flaws of the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation? Cursing was one thing, but Xiao Hua wasn't willing to contend against the might of this realm protection formation. He hurriedly focused his mind, and urged his figure to quickly escape, but in the sky several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Ping River, a stream of devil chi flashed within the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation. Then, another stream of fiery light rolled out. Whoosh! The devil chi was instantly swept away by the fiery light, and a thin human figure flashed out from within the devil chi. Wasn't that Xiao Hua? At this time, Xiao Hua was in a somewhat sorry state, but there was a smile on his face. He turned his head to look at the fiery light within the earth, fire, wind, and thunder formation, and spat. Then, he flew to the nearest mountain peak. Xiao Hua released his divine sense, but he couldn't see where he was, so he let Yang Chong out of the Kunlun mirror. Yang Chong looked to his left, and joy appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "Junior, thanks Spiritual Master Xiao for saving my life. No need to say anything more." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "First, tell me about that great desolate star storm in the moon god realm. When will it arrive? How powerful is this great desolate star storm, and how will it affect the ruins?" Chapter 41-49. Oh. Hearing this, Yang Chong hurriedly explained, "The so-called star explosion is when a planet like the ruins explodes for some reason. Of course, the planet must be big enough. The explosion of such a big planet will create a shockwave, and this kind of power of heaven and earth will spread in all directions. If there are no other planets around the planet, the shockwave will become smaller, and finally disappear. But if there are other planets affected before the shockwave subsides, that planet will also explode. Then the shockwave will increase again." This old man understands. Xiao Hua nodded. If the shockwave is big enough, the entire moon god realm will be destroyed by this star explosion? That's right. Yang Chong hurriedly nodded, and said, "But this junior is also not sure about this news. After all, the moon god realm is almost boundless for void refinement cultivators like us. Who knows where this star explosion will come from? But since this junior knows this news, I can't not send it to the Misty School. All communication methods and teleportation channels can't be used." This junior just remembered that the Misty School had a teleportation array in Taibai Star Realm a long time ago that was no longer in use. Forget it, no need to say any more. If this star explosion is real, how long will it take to reach the ruins? Xiao Hua waved his hand, stopping Yang Chong from explaining again. Yang Chong hesitated for a moment, and said, "At most 10,000 years." Xiao Hua understood, and said thoughtfully, "This is the size of the moon god realm, right?" "Yes." Yang Chong answered honestly. "This is the estimation of some seniors, this junior doesn't know." Xiao Hua didn't ask any more about this matter. He looked around and said with a smile, "Where is this place, do you know?" Yang Chong had already released his consciousness. After looking for a moment, he pointed in a direction and said, "This place is more than 70,000 miles from Ping River. My Misty School's teleportation array is not far from here." Xiao Hua looked in the direction Yang Chong pointed, and said with a smile, "Let's go, this old man will go with you to Ping River. There's no need to use any teleportation array. This old man wants to ask Lu Wuxia, when did this old man's good intentions turn into ill intent?" "Yes." Yang Chong knew that Xiao Hua was angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything, let alone release a messaging talisman, so he answered in a low voice. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a wave of his sleeve, he first imprisoned Yang Chong, then activated the lightning escape technique and flew towards Ping River. As expected, after Xiao Hua flew for a while, he didn't see Ping Jiang. He also couldn't find any trace of Ping Jiang with his spiritual force. Xiao Hua knew that he had flown in the wrong direction. Just as he was about to release Yang Chong, he saw a white-robed scholar with a sword at his waist flying towards a certain direction. Xiaohua landed in front of this white-robed scholar. Xiaohua's sudden appearance startled the white-clothed scholar. But seeing Xiaohua's appearance, the white-clothed scholar immediately bowed and saluted. Junior Misty School's Yang Haoya greets Senior Xiao. Junior thanks Daoist for saving my Misty School. Get up. Xiaohua's heart warmed. He helped this disciple up and said with a smile, "Where are you going?" Junior knew that the sect was besieged by the demon race and hurriedly rushed back to Ping River. Junior's cultivation is limited. Although Junior used the transmission formation, I still couldn't make it back. Yang Haoya hurriedly replied, but Junior also received a message from the sect on the way back. I know Senior's spirit of bravely fighting 2 demon emperors on Ping River. Xiaohua asked with interest, Yang Haoya, don't forget, this old man might be a spy of the demon race. Spy? Yang Haoya stared blankly for a moment, then laughed. That's the gossip of people with ulterior motives. If Senior was a spy, the Southwest sect would have already fallen into the hands of the demon race. The ruins would have already fallen. How could my Misty School still have a place for Junior to stay? Xiaohua nodded slightly, then asked again, which direction is the Misty School? Although Yang Haoya was astonished, he didn't dare to ask too much. He pointed to the direction in front of him and said, there's still 30,000 li ahead. There's a small transmission formation of my Misty School, no need. Follow this Xiao and fly there. This time, Xiaohua didn't dare to use the universe creator. He just raised his hand and grabbed, bringing Yang Haoya to fly in that direction. Naturally, he was corrected twice by Yang Haoya. Xiaohua's divine sense finally saw the familiar Ping River. Soon after, Xiaohua flew for a moment and released Yang Chong and Yang Haoya. Seeing Yang Chong appear, Yang Haoya stared blankly for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and said, Granduncle, disciple Yang Haoya greets Granduncle. Why did you suddenly return to Ping River? Yang Chong naturally didn't recognize Yang Haoya. Yang Haoya explained a few more words before Yang Chong helped him up. Originally, he wanted to explain something, but Xiaohua said impatiently, let's return to Ping River first. Yes, Senior. Yang Chong knew that Xiaohua was in a bad mood, but he still nodded and followed Xiaohua to Ping River. At this time, the smoke of war in Ping River had yet to settle. The chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth and the remnant devil qi were tangled together, and the unpleasant smell of blood still assailed the nostrils. Xiaohua also sensed that there were many wandering souls nearby that couldn't fall into the 9 springs. They were still lingering around Ping River. Xiaohua wasn't in the mood to collect these wandering souls. He only looked at the flashing lights of the dozens of big cities in the distance and flew forward. The appearance of Xiaohua and the other 2 immediately attracted the attention of the patrolling disciples. Several people came forward to greet them, and several people hurriedly flew away to report. Not long after, many disciples came forward to greet them. Unsurprisingly, all of the disciples had gratitude in their eyes, and the reverence on their faces didn't have any hypocrisy. Looking at these disciples, although there was still some anger in Xiaohua's heart, he felt that his previous efforts were worth it. He also felt that the injuries on his back were gradually getting better. Although the cultivators of the Misty School had different opinions about Xiaohua's devil arts, they were all afraid of Xiaohua. When they heard that Xiaohua had survived the attack of 2 devil emperors and even appeared in Ping River again, although the disciple who reported didn't say anything, everyone could see that Xiaohua was condemning them. Therefore, when the vice-sect leader Lian brought a group of Misty School cultivators to welcome Xiaohua, he had a respectful expression on his face, but his heart was on tenterhooks. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and when he saw that Wuxia wasn't among them, he couldn't help but frown. The vice-sect leader Lian hurriedly went forward and bowed, greetings to Daoist Xiao, Junior represents the disciples of the Misty School to thank Taoist Xiao for his help. The other cultivators who came to welcome Xiaohua also bowed and thanked him. Xiaohua raised his hand, and a barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking their salutes. Xiaohua said indifferently, "I don't dare to accept this. I might be a human devil heart, but I joined hands with 2 devil emperors to put on a show in front of the Misty School. I don't deserve any thanks." The vice sect leader Lien and the others' faces were burning, and they stood there awkwardly. They couldn't continue to bow, and when they stood up, they felt embarrassed. "Where is Lu Wuxia?" Xiaohua didn't feel like talking to them anymore, so he withdrew his magic and asked. The vice sect leader Lien took the opportunity to bow, stood up and said, "Taoist Xiao, our sect leader was seriously injured in the battle with the Devil Emperor, and is currently in seclusion to heal her injuries." "Oh? Sect leader Lu Wuxia was injured?" Xiaohua was slightly surprised. The vice sect leader Lien hurriedly told him what happened after Xiaohua disappeared, and finally said, "If Taoist Xiao has something important to say, Junior can send a message to the sect leader." "No need." Xiaohua waved his hand. "It seems that the Devil Emperor really wants to destroy the Misty School. After being injured by this old man, he still wants to attack. Since sect leader Lu is injured, let her heal quickly. Who knows when the Devil Emperor will attack again? At that time, without this Xiao and the Devil Emperor's cooperation to put on a show, I'm afraid the Misty School will be in trouble." "Yes." The vice sect leader Lien nodded, and glanced at the several disciples beside him who lowered their heads in silence. The anger in his heart was very obvious. The vice sect leader Lien thought for a moment, and then glanced at Yang Chong and Yang Haoya beside Xiaohua, and said in a low voice, "Senior, please come to the hall and serve tea." "No need." Xiaohua waved his hand again and was about to leave. How could Yang Chong not understand the vice sect leader Lien's intention? He didn't go forward to bow, wasn't it because he was waiting for this opportunity? Yang Chong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Taoist Master Xiao, you saved this junior from the devil array. This junior has nothing to repay you with. Now that you are leaving, this junior will inevitably leave a knot in his heart. How about inviting Taoist Master Xiao to sit in the hall? This junior will offer you a cup of spiritual tea as a token of my thanks." Xiaohua frowned, and hesitated. Xiaohua had always been soft-hearted. Even if it was a request from an ordinary person, he would still consider it. Not to mention Yang Chong's words in front of the realm-protecting Great Array made Xiaohua admire him very much. Seeing that there was hope, he hurriedly bowed to the vice sect leader Lien. "Vice sect leader Lien, martial uncles, this disciple has brought back an extremely bad news. Please report it to the Lingxiang Hall. This matter is a bit tricky. Perhaps Taoist Master Xiao can be of some help to our Misty School." The vice sect leader Lien was stunned. Looking at Yang Chong and Xiaohua, he said in a low voice, "Could it be that the devil race is going to launch a large-scale attack? Compared to the devil race, it's even more serious." Yang Chong said, not daring to say more. After all, the news of the great desolate star storm was too shocking. If an ordinary disciple knew about it, it would be hard to avoid panic. How could they still have the mind to fight against the devil race? Then, the vice sect leader Lien's face showed a slightly exaggerated nervousness. Looking at Xiaohua in a low voice, he said, "Taoist Master Xiao, sect leader Lu is currently in seclusion. Junior, the burden on Junior's shoulders is somewhat heavy. This matter is so serious. Taoist Master came from the outside world. You must have a lot of experience. Is it possible for you to give Junior advice?" "All right." Xiaohua slightly nodded. The vice sect leader Lien was overjoyed, hurriedly bringing Xiaohua and a group of cultivators into the main hall. Everyone took a seat, and a disciple served spirit tea. Yang Chong took the spirit tea with both hands, respectfully offering it in front of Xiaohua, thanking Xiaohua for saving his life. Xiaohua took the spirit tea, took a sip, and said with a smile, "All right, you don't have to be polite in the future. You rushed back to the Misty School from afar and brought back this important news. Just based on this action, this old man will definitely save you. Chapter 4150. This is what Junior should do. Yang Chong hurriedly said with a smile, after all, Junior is a disciple of the Misty School and a cultivator of the ruins. Xiaofan nodded and looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on Vice Head Lien and said, Vice Head Lien, this Xiao already knows about the news brought back by Yang Chong. This matter is indeed troublesome, so the fewer people who know, the better. Leave the necessary people behind, the rest can leave first. Yes, Junior understands. Vice Head Lien invited Xiaofan in, not necessarily without the intention of pulling the banner. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he looked left and right. Only 2 of the cultivators were left, and the rest were allowed to leave the hall. Xiaohua looked at the disappearing figures of the crowd with a sneer on his face. Needless to say, the ones who were gossiping behind their backs were definitely some of these cultivators. Vice Head Lien probably also knew the meaning of his words, so he indirectly revealed the Misty School's intention to Xiaohua. After Vice Head Lien activated the hall's restriction, Yang Chong told him about the Great Desolate Star outbreak. Although he repeatedly emphasized that this news was not confirmed, Vice Head Lien and the other 2 Misty School cultivators' faces still turned ashen. Although there were many groundless rumors in this world, how could this kind of news that could wipe out a star field, a world surface, casually appear? Vice Head Lien looked at the 2 cultivators who were also dumbfounded and asked Xiaohua, Daoist Xiao, what do you think about this matter? Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, this Xiao has never encountered such a thing, and, this Xiao has never heard of it. The reason why this Xiao stayed, besides Yang Chong, was to see if your Misty School has any countermeasures. After all, this Xiao also has a group of disciples who are facing such a calamity. Alright. Vice Head Lien was a little disappointed. He turned to the other 2 cultivators and said, Daoist Xiao, this matter cannot be decided. Junior needs to ask Sect Head to come out of seclusion, and go. Xiaohua said with a smile, if Sect Head Lu has any good ideas, my Fortune Gate may be able to benefit from it. Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Yang Chong stood up apologetically and left with the 2 cultivators, leaving only Yang Chong to accompany Xiaohua in the hall. Xiaohua glanced at Yang Chong and asked meaningfully, at this point, do you have any regrets? Yang Chong smiled and said, actually, Junior had already regretted it a little when we were in the demonic array. After all, if this Junior didn't personally send a message back, this Junior wouldn't have fallen into this hopeless situation. But, speaking up to this point, Yang Chong's tone became heavier. When this Junior met Yang Haoya and the juniors of the Misty School, this Junior's regret was already gone. Junior's life and death are no longer important. As long as Junior's nephew can survive, Junior is already satisfied. Sigh, that's right. Xiaohua sighed. This is the difference between our human race and the devil race. A spirit will pass on the torch. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. He usually had some injuries, so he wouldn't take too many pills. But this time was different. The 2 demon emperors were too strong, and the injuries in his body couldn't heal for a long time. He had no choice but to rely on the strength of pills. After Xiao Chen finished eating, Yang Chong asked with concern, Senior Xiao, are your injuries serious? My Misty School's healing pills are also famous in the ruins. He. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Your Misty School's pills may be famous, but they may not be suitable for this old man. Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a few jade bottles. The jade bottles fell in front of Yang Chong and said, these are the healing pills this old man refined. Take them. Yang Chong was overjoyed. He hurriedly took them and carefully put them away. Then Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, Yang Chong, if we can repel the devil race, even without the transmission array, the cultivators of the ruins should be able to escape this star explosion, right? Yang Chong was slightly stunned and said with some confusion, what does senior mean? This junior doesn't understand. What this old man means is, the transmission array of the ruins seems to have been destroyed by the devil race. Even if the devil race is defeated, the cultivators of the ruins can't rely on the transmission array to leave the ruins and go to other star fields. Then, can they rely on the flying boat or flying their physical body to escape this disaster? Xiaohua still didn't understand flying in a star field. Thinking about his previous encounter in the demonic array, he had this doubt. Although Yang Chong was a little surprised, he still explained, Senior should know that flying through the star field is not as simple as you think. First, there is no heaven and earth origin energy in the star field. Human cultivators can only rely on their own abilities and can't fly too far. Second, the star field looks very peaceful, but there are many dangers inside. Spatial cracks, dust storms, or strange beasts in the starry sky. None of them can be dealt with casually. Third, there is no direction in the star field. Even if you have a star chart in your hand, it is not easy to find the right path. If you have a flying boat, it may be better than flying with your physical body. However, ordinary flying boats are not much better than cultivators, let alone crossing realms. Xiaohua listened thoughtfully and nodded from time to time. The difficulties of flying in the starry sky mentioned by Yang Chong were nothing to him. Although he had never really flown in the starry sky, he could recognize the direction in the void, so he should be able to do the same in the starry sky. Moreover, he had a star chart. The only difficulty now was the danger in the star field, and whether he could fly out of the moon god realm before the arrival of the star field. While Xiaohua was thinking, the vice sect master came in with 2 more cultivators. Lu Wuxia was not among them, but at this time, the 3 cultivators no longer had the previous panic on their faces. Instead, it was replaced by a slight smile. It was obvious that they had a card up their sleeve. Oh? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, could it be that sect master Lu already has a countermeasure? Ha. Yang Chong nodded and explained, my sect master said that even if the star field comes, it will be thousands of years later. Why are we panicking now? Moreover, my sect master also complained that the star field came too late. If it came now, all the devils would be killed by now. Oh? Xiaohua was surprised and asked, Sect Master Lu seems to have the confidence to escape from the star field? She is still in seclusion. The current crisis is that the devil race is besieging us. My sect master naturally has to treat her injuries first. A cultivator at the side said with a smile, but Senior Xiao doesn't need to worry. My sect master has already agreed to let Senior and the disciples of the Fortune Gate use our Misty School's secret teleportation formation to leave the Moon God realm. Secret teleportation formation? Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition and hurriedly asked, weren't the teleportation formations of the ruins destroyed by the devil race? No matter how secret your Misty School's teleportation formation is, Xiaohua did not finish his words, but the suspicion in his words was very obvious. Vice Sect Master Lien smiled and waved an ancient magic tool in his hand, saying, my sect master has already bestowed this magic tool. Daoist Xiao, please follow this junior to verify it. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Looking at the magic tool flying in the vice sect master's hand, he did not have much hope in his heart. Because he had already seen the power of the devil formation. He knew that the devil formation already had its own intelligence. What was a devil spirit? Perhaps no one in the ruins understood it better than him. The devil spirit Xiaohua was a clear proof. Even the vice sect master didn't bring along Yang Chong and the other 2. He only brought Xiaohua to the depths of the city, to a seemingly ordinary garden. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the garden, but he couldn't find anything unusual. However, there were no Misty School disciples within a few li of the garden. Even the disciples on duty in the surrounding palaces were very few. Vice Sect Master Lien activated the magic tool in his hand while explaining, "Daoist Xiao, this is my Misty School's forbidden area. Without the sect master's permission, no one can come close." Xiaohua slightly nodded. His gaze landed on the magic tool in Vice Sect Master Lien's hand. He saw that this magic tool was in a flat oval shape, like a spindle. Under the urging of Vice Sect Master Lien's magic power, this magic tool was suffused with two colors of brilliance. The green color turned into a spinning shape, and the dark green color turned into a flowing water shape. The two colors of brilliance rushed into the air and turned into a pagoda. Immediately after, from the left palace hall, a total of 9 ripples rushed out, respectively landing on the 9 floors of the pagoda. Then, the pagoda began to tremble slightly. Boom! The two colors of brilliance actually let out a thunderous sound and once again fell into the magic tool. At this time, it was as if Vice Sect Master Lien was struck by lightning. The true qi in his body surged into the magic tool like a flood. In a short moment, Vice Sect Master Lien's face turned somewhat pale. Go! Seeing that the magic tool also had the shape of a pagoda, Vice Sect Master Lien hurriedly pointed at the magic tool and chanted an incantation. Wu! The magic tool immediately fell into the garden. Following the magic tool's fall, the entire garden began to change. The entire garden began to slowly rotate. Regardless of whether it was flowers, grass, or mountain rocks, everything was twisted into a whirlpool. A pitch-black passage, emitting a desolate aura, appeared in front of Xiaohua and Vice Sect Master Lien. "Senior Xiao, please." Vice Sect Master Lien looked at it for a moment and raised his hand to indicate that he would be the first to jump in. Xiaohua's divine sense entered to take a look. He discovered that his divine sense was actually blocked by a layer of strange restriction. Thus, he also urged his body to follow behind Vice Sect Master Lien. The passage was very long. Xiaohua and Vice Sect Master Lien flew for no less than half a cup of tea's time before a huge palace door appeared in front of them. In front of the palace door, the magic tool from before had already turned into a spindle shape and stopped in midair. Vice Sect Master Lien took the magic tool and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood essence. Several special seals were cast on the blood essence, and the blood essence transformed into the two characters Ethereal. See. Looking at these two simple characters, Xiaohua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because when these two blood-colored characters fell into Xiaohua's eyes, they unexpectedly gave off a long-lasting sense of familiarity. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to look again, Vice Sect Master Lien pushed with both hands and the two characters fell on both sides of the palace door. Boom! A layer of blood color flashed on top of the jasper door. Then, as if a spring breeze blew past, the entire door grew many flowers and plants, surrounding Xiaohua and Vice Sect Master Lien. Chapter 41-51. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and his expression changed. This was because these flowers and plants contained a great amount of power. Moreover, the entire flower and plant seemed to be an extremely strange great array. This great array did not lose to the innate divine restriction and was even more powerful than the Misty School's great array. Vice Sect Master Lien did not panic. He raised his hands and pointed at the flowers and plants in front of him like a butterfly. Xiaohua could see that Vice Sect Master Lien was sending out magic power to the places he pointed at. Moreover, the magic power was different. After Vice Sect Master Lien pointed at 365 places, Shua. The entire flower and plant great array disappeared as if it was washed away. Moreover, the jade door opened at an unknown time. Who? Vice Sect Master Lien let out a long breath. He turned his head and said with a bitter smile, Daoist Xiao, please don't laugh at this junior. This is the flower touch technique that all the disciples of my misty school must cultivate. This junior did not know what it was used for. Who would have thought that it would be used here? This junior has not practiced this flower touch technique for several hundred years. When I used it, it was actually somewhat jerky. Hee, let's go in. Xiao Hua smiled. He understood that Vice Sect Master Lien was hinting that this technique was a secret of the Misty School. He hoped that Xiao Hua would not remember it. Senior, please. Vice Sect Master Lien led Xiao Hua into the main hall. The main hall's door had a divine sense restriction. When Xiao Hua entered the main hall, he could clearly see the main hall's situation. Xiao Hua could not help but be surprised. Because inside the main hall was not a hall. Instead, it was a huge space that was at least 1,000 li wide. In this space, a huge bluestone teleportation array was quietly floating in the center. Although this teleportation array did not have any brilliance, a strange desolate aura was emitted from the bluestone. Vice Sect Master Lien looked at Xiao Hua's astonishment and proudly said, Senior, this teleportation array was specially built by the ancestors of my Misty School for the disciples of my Misty School after they entered the Moon God Palace. According to my sect master, it can directly lead to the Taibai astral boundary. So that's how it is. No wonder the Misty School has a realm-crossing teleportation formation. Xiao Hua came to a sudden realization and a pensive expression appeared on his face. This teleportation array consumes a lot of primordial stones to use, and it will also cause strange phenomena, so my sect master has warned us not to use the teleportation array, we can only check if it can be used. You go ahead and check. Xiao Hua nodded, then asked, how about this old man also go and take a look? Vice Sect Leader Lien thought for a while and nodded, no problem. As a result, Xiao Hua's figure floated into the transmission array and carefully examined it. Even the Vice Sect Master flew to the top of the transmission array and struck out a series of hand seals. Along with the hand seals, every part of the bluestone transmission array flashed with a milky white brilliance. After half a meal's worth of time, even the Vice Sect Master stopped and looked at Xiao Hua with a smile on his face. Naturally, Xiao Hua had finished reading long ago. At this moment, seeing that Vice Sect Leader Lien had stopped, he opened his mouth and said, Vice Sect Leader Lien, this old man suggests that you activate the transmission array. Although there is no problem with the transmission array, it does not mean that the transmission channel will not be destroyed by the demons. Yes, this junior has already checked. Vice Sect Leader Lien said with a smile, this transmission array is not only in good condition, but the transmission channel is also completely normal. But with the hand seals you just used? Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yes. Vice Sect Leader Lien looked at Xiao Hua strangely, puzzled. Could it be that you have to activate the transmission array to know if the transmission channel is normal? My ruins transmission array is checked like this. Xiao Hua's eyes turned a few times, but he did not comment, and asked again, is there anything else you want to check, Vice Sect Leader Lien? No. Vice Sect Leader Lien answered honestly. Good. Xiao Hua smiled and said, you are fine, but this old man still has something to do. Senior, what else do you want? Vice Sect Leader Lien was stunned, and at this moment, Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique, immediately imprisoning Vice Sect Leader Lien. Vice Sect Leader Lien was stunned, he really did not know what Xiao Hua was doing, and he also did not expect Xiao Hua to suddenly attack. However, in just a moment, Vice Sect Leader Lien's face changed greatly, as if he had thought of something. However, at this time, everything did not allow him to resist. Xiao Hua raised his hand and waved, sending vice sect leader Lien out of the palace door, and then his hands formed a hand seal, and a hand seal was released. Vice sect leader Lien stood outside the palace door in a daze, and in his heart, there was a kind of rejoicing that he was not killed by Xiao Hua at that time. Of course, in addition to this rejoicing, vice sect leader Lien was also somewhat regretting that he trusted Xiao Hua too much. Although the palace door was open, there was a restriction on the palace door, and no matter the brilliance or the roar of the palace, the people outside the palace could not hear it. After waiting for a full meal's time, Xiao Hua walked out of the palace door and looked at the pale vice sect leader Lien. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and released the restriction on vice sect leader Lien, and said indifferently, "This old man's matter is done, we can go now." Vice sect leader Lien whispered, "Senior Xiao, you. What matter do you have?" "Nothing." Xiao Hua did not answer vice sect leader Lien's question, and said, "You go in and see if there is any damage to your Misty School's transmission array." "Okay." Vice sect leader Lien had long wanted to go in, and after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly flew in. But in that space, the huge transmission array was still quietly floating in the air, but the whole space was filled with active heaven-earth origin chi and some chaotic fluctuations, as if it had just been activated. Vice sect leader Lien thought of what Xiao Hua had said before, and immediately understood what Xiao Hua had just done. He was somewhat ashamed, and after checking the transmission array's situation, he flew out of the palace, wanting to ask about the transmission array's situation. Unfortunately, when he flew out of the palace, where was Xiao Hua's figure? Vice sect leader Lien's heart tightened, and he hurriedly chased out, but unfortunately, until he returned to the Lingxiang Palace, he still did not see Xiao Hua. I'm afraid Senior Xiao has already left the Misty School." Vice sect leader Lien sat on the jade chair, looking at the empty palace, and secretly thought, "But, my Misty School's transmission array, can it be used normally?" Misty School's transmission array obviously could not be used. Otherwise, Xiao Hua would not have left in such a hurry to avoid vice sect leader Lien's questioning. However, Xiao Hua also understood, as long as he did not say anything, vice sect leader Lien and the entire Misty School's heart would have a kind of luck, or perhaps a kind of hope. With this kind of hope and luck, these disciples would have the courage to fight the demons to the end. Xiao Hua flew out of Ping River, and after identifying the direction, he prepared to go to the transmission array, but after flying for a moment, he found a familiar figure going to the same transmission array as him. Xiao Hua landed next to that person, and said with a smile, "Yang Haoya, are you going to the transmission array?" "Io, Senior Xiao." Yang Haoya was shocked, and hurriedly stopped, bowed and said, "Senior, why don't you stay in my Misty School for a few more days? Why are you leaving in such a hurry?" "I only scolded them a few words, don't tell me I really want to vent my anger on them." Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "I already scolded them, so why am I not leaving? When your sect leader comes out, I'm afraid he will regain his face." He. Yang Haoya smiled. They Xiao Hua mentioned were his elders. He did not dare to say anything behind his back. "Don't tell me you also want to leave the Misty School?" Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating Yang Haoya to continue flying forward, and asked again. Yang Haoya nodded and said, "Junior and a few good friends are in a small team. We were ordered by the conference hall to patrol the vicinity of Leha Mountain." Because Junior heard about the matter of the sect, Junior was worried, so Junior hurriedly returned. Now that the sect is fine, Junior naturally has to rush to Leha Mountain to meet up with my friends. Not bad. Xiao Hua praised, "As long as the Misty School has a disciple like you, even if there will be a big change in the future, it will be because of you, the fire seed, will be able to regain its glory." "Ah? Senior Xiao?" Yang Haoya was slightly startled, and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" "Nothing, I'm just lamenting." Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "Who are your good friends?" Seeing that Xiao Hua did not say anything, Yang Haoya was also helpless, and could only reply, Junior's team has 12 people. They are the disciples of the Misty School, Shandao Sect, Fragrance Cult, Heavy Flow Sect, Immortal Herding Sect, Yanhong Hall, Jingfei Mountain, and other sections. Among them, Junior and Shandao Sect's Wan Wuxin are good friends. Oh, you know Wan Wuxin? Xiaohua immediately thought of the Wan Wuxin he saw in the transmission hub. Senior knows Wuxian? Yang Haoya asked curiously. Why didn't Junior hear him mention it? Xiaohua shrugged and replied, you should ask Wan Wuxin this question. Huh. Yang Haoya smiled and said, Wuxian is a person who hides his words. Even if Junior asked, he might not say it. Back then, Junior was hunting demonic beasts in the Pinbo Lake, and I was accidentally surrounded by several demonic beasts. Wan Wuxin rushed out to help Junior, and then the two of us worked together to kill the demonic beasts and snatch their cores. Since then, we have become good friends. Even though we are friends who have gone through life and death, there are many things that he won't tell Junior. Everyone has their own personality, this can't be forced. Xiaohua nodded. At this moment, Yang Haoya hesitated and said, Junior's team has a cultivator that Senior is very familiar with. Oh? Very familiar? Xiaohua muttered and smiled, I don't know many disciples, this person is probably from the fragrance cult. As for whether it is Yu Mingxin or Yu Changming, I can't guess. Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming are both there. Yang Haoya smiled and said, that day at the transmission hub, in order to save Senior, Yu Mingxin used the secret sacrificial technique to summon the phantom of the moon beast. Now, it has become a legend in the ruins. This little girl. Xiaohua smiled and said, in order to repay a debt of gratitude, she even sacrificed her own life. This is really beyond my expectations. Chapter 41-52. At this point, Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked, have Yu Mingxin and Wan Wuxin already arrived at Mount Leha? This Junior doesn't know. Yang Haoya answered honestly, but if nothing unexpected happened, they should be at Mount Leha. Of course, if Senior wants to know, why don't you come with Junior to take a look? How could Xiaohua still dare to meet Yu Mingxin? He hurriedly waved his hand and said, you all have your own matters to attend to, this old man also has his own matters to attend to. This old man won't go with you to Mount Leha. When you see Wan Wuxin and Yu Mingxin, send my regards to them. No problem. Yang Haoya naturally didn't know about Xiaohua and Yu Mingxin's matters in the heavenly demon fantasy land. He immediately agreed and then asked, however, Senior Xiao, Junior Sister Mingxin seems a little strange. Why did she suddenly wear a veil? No one is allowed to see her appearance, that. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly interrupted Yang Haoya's words. Fly slowly. This old man has some urgent matters and can't wait any longer. Yes, Senior, please. Yang Haoya hurriedly bowed to send him off. Xiaohua turned into a stream of light and flew far away. Yang Haoya raised his head and looked at Xiaohua's disappearing figure with admiration. He muttered to himself, Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a righteous person. Although he is an outsider, he has put in a lot of effort for the survival of our ruins. However, when he said this, a layer of gloominess appeared on his face. He sighed and said, alas, it's a pity that people's hearts are fickle and unpredictable. Spiritual Master Xiao with such a kind heart, was actually said to be a demon. I really don't know what those people are thinking. Xiaohua arrived in front of the teleportation formation and inquired about it. Immediately, a disciple of the Misty School led him to a teleportation formation. As the teleportation formation flashed, Xiaohua left Ping River again. After Xiaohua came out of the teleportation formation and flew for more than 1,000 li, he saw a winding mountain range on the horizon. Although the mountain range was still far away from Xiaohua, its majestic aura along with the fierce wind in the surroundings and the many clouds high up in the sky had already entered Xiaohua's vision. When Xiaohua saw that the direction was not too far off, he released his spiritual force as he flew towards the mountain range. Although the clouds in the sky were scattered, there were many vortexes near each cloud that were hard to see with the naked eye. These vortexes blew out fine breezes, and when they reached midair, these breezes mixed together and began to form a strange hurricane. This hurricane enveloped an area of nearly 10,000 miles. Xiao Hua was flying within the hurricane. One after another, the wind blades landed on his protective golden light and actually caused the golden light to flicker. As Xiao Hua's figure went deeper, the wind blades became increasingly powerful. In the center of the array formation, the mountain range that Xiao Hua had seen before was already like a huge dragon coiling on the ground. What surprised Xiao Hua was that there wasn't just one mountain range like this. There were 6 other similar mountain ranges next to it. These 7 mountain ranges had different colors, and they were all in the shape of a rainbow. Moreover, these mountain ranges were in the shape of a spiral. Finally, in the center, they condensed into a conch-like mountain peak that rose from the ground to a height of several thousand zhang. Xiao Hua's spiritual force swept across the mountain peak. Not only was his spiritual force blocked by the array formation, but there were also 7 different kinds of power that were born at the same time and began to use the power of heaven and earth to devour Xiao Hua's spiritual force. This sect-protecting formation of the fragrant school is really not bad. Not only can it use the innate terrain to draw in the qi of the earth to condense the array, it can also draw in the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements into the qi of heaven and earth. The eye of the array is distributed in the void, making it difficult for people to figure out whether it is real or fake. Xiao Hua was a formation grandmaster. After looking at it for a moment, he had already understood the array formation. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Although the origin of this array formation is not comparable to the Misty School, it is much stronger than the 2 innate divine restriction formations of the Misty School. The person who set up this array formation. I'm afraid it's the same as the senior who set up the teleportation array of the Misty School. They also occasionally passed by the ruins and casually took action, right? Thinking of the Misty School's array formation, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of another matter. That day in Pingjiang, he had promised Lu Wuxia that he would teach the complete Earth Clan Soul Condensing Array and Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array to the Misty School. However, because of the invasion of the 2 demon emperors, Xiao Hua had to hastily fight them. Later on, he even went to the demon array, so this matter was put aside. When Xiao Hua returned to the Misty School, his heart was filled with anger. How could he still think of this matter? As for the cultivators of the Misty School, they were even more afraid to speak. Forget it. Xiao Hua's anger had already disappeared. He thought to himself, when I have time, I'll give the 2 arrays to the Misty School. Just based on the word Misty, it seems extremely familiar. Perhaps this Misty School is related to the Misty School in this Zhao's memory. There's no harm in giving it to them. However, when the time comes, let's see what they have to trade with this Xiao. Since Xiao Hua had released his divine sense, he naturally had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. He originally planned to return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range after leaving the Misty School, but with Yang Haoya's reminder, he thought of Yu Mingxin's safety. In any case, Yu Mingxin was the first cultivator he had met in the ruins. Moreover, Yu Mingxin had truly saved his life. Although Xiao Hua didn't want to face a young girl who was in love with him, he absolutely couldn't ignore Yu Mingxin's life. Therefore, Xiao Hua came to the 7 Ridge Mountain Ranges incense-spreading sect. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and not long after, several divine senses descended from the sky. It was the patrolling disciples who were using the array formation's power to investigate. Is it Fortune Gate's Daoist Xiao? A slightly surprised voice came from within the hurricane. That's right, it's this old man. Xiao Hua replied. That voice hurriedly called out, Senior, please wait here for a moment. Junior will send a disciple to send a message to the sect. My sect master has already instructed that if Taoist Xiao comes, we must receive him with the etiquette of a sect master. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, your sect master Mo Lianxi actually knew that this old man was coming to preach the incense sect? While they were speaking, a hurricane passage appeared not far from Xiao Hua. Immediately after, an old man wearing a long robe rushed out of the hurricane passage, arrived in front of Xiao Hua, and bowed respectfully. Junior Tsong Yun greets Senior Xiao. And, get up. Xiao Hua smiled and helped Tsong Yun up. He asked again, could it be that your sect master had already predicted that this old man would come to the Seven Ridge mountain range? Tsong Yun straightened his body and smiled apologetically, yes after Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming returned to the Seven Ridge mountain range and told Senior about their encounter, the sect master issued an order for us to wait carefully. He said that Taoist Xiao would definitely return to preach the incense sect. Oh! Xiao Hua's heart relaxed. When he first heard Tsong Yun's words, he thought that Mo Lianxi of the incense sect had the ability to predict the future. It seems that Mo Lianxi must have thought that he would come to the Seven Ridge mountain range to pay a visit, so he instructed his disciples. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted, Tsong Yun, quickly send a message to your sect master. Don't make any ceremony. This old man hates these things the most. If he makes some dragon or phoenix to welcome me, this old man will turn around immediately. Of course there won't be any dragon or phoenix. Tsong Yun smiled apologetically, but Taoist Xiao is the leader of a sect. If there isn't any ceremony to welcome you, not only will my sect master feel embarrassed, but the other sects will also laugh at my incense sect. When he heard that there was a ceremony to welcome him, Xiao Hua's heart began to tremble. He hated a group of people lining up together and greeting him one after another. Originally, he didn't know him, but now, he had to put on a deliberate smile on his face to curry favor. It was really uncomfortable. Forget it. Xiao Hua stopped and shook his head, this old man better not go. Taoist. Tsong Yun was really anxious. He hurriedly flew in front of Xiao Hua and shouted, Junior will send a message right now, quick, send a message to the sect master. Don't make any ceremony. At this time, a few disciples just happened to fly out of the hurricane passage. Tsong Yun didn't even think and hurriedly ordered. The two disciples didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around. Tsong Yun stood pitifully in front of Xiao Hua. He had seen many Tao sect cultivators who liked to show off. Some sect masters came to visit the incense sect and couldn't wait for him to move all his disciples over. They also couldn't wait for the incense sect to come out in full force to welcome them. Fortunately, the incense sect was one of the three great sects in the ruins. There was no need for them to deliberately flatter the sect masters of other sections. However, this was the first time he saw a cultivator like Xiao Hua who regarded etiquette like a snake or scorpion. Let's go. Xiao Hua glanced at Tsong Yun and ordered, don't wait for your sect master to come. You lead the way, Senior, you don't want to wait for my sect master. Tsong Yun said halfway and immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and said, Senior, please. The sound of wind was loud in the hurricane passage. Xiao Hua casually moved his body and flew forward like falling rain. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sound of wind gradually decreased. A kind of vigorous and steady aura suddenly intensified. Xiao Hua understood that this was the location of the incense sect's 5 elements formation. However, before he could use any divine ability, he saw a 7-colored brilliance soar into the sky from the distance. The brilliance let out a rumbling sound, shaking the sky for nearly 1,000 li. From the distant conch-shaped mountain peak, it directly landed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes and turned into a 7-colored rainbow bridge. A voice fell along with the rainbow bridge, I am Mo Lianxi. On behalf of the incense sect, I welcome Taoist Xiao. Immediately, in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, a three-colored brilliance emerged from the rainbow bridge. It turned into the appearance of a young master in embroidered clothes and cupped his hands in greeting. I, Xiao Hua, greet Sect Master Mo. Xiao Hua couldn't be disrespectful and also cupped his hands in greeting. Daoist, please. Daoist has come from afar. I came late to welcome you. The young master in embroidered clothes' appearance became clearer. It was the appearance of an elegant youth. This youth had white teeth and red lips. His eyes contained a smile. A sense of intelligence flowed out from the youth's eyes. He looked similar to a student of the academy. Chapter 41-53. He. Seeing Mo Lianqi's appearance, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of his youth before he entered the nascent soul stage. His impression of Mo Lianqi was very good. He raised his hand and said with a smile, Sect Master Mo, please. Mo Lianqi nodded. Her figure was like lightning as she flew towards the end of the rainbow bridge. Xiao Hua also moved his body and followed behind. As they flew closer, Xiao Hua could clearly see that on the other side of the rainbow bridge was a huge palace. Not only did it cover the entire mountain, even the 7 mountain ridges were under it. Moreover, this palace was in the shape of a flower. The flower had 7 petals, each corresponding to the 7 mountain ridges. Even the color of the petals corresponded to the mountain ridges. Where Xiao Hua's gaze landed, the 7-colored palace had a kind of feeling as if it was about to fly away, like a flower swaying in the wind. As Mo Lianqi landed, in the center of the flower, in front of a huge palace, there were only a few women in colorful clothes standing gracefully. When these female disciples saw Xiao Hua, they immediately bowed and saluted. They called out, Junior greets Daoist Master Xiao, sweat. Seeing the peerless beauty of these female disciples, Xiao Hua's heart slightly twitched. He hurriedly waved his hand and helped the girls up. He smiled and said, all of you, rise. Mo Lianqi laughed and said, Daoist Xiao is indeed a person with a temperament. This little one also hates those complicated formalities. It's really boring. It's better to have a few flower-like girls to accompany you and admire the flowers under the moon. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, Sect Master Mo's words are a bit inappropriate, right? Complicated formalities and admiring the flowers under the moon have nothing to do with it. That's what I meant. Mo Lianqi didn't care about the meaning of Xiao Hua's words. She pointed at the 2 female disciples and said, you too, serve Daoist Xiao well. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible. Yes. The 2 women were beautiful, fat and thin. They answered and immediately walked over. They held Xiao Hua's arms on both sides. Their softness and warmth immediately stuck to him. The admiration in their eyes didn't seem to be fake. They respectfully said, Daoist, please. The 2 female disciples not only had delicate looks, their temperament was also refined. Their eyes didn't have any foxy charm. However, Xiao Hua already didn't get close to women for tens of thousands of years. Although his Dao heart was firm, he didn't cultivate the virgin technique. The moment he touched these fleshy bodies, he felt his heart was raging. Damn it! Xiao Hua hurriedly activated his heart technique and cursed inwardly. He knew that he was injured, and it was the Devil Emperor who injured him. His willpower was insufficient. Since he knew that he couldn't resist, Xiao Hua simply didn't pretend to be an expert. He raised his hand and waved it, saying, Sect Leader Mo, quickly let your 2 female disciples leave. I have been heavily injured. Daoist Xiao Hua, SSS. Now, I can't take this kind of temptation. If I do something inappropriate, I'm afraid it won't be good for either of us. Mo Lianqi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He naturally knew everything that had happened in the ethereal sect. He had also hypothesized a few excuses that Xiao Hua would use to decline. He had even assumed that Xiao Hua would not decline. However, he had not expected that Xiao Hua, who was at the Dao transformation realm, would so frankly admit that he could not be tempted by women. Mo Lianxi smiled and said, "Daoist Xiao, don't think too much. The female disciples of the Misty School are all top-quality cauldrons." At the same time, Daoist Xiao chased away the 2 Daoist emperors who attacked the Misty School. "Not only did you save the Misty School, you also saved the ruins. The female disciples of the Fragrance sect are very willing to offer their hearts for Daoist Xiao's recovery. Don't worry, Daoist Xiao Hua. They are sincere." "Yes, Daoist Xiao." The 2 beautiful disciples said sincerely, "Senior has done so much for the ruins. We are willing to offer our lives to Daoist Xiao Hua as long as we can help Daoist Xiao Hua recover." "So that's how it is." Xiao Hua finally understood. He thought that Mo Lianxi of the Fragrance sect was probing and roping him in, but he didn't think that there was such a layer of true meaning. Since that was the case, Xiao Hua couldn't accept it even more. He gently pulled his arm out of the embrace of the 2 female disciples. His movements were so careful and gentle, as if he was afraid of touching fragile porcelain. When the 2 female disciples saw Xiao Hua like this, their faces were full of disappointment. However, the luster in their eyes became even brighter and their arms also loosened. Xiao Hua pulled his arm out and cupped his hands, saying, "Sect leader Mo, this Xiao understands your intentions. However, if this Xiao's injuries were to spoil the chastity of these 2 female disciples, even if this Xiao's strength increases greatly, this Xiao's heart will not be at ease." "Chastity? What is chastity?" Mo Lianxi was slightly stunned and asked back. Xiao Hua sweated profusely. Chastity was the concept of Confucian cultivators. The ruins was a corner of the cultivation world. Although Mo Lianxi was the sect leader of the Misty School, she probably hadn't heard of chastity before, right? However, since that was the case, Xiao Hua also understood that this Misty School in the ruins was definitely not the Misty School he was looking for. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "There's no need to elaborate on what chastity is. Sect leader Mo only needs to know that the hardest thing to bear is the grace of a beauty. This Xiao has received the grace of a beauty, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to repay it. Since that's the case, it's better not to touch it. What repayment or no repayment? This is all their own will, there's no need for any repayment." Mo Lianxi said disdainfully, "If Daoist won't spoil his Dao foundation because of plucking yin to replenish yang, then feel free to try my Misty School's secret technique. You must know that in the ruins, who knows how many disciples of sects have come to our door and are willing to tie the knot with my Misty School's female disciples." In an instant, Xiao Hua suddenly understood why Yu Mingxin treated him like that. He smiled bitterly and then said seriously, "Sect leader Mo. People of different paths cannot make plans together. This old man didn't come for this matter." "Hee, good, good." Mo Lianxi smiled and pushed the female disciple in her arms out and said, "People often say that guests should follow the host's wishes. Today, I can only follow the host's wishes." "Very good." Xiao Hua clapped and said with a smile, "Sect leader Mo, please find a secluded hall. I have an important matter to discuss with sect leader." "Hee, don't be anxious, Daoist Xiao." Mo Lianxi's eyes slightly narrowed again and said with a smile, "I have already sent disciples to find Yu Mingxin. Taking advantage of this time, I will introduce a few elders of my sect to Daoist. I also have an important matter to discuss with Daoist." Xiao Hua's eyelids twitched and he said somewhat helplessly, "Sect leader Mo, when this Xiao came to Misty School, this Xiao had already seen Yang Haoya who was together with Yu Mingxin. If this Xiao is here for my own personal matters, why would I come to Misty School? Wouldn't it be better to directly find Yu Mingxin? Sect leader Mo, if this is the case, wouldn't this Xiao be in trouble again? So Daoist Xiao didn't come for the important matter of Yumingxin ah. Mo Lianqi replied with a sudden realization. However, this sudden realization clearly wasn't a sudden realization. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. He stared at Mo Lianqi for a few breaths of time and then said word by word, "Sect leader Mo, what do you mean? Could it be that if I didn't come for Yumingxin, I couldn't come to Misty School? Or..." Sect leader Mo already knew that this Xiao would definitely come to Misty School and you are testing this Xiao? AI. A trace of gloominess appeared on Mo Lianqi's face. She nodded slightly and sighed. This one naturally knew that Daoist Xiao would come. Moreover, this one knew when I heard Daoist Xiao's name. This one hopes that I heard wrong and that Daoist Xiao isn't that person. Unfortunately, Daoist Xiao still came. Although this one doesn't know what important matter Daoist Xiao brought, this one. At this point, Mo Lianqi stopped and looked at the few female disciples on the left. She waved her hand and said, "You all can leave." "Yes, sect leader." The few female disciples bowed and left. Among them, 2 of them looked at Xiao Hua reluctantly. After the few female disciples left, Mo Lianqi said, "Let's go, Daoist Xiao. Let's go to Bright Palace and tell this one what is important enough for me to wipe out the incense sect." Mo Lianqi lifted her foot. Xiao Hua was shocked. The premonition from before was born again. He asked in a low voice, "Sect leader Mo. You already knew that this Xiao was going to bring you the message of wiping out the sect?" "Yes." Mo Lianqi's figure slightly paused. She then looked back at Xiao Hua and replied with certainty, "Otherwise, why would this one leave such an order to the disciples of the sect?" "How did you know?" Xiao Hua followed, still somewhat puzzled. Mo Lianqi forced a smile and said, "Once Daoist Xiao enters Bright Palace, you will naturally know." When Xiao Hua followed Mo Lianqi into Bright Palace, he saw that it was a huge hall. The 4 walls were painted with Desolation Catalog. These Desolation Catalog were different from the ones Xiao Hua had seen before. Other than giants, mountains, floods, and monsters, there were also many fragments. These fragments seemed to be a whole. Many of the edges were the same. Of course, these fragments were not only scattered within a certain catalog, but also between different catalogs. Moreover, there were obscure fluctuations emanating from within these fragments. Everywhere Xiao Hua's eyes landed on, the fragments emanated a strange and variegated brilliance, and Xiao Hua was actually able to see stars, regions, continents, and so on and so forth through these lights. Xiao Hua frowned and his gaze fell on other parts of the catalog. The things on these catalogs seemed to be engraved on them. Other than the fluctuations within the fragments, there was also the ubiquitous aura on the catalog. This aura was different depending on what was engraved on it. If all these auras were connected together, there would be a strange covering and drowning. After looking at the catalog around Bright Palace, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the main hall. There were a few brocade chairs there. Currently, several young cultivators were sitting on them. When they saw Xiao Hua and Mo Lianqi enter, they all stood up and welcomed them. When everyone came closer, Mo Lianqi stopped and smiled at Xiao Hua. "Daoist Xiao, these are the elders of my aroma sect. I, Chang Min, greet Daoist Xiao." A white-clothed scholar with curved eyebrows smiled and cupped his hands. Immediately after, a blue-clothed middle-aged cultivator with a somewhat yellow face cupped his hands and said, "I, Wu Hong, greet Daoist Xiao." The other was a burly man with a big waist. The beard on his face could be seen. His voice was also loud and clear. He cupped his hands and said, "I, Bai Jianzhong, greet Daoist Xiao. Fellow Daoists, please rise." Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand to help everyone up and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua, greet fellow Daoists." Chapter 41-54. The four exchanged some pleasantries, and Bai Jianzhong even asked about Xiao Hua's injuries. Xiao Hua answered everything. When Xiao Hua finished, Mo Lianqi's face tightened, and said, "All right, everyone, let's take a seat. Daoist Xiao is still injured. After today's matter is arranged, Daoist Xiao will need to go into seclusion to recuperate. All right, Daoist Xiao, please." The three elders respectfully invited Xiao Hua to take a seat. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, and sat down on the guest seat. Mo Lianqi and the others sat beside him. "Fellow Taoists, this Xiao has come today for the Devil Formation and the Moon God Realm's great desolate star storm." Xiao Hua looked at everyone and said. Hiss. Everyone's expression changed when they heard about the great desolate star storm. As they sucked in a breath of cold air, they looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with fear. As expected. Mo Lianqi's expression slowly calmed down, and said indifferently, "Then, please tell us the details of Daoist Zhao's situation." Xiao Hua nodded, and told them about the devil race he saw outside the realm protecting Great Formation, as well as the news brought by Yang Chong. "Damn it." Mo Lianqi's face turned cold, and said angrily, "This must be the doing of Yanhong Hall and Jing Feishan sect. They want to borrow the power of the conference hall to suppress the Fortune Gate, whose reputation is gradually catching up to theirs. These two sects are really shameless." Mo Lianqi's words clearly had a trace of trying to cover it up, as if he didn't know that Xiao Hua was blocked outside the ruins by the realm protecting Great Formation. Xiao Hua looked at Mo Lianqi. He didn't believe that Mo Lianqi, the sect master of the ruins' three great sects, didn't know what happened in the conference hall. Since Mo Lianqi directly pointed out the two sects, and said it with a suspicious tone, Xiao Hua already knew that these two sects must be behind it. Xiao Hua smiled and replied, "It's fine, who cares who it is? My Fortune Gate won't stay in the ruins for long, and won't compete with these two sects for fame and profit." Mo Lianqi nodded. This one also knows that Daoist Xiao and the Fortune Gate will definitely escape from this disaster. Xiao Hua's brows raised, and said curiously, "Sect Master Mo seems to know a lot. It's time to explain it to this Xiao." "Of course." Mo Lianqi said smiled, "Daoist Xiao, wait, Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao, you won't be willing if I don't explain it." Then, the jade hairpin actually turned into a golden dragon. The hairpin turned into a golden dragon. Actually, the hairpin turned, and through and through some hand seals, and through cast, it, ants, and cast, through and through cast, and through cast, and made a hand seals s hand, and then, cast the, and cast, formed, cast, the. He, the, s. Xiao. Inside the light, the female cultivator's huge figure slowly appeared, and an aura that suppressed everything in the hall instantly filled the bright palace. Around the female cultivator's soul projection, small cracks appeared in the space, and inexplicable fluctuations ran amok in these cracks. The female cultivator's face seemed to be very clear, but Xiao Hua's gaze could not see her face. Even a simple outline was empty in Xiao Hua's mind, but Xiao Hua clearly knew that this primordial spirit projection was the female cultivator. At this time, the female cultivator's voice was like thunder. Sect Master Lan Xichen of the 72nd generation greets Daoist Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao. Seeing that the female cultivator's soul projection was actually cupping her hands in greeting, Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly got up, wanting to return the greeting, but even though it was just a soul projection, the aura was heavier than a mountain. Not to mention getting up, even breathing was difficult for Xiao Hua. "Daoist Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. The female cultivator's soul projection seemed to know what Xiaohua was thinking. After greeting him, she said with a smile, "I still have something to entrust to you, Daoist Xiao. I hope you won't refuse." Xiaohua said respectfully, "Senior Lan, please tell me what you need. If I can do it, I won't refuse." "You must be confused right now, Daoist Xiao. It's not too late to agree after listening to me explain the ins and outs of this matter." Lan Xichen's nascent soul projection said, "When I was training in the cultivation world, I obtained a jade slip that recorded the art of divination. Based on this jade slip, I cultivated some divine abilities of divination. After I cultivated to the 9th stage Dao transformation realm, I passed the position of sect master to my disciples and participated in the selection of the Moon God Palace. I left the ruins and entered the Moon God Palace. After that, my cultivation improved, and my divination techniques became even more radical. I felt a sudden impulse one day and sensed that the incense cult would face a great disaster in the future, so I hurriedly used the moon ripple pool of the Moon God Palace to perform divination. Unfortunately, I's cultivation was shallow and couldn't deduce when the incense cult would face a great disaster. I also didn't know what kind of disaster it would face. However, I saw Daoist Xiao's appearance and name in the moon ripple pool and knew that Daoist Xiao would come to the incense cult's 7 ridge mountains before the great disaster. Therefore, I took advantage of my official duties and returned to the incense sect. While rearranging the sect-protecting formation, I also set up a formation in the Bright Palace and left my primordial spirit projection, waiting for perfected Zhao's arrival. Xiaohua had already seen the power of the Shaman King's God-connecting technique in the Million Meng Mountains, so he wasn't too surprised by the words of the former sect master of the incense cult who could enter the Moon God Palace. At this point, Lan Xichen smiled and said, "By now, Daoist Xiao must have understood what I wanted to entrust to Daoist Xiao, right?" "Yes, it's the inheritance of the incense cult, including the 30,000 disciples, all the cultivation methods and necessary auxiliary items." "No way." Xiaohua's expression changed slightly, and he smiled bitterly. "Senior Lan already divined that the incense cult would face such a great disaster, so why didn't you make plans earlier? Why didn't you take the incense cult's orthodoxy and leave the ruins? You could even send the incense cult's disciples to Heaven's equal realm, Taibai astral boundary, and so on before the demon race besieges the ruins, right?" Lan Xichen's primordial spirit projection seemed to know that Xiaohua would ask this question. When Xiaohua's voice fell, the primordial spirit projection said again, "This poor Daoist has already thought about what Daoist is thinking, and is also prepared to do so. However, if Daoist sees this poor Daoist's primordial spirit projection now, then all of your previous efforts will be in vain. Any thoughts of stealing from the heavens will be destroyed by the heavens. My incense cult can only wait for Daoist Zhao's arrival. Where is the current sect master of the incense cult? Inform Daoist Xiao of this matter." At this time, Mo Lianxi hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "The 3208th sect master of the incense cult, Mo Lianxi, greets the founder." Then, Mo Lianxi said to Xiaohua in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, every sect master of the incense cult received a jade slip and a message when they took over the sect master position. Inside the jade slip is naturally a portrait of Daoist Xiao, and the message is about Xiaohua's name, as well as the preparations for the great disaster. In this preparation, other than the disciples, cultivation methods, and necessary auxiliary items, it is to send disciples outside the moon god realm to establish a branch of the incense cult. But the strange thing is, every time my incense cult establishes a sect in another realm, it will be destroyed by other sects in less than 100 years, without any exception. Therefore, after I took over the sect master position, I tried once and never sent any disciples again." After saying this, Mo Lianxi respectfully said to the primordial spirit projection, "This disciple has finished speaking." After a while, the primordial spirit projection opened its mouth again. "Amen, Daoist Xiao, after hearing this, you should already understand. Although this poor Taoist does not know if you can really save the orthodoxy of my incense cult, this poor Taoist has seen your appearance and name. This poor Taoist believes that you will play a key role in this calamity. Therefore, this poor Taoist will entrust the orthodoxy of my incense cult to you. If you agree, please stand in the center of the bright palace. I obtained a strange cultivation technique from the Moon God Palace, and it might be useful to you. I will give it to you now as an agreement. If you don't want to, then you don't have to go. I will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. After that, not only will my primordial spirit projection disappear, everything in the bright palace will also disappear. After hearing the primordial spirit projection's words, not only was Xiaofan stunned, but the faces of Mo Lianxi and the others also changed greatly. Mo Lianxi of course knew about the primordial spirit projection, but he didn't know the specific situation. Of course, he also didn't know that the ending wasn't decided beforehand. If Xiaofan didn't agree, the orthodoxy of the incense cult wouldn't be able to leave the ruins, and it might be destroyed in the great desolate starburst. Moreover, even if Xiaofan agreed, the orthodoxy of the incense cult might not necessarily be preserved, because Lan Xichen didn't know if Xiaofan would be able to escape the disaster. Taoist Xiao. Mo Lianxi's body also couldn't move, so he begged in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, please agree to this for Yu Mingxin's sake. At this point, Xiaofan had already thought it through. Since Lan Xichen saw him in the divination technique, then he would definitely play a role in the disaster. Although he might not be able to escape the great desolate starburst, there was a possibility that his space could exist. Therefore, Xiaofan already somewhat understood the meaning of Lan Xichen's primordial spirit projection. However, he was a little worried. The Fortune Gate's disciples on the Shenhua continent all cultivated the nascent soul, while the incense cult's disciples cultivated the primordial spirit. These two different cultivation methods would inevitably lead to conflict, and he didn't have a good plan to prevent this from happening. This primordial spirit cultivation method was unique to the ruins. Who knew if it could be used on the Dawn Rain continent or the hidden immortal continent? Even if he took away the incense cult's inheritance, would they be able to survive on the hidden immortal continent? Of course, this was a matter for the future. Since Xiaofan had come to the incense cult to send a message, how could he stand by and do nothing? He lifted his foot and walked towards the center of the bright palace. However, just as he moved, the aura suppressed him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Chapter 41-55. Sigh. Xiaofan bitterly smiled as he silently cursed in his heart, motherfucker, even at this point, they still want to test this Zhao's cultivation level. It seems like this bright palace is not only a place to preserve Lan Xichen's soul projection, but also a place to test this Zhao's strength. Immediately after, Xiaohua's entire body's magic power was activated. Layers of lightning, like a torrent of 1,000 miles, rushed towards the soul projection's aura. Rumble. Although it couldn't be compared to a destructive force, the torrent of lightning still created a path that was several feet wide, leading straight to the center of the bright palace. Xiaohua's figure flashed. Under the heavy pressure of this aura, he actually teleported to a large piece of bluestone in the center. Just as Xiaohua's figure appeared on the bluestone exploded with a boom. Tens of thousands of crushed stones covered Xiaohua's figure. Those crushed stones were also a kind of sealing formation, imprisoning the magic power in Xiaohua's body and so on. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. However, where Xiaohua's gaze fell, Mo Lianxi's expression was also astonished. Obviously, he also didn't know that the bluestone in the center of the bright palace had such a change. Sure enough, just as the bluestone formation was formed, the soul projection smiled and said, Taoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Please wait a moment, I need to borrow the hand of our sect's leader to mobilize the Bright Palace's formation to imbue Daoist Xiao with power, so I have no choice but to first estimate Daoist Zhao's magic power. As he spoke, the Yuan spirit projection said a few more words to Mo Lianxi. Mo Lianxi's face suddenly lit up, and her hands slowly formed a seal. A human-like Yuan spirit appeared above her head. As the Yuan spirit rippled like water, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection also began to vibrate. When the two Yuan spirits' ripples came close, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection turned into a ray of distorted light and fell into Mo Lianxi's Yuan spirit. Mo Lianxi's Yuan spirit appearance began to change, and in the end, she became a stunning beauty. The woman glanced at Xiaohua, pursed her lips, and smiled. Her slender fingers made a grabbing motion, and an inexplicable ripple came from her hand. She didn't seem to be forming any seals. Wang wang. A rumbling sound came from all around the Bright Palace. All the star fragments that Xiaohua saw on the desolate catalogue released a faint power of the stars and moon. They flew out from various parts of the palace and slowly gathered above Xiaohua's head. After a few breaths of time, all the fragments disappeared, and an oval sphere appeared in the air. This sphere was filled with starlight, and within the starlight was a strange light and shadow. Rise. As the woman formed another seal, the entire Bright Palace began to spin. Layer after layer of desolate catalogue rushed out from the palace's walls and turned into light and shadow that fell into the oval sphere. As the light and shadow fell, the sphere seemed to become heavier and slowly fell. When the brilliance in the palace dimmed, all the desolate catalogue had fallen into the sphere, and the sphere had already fallen on top of Xiaohua's head. This sphere was so heavy that Xiaohua's figure was somewhat distorted. Xiaohua's face was somewhat pale. He could truly feel the power contained in this sphere. He almost cursed Lan Xichen in his heart. How is this giving me a boost? This is the rhythm of smashing me to death. Boom. As the corners of Lan Xichen's mouth curled up into a smile, Xiaohua only felt a sharp pain in his head. His vision turned black, and the endless desolate catalogue appeared just like in the relic world. However, this catalogue was different from the previous one. Each desolate catalogue corresponded to a star domain fragment, and when combined, they transformed into a cultivation technique or technique that was imprinted in Xiaohua's mind. Inexplicable realms, cultivation techniques and techniques that were difficult to comprehend were also born in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua endured the sharp pain, clenched his teeth, and persevered. He memorized all the cultivation methods and secret techniques with his heart. In the eyes of Mo Lianxi and the others, Xiaohua's figure had already shattered, and each fragment seemed to correspond to a broken catalogue, flashing with a mysterious brilliance. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua's mind suddenly became light. All the visions disappeared, and the shackles around Xiaohua's body also disappeared. Xiaohua's figure became light, and then he collapsed to the ground as if he had collapsed. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. This Lan Xichen is a madman. I'm already a Mahayana cultivator, but I can't accept this secret technique. Who knows what she accidentally obtained? How am I supposed to cultivate like this? Even if this Xiao cultivates, what kind of realm can I cultivate to? How can I dare to use it? However, when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look again, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection had already left Mo Lianxi's Yuan spirit and had already turned into an extremely dim silhouette. When he looked at the entire Bright Palace again, it was also completely devoid of light. However, all the places where the primeval catalogue and the star domain fragment had been previously were empty. Only the restrictions on the four walls of the palace remained. Daoist Xiao. Lan Xichen's voice was very weak. I can only do this. I hope Daoist Xiao will be satisfied and pass me on to your descendants. Before Lan Xichen could finish speaking, her soul projection turned into a firefly and slowly floated in the air. Even within the main hall, countless powders also floated down. These powders carried a kind of fragrance that permeated the entire hall. Xiaofan raised his hand and wanted to use his magic power to sweep away these powders. However, when he raised his hand, an indescribable feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. 2 lines of an unknown poem appeared in his mind: the spring silkworm's silk ends when it dies, and the wax torch turns into ashes until tears dry up. No matter how domineering and rude Lan Xichen's methods were, her kindness to the younger disciples of the incense cult was unparalleled. As a Dao sect senior, she had long surpassed the 9th stage of Dao transformation. For the sake of the survival of the younger disciples, she still treated Xiaofan as an equal and even called herself I. This alone was enough to move Xiaofan, who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Weren't these powders and fragrances the result of Lan Xichen's efforts for the sake of the incense cult? Since Xiaofan had such thoughts, Mo Lianxi and the others naturally had the same thoughts. They all raised their heads and allowed the powders to fall on them. They allowed the powders to fall on their faces and heads. The strange thing was that the shattered fireflies formed by Lan Xichen's Yuanshan projection also fell. Most of them landed on Xiaohua's body, while a small portion landed on Mo Lianxi and the other 3. These shattered fireflies immediately merged into their bodies the moment they touched their skin. A strange feeling arose in everyone's heart. It was as if their minds and Dao realms had solidified. Moreover, when the Yuanshan projection landed on them, the powders also merged into their bodies. Rings of colorful halos overflowed from the top of everyone's heads. After a full 5 minutes, Lan Xichen's soul projection completely disappeared. The powders that filled the main hall also fell onto the bluestone floor. Only then did everyone wake up as if from a dream. Disciple thanks Ancestral Master. Mo Lianxi and the others were ecstatic. They all knelt on the ground and expressed their gratitude. Xiaofan, on the other hand, was a bit confused. However, he also knew that this was Lan Xichen's good intentions, so he bowed towards the sky. After a while, Mo Lianxi and the others climbed up from the ground. They looked at the basically ruined Haoming Palace and smiled bitterly. Daoist Xiao, I'm sure you already know the ins and outs of this matter. It's not that I didn't tell you earlier, but that I didn't know at all. Xiaofan nodded and said, Sect Master Mo, please rest assured. Since I've already promised Senior Lan, I'll definitely do it. As long as I can escape from the ruins, I'll definitely bring the orthodoxy of the incense cult out. I'll let the descendants of the incense cult spread their branches and leaves in other cultivation realms. I won't hesitate to ensure that the incense cult survives. Speaking of this, Xiaofan hesitated and said, also, didn't Senior Lan say it? She only predicted the beginning of the robbery and also predicted my arrival. However, she didn't predict the end of the calamity. The incense cult might not necessarily be in this calamity. Although Xiaofan didn't finish his words, Mo Lianxi also understood what he meant. He smiled and said, we're only planning for the worst. As for whether we live or die, that's the decision of the heavens. Damn it, maybe when this chaos star storm comes, the devil race of the ruins will scatter and the crisis of the ruins will be resolved without a fight. Xiaofan listened to Mo Lianxi's words of joy in the midst of bitterness and felt rather uncomfortable. However, he didn't know how to comfort him, so he simply didn't say anything. Daoist Xiao, this place is already abandoned. Let's go to the Flying Rainbow Palace. Mo Lianxi looked around and suggested. Xiaofan shook his head and replied, no need. This place was personally set up by Senior Lan. I'd better settle the matter that she's worried about here. All right. Mo Lianxi didn't delay and replied. He turned his head and asked, Elder Chang. I'm sure that by now, you already understand the mission this sect master gave you when you assumed the position of elder that day, right? The white-robed scholar Chang Min said very respectfully, this subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate apologizes to the sect master. This subordinate doubted the sect master that day because this subordinate didn't understand the secret behind it. Ai, Chongmin, do you think this sect master likes to take on this position? Mo Lianqi sighed, since this sect master took over the incense cult, I have to rack my brains every day. How is that the life this sect master wants? Cough cough. Xiaofan couldn't help but cough. Looking at this scholar with a bitter expression, he really felt distressed. Wasn't he also forced a duck onto a perch? He had already done something beyond his ability. Unfortunately, Mo Lianqi misunderstood Xiaofan. He thought that Xiaofan was reminding him not to waste time, so he hurriedly said to Chongmin, are the 30,000 male and female disciples you sent to the forbidden area safe and sound? Yes. Chongmin bowed. This subordinate has followed the sect master's instructions and secretly recruited 15,000 male and 15,000 female disciples from all over the ruins. All of them had excellent aptitudes and were sent to the forbidden area of our fragrant cult, where they were taught the basic cultivation methods of our sect. Good. Mo Lianqi nodded, then looked at the middle-aged cultivator with a yellow face and asked, what about Elder Wu's task? Chapter 41-56. Reporting to Sect Master. Wu Hong also bowed and said respectfully, although this subordinate doesn't know why Sect Master needs all kinds of pills, spirit herbs, and other things, this subordinate has been working hard on this matter after receiving the mission. Although the amount of pills and spirit herbs hasn't reached Sect Master's requirements, it's not far off. Good. Mo Lianqi smiled and said, we have our own arrangements, and the seniors have their own arrangements. It doesn't matter if it's a little short. Hiss. Hearing this, Wu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of a problem. After all, each generation of the fragrant religion sect master had to prepare 30,000 disciples. Each generation of disciples was different, but what about medicinal pills and spirit grasses? Those could be stored. After so many years, how many pills and spirit herbs had sect master accumulated? What about those qi refining materials, magic weapons, and other things? Thinking of this, Wu Hong couldn't help but look at Xiaofan. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's expression didn't change. It was unknown if he didn't think of this, or if he wasn't moved by this amount at all. Finally, Mo Lianqi looked at the burly man, Bai Jianzhong. Without waiting for him to speak, Bai Jianzhong called out, Sect Master, this subordinate has reported to Sect Master every year about what you told this subordinate to do. I've already dealt with it properly. Whatever cultivation methods, secret techniques, alchemy techniques, refining techniques, and so on, as long as this subordinate can find it, regardless of the sect, I've left it in the forbidden area. Mo Lianqi didn't say anything more. She responded and ordered, you all go to the forbidden area together. Once this sect master and Taoist Xiao discuss some things, we'll go now, this subordinate obeys. The three bowed and left at the same time. After the three left, Mo Lianqi looked at the calm Xiaohua and said solemnly, Taoist Xiao, I will hand over my sect master's descendants to you. The life and death of these disciples, as well as the pills, cultivation methods, and so on, will be handed over to you. As long as Sect Master can survive, I will thank you on behalf of all the seniors of Sect Master. After she finished saying those words, Mo Lianqi actually bowed respectfully. She appeared to be very serious. How could Xiaohua not know the meaning behind Mo Lianqi's words? He didn't immediately help Mo Lianqi up. Instead, he accepted the bow and said, Sect Master Mo, please don't worry. Whatever this Xiao takes from the Sect Master today, I will hand it over to the future disciples of the incense cult. Even if it's a cultivation technique or a spirit herb, this Xiao will not stain it. Many thanks. Mo Lianqi's eyes were filled with gratitude as she continued, however, my fragrant sect has been accumulating for who knows how many years. There are a lot of spirit herbs and pills inside. If Daoist needs them, feel free to use them. Just give them what they need. Rest assured, sect leader Mo. Xiaohua said with a smile, although this Xiao likes to take advantage of others, when it comes to matters concerning the life and death of a sect, or even things entrusted to me by others. I will always be cautious. Moreover, to be honest with sect chief, although our Fortune Gates Foundation can't compare to the fragrant cults, it's not that far off. Speaking of this, Xiaohua added, in fact, the most important thing is that this Xiao is the same as Sect Master Mo. We both don't like to be Sect Master. We both like to be free cultivators. Mo Lianqi laughed and clapped, people who like freedom can't be that bad. This one is relieved that Ancestor Lan has chosen Daoist. At the very least, Daoist can throw my fragrant cult's 30,000 disciples together and give them cultivation techniques, pills, and other things, and let them fend for themselves. You definitely won't have any evil thoughts and stain these things. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Mo Lianqi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sect Master Mo, could it be that you're keeping this Xiao here to test this Xiao's tolerance? Oh. Mo Lianqi stopped smiling and said solemnly, I naturally didn't keep Daoist Xiao here for this matter. It's because of the devil race's siege on the ruins. Xiaohua nodded, please speak, Sect Master Mo. Is there any other secret this Xiao doesn't know? Mo Lianqi pondered for a moment and said, the war between the ruins and the devil race has lasted for hundreds of years. The resources of the ruins have been greatly consumed, and the war situation has always been disadvantageous to the ruins. Previously, this one still had a trace of luck, feeling that evil won't prevail over good, and that our human race will definitely win in the end. However, Daoist Zhao's arrival and the divination technique of my fragrant cult's ancestor completely extinguished this trace of luck. Actually, this one has always had a few doubts about this war. Oh? Sect Master Mo, please speak. Xiaohua asked with interest. First, the reason why the devil race is besieging our ruins. Mo Lianqi explained, there have been many discussions in the discussion hall, such as blood food, souls, and so on. However, until today, there hasn't been a clear conclusion. Xiaohua interrupted, this one feels that the devil race might be searching for something in the ruins. Searching for what? What does our ruins have that's worth the devil race making such a big fuss over? My fragrant cult has been in the ruins for who knows how many years, and never knew that there's something in the ruins that other places don't have. This. Xiaohua was at a loss for words. Of course, the secrets of the Shundao sect were not suitable for him to speak of. Moreover, he didn't have any evidence. Second, why did the devil race encircle our ruins so tightly? Even the transmission channels in the void are completely cut off. Mo Lianqi said through gritted teeth, if you say that there are no cultivators in our ruins to provide support, this one won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Xiaohua couldn't answer this question, but this question had been raised by the Shundao sect's Yunche before, so Xiaohua had some ideas in his heart. However, before Xiaohua could speak, Mo Lianqi continued, this one didn't find any clues before, but since Zhang Jing of the Hong Hall and Fei Cheng of the Jing Feishan sect came to find trouble with the Fortune Gate at such a crucial time, then I think they must be hiding something. Is there a third one? Xiaohua asked with interest. Mo Lianqi smiled, in the past, there was a third one, but now there's no third one. Why? Xiaohua asked curiously. Previously, I was wondering how the Devil Emperor of the Devil Clan could avoid my guardian formation of the ruins and enter the ruins so easily. However, since you've already seen the Devil formation and can enter and leave the guardian formation freely, my question is no longer a problem. Xiaohua smiled and said, actually, this Xiao feels that Sect Master Mo's second question shouldn't exist either. Oh. Mo Lianqi was stunned for a moment before a strange light flashed through her eyes. She clapped her hands and said, Taoist master is right. If that demonic formation has a demonic spirit, then I'm sure it will be able to detect the teleportation channel in the void after inspecting the guardian formation of the ruins. I didn't think that the Mayfly race's devilish sovereign would possess such an ability, but with the devilish formation's devilish spirit, he should be able to do so. However, Mo Lianqi changed the topic. Even so, Zhang Jing of Yanhong Palace and Fei Cheng of Jing Fei Shan made such a move at this critical moment. He deserves to die. This is what sect leader Mo wants to do. This Xiao is only responsible for escaping from the ruins. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. This Xiao doesn't care about anything else. That's right. Mo Lianqi saw that she couldn't get anything from Xiao Hua and chuckled. Taoist master, please come with this one. 30,000 people are indeed a lot, and my incense cult doesn't have a spatial divine artifact to hold them for now. I heard that Taoist master Xiao has a fake Kunlun mirror that should be able to hold 30,000 disciples, right? Since Senior Lan has already calculated it, sect leader Mo doesn't need to worry, right? Xiao Hua replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Half a day later, Xiao Hua bid farewell to Mo Lianqi in the air above the Seven Ridge Mountains. In order not to attract the attention of others, Chang Min, Wu Hong, and Bai Jianzhong didn't send him off. Xiao Hua only spoke a few words to Mo Lianqi before flying away. It looked like a simple visit. However, after flying for a while, Xiao Hua's escape light slowed down again. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, Mo Lianqi is right. This Xiao has feelings for Yumingxin, but since the ruins are about to be destroyed, why don't this Xiao take her away? Anyway, bringing 30,000 disciples is the same as bringing her along, it doesn't make much difference. Moreover, if I bring Yumingxin, this incense cult will have a leader who has seen the dangers of the world. She will be useful for the future development of the incense cult. Although the 30,000 disciples in the Forbidden Grounds have the embryonic form of the incense cult, these disciples have grown up in the Forbidden Grounds and have never come out to train. They might lose themselves in the hidden immortal continent. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly froze and couldn't help but exclaim, that's right, every sect leader of the incense cult has to nurture 30,000 disciples. Moreover, the matters of the Forbidden Grounds can't be leaked. Then, where did the 30,000 disciples of the previous generation go? Forget it. Why should this Xiao think so much? The more Xiao Hua thought, the more depressed he became. He smiled bitterly. Yumingxin's matter is easy. She's just one person. When this Xiao leaves, I'll just take her with me. It's not good to talk too much now. The fragrant religion's accumulation over thousands of generations was extremely rich. Xiao Hua originally wanted to organize and see what he needed and make a copy. As for the spiritual herbs and other things, he would choose and plant them according to his needs. But now, his impression of the fragrant religion was very bad. He simply ordered Xiao Gua to plant all kinds of spiritual herbs in the space and study all the pill recipes. In any case, what he could use and what he couldn't use, he would leave them behind. Xiao Hua flew for a while and released his divine sense. He found the nearest transportation array and his figure landed. The transportation array in the ruins was very complete. There was no need to fly to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. He only needed to use the transportation array to reach the soaring Dragon Mountain range. This was definitely good news for Xiao Hua, who had no sense of direction. After arriving at the transportation array closest to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, Xiao Hua was just about to ask about the direction of the soaring Dragon Mountain range when he saw several Dao sect cultivators who flew out before him. When they saw him, their expressions changed and they hurriedly tried to fly away. Xiao Hua frowned as if he thought of something. With a wave of his sleeve, he sealed the area around him. No matter how those cultivators tried, they couldn't fly even half a step. Chapter 41-57. Mercy, Taoist Xiao, mercy. We just came, to take a look, we don't have any other intentions. Seeing that they couldn't escape, all of them turned around and begged for mercy with ashen faces. Xiao Hua looked at them coldly and asked, "What do you mean by other intentions?" I. The cultivators stammered, not daring to answer. Speak. Xiao Hua snapped, "If you don't speak, this old man will kill all of you right now." Yes, yes. The cultivator at the front was very clever and hurriedly answered. Junior and the others heard that Senior Xiao has the devil race's cultivation method, and is a devil race's spy. What Taoist Xiao said earlier about the devil emperor leading the devil race to exterminate the 10 sects in the southwest border was just a pretense to lure the cultivators from the ruins to help and exterminate them. In fact, the truth of this matter is, Taoist Xiao is the devil emperor. Senior and some devil monarchs put on a good show to deceive the White Cloud Monastery and other sects in the southwest border. First, you let the devil monarchs lead the devil race to besiege them, and then you easily rescued those sections. Then, you replaced the 8 sects' intact protective formation with a flawed formation, and even took the opportunity to take a lot of benefits from the White Cloud Monastery and other sects. Xiao Hua was originally angry, but when he heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, his smile in the eyes of everyone was tantamount to an order to kill. That cultivator was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. What else? Xiao Hua stopped smiling and said coldly, "If you want to live, tell this old man everything. Also, because the snow-chopping sect and the Eternal Peace Mountain didn't listen to the Fortune Gate's arrangements and replaced the protective formation, they were exterminated by the Fortune Gate. Not a single disciple survived." After that cultivator finished, he trembled and said, "Junior and the others just came to watch the show. We don't have any other intentions. You want to take advantage of the situation, don't you?" Xiao Hua asked coldly. Yes. Seeing that he was forced into a dead end, the cultivator simply nodded and admitted, "Junior knows that there are only a few 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples, and they have profited a lot from the southwest border, so I wanted to see if I could get lucky." Heh. Xiao Hua chuckled coldly as he looked at the pale-faced cultivators, who looked as if they had just lost their parents. Inwardly, he was filled with disdain. The ruins were the upper world, and the cultivators here were much more talented than those in the 3 continents. However, when it came to temperament, they weren't that strong. The so-called human nature, be it immortals, mortals, or the great desolate realm, as long as one was a human, they were all the same. Moreover, judging from the current situation, although the Fortune Gate's disciples had made a name for themselves in the southwest border, and Taoist Zhao's name was like the sun at midday, this kind of charitable act had also become a thorn in the eyes of certain sects and cultivators, affecting the benefits of certain forces. His Fortune Gate had no foundation in the ruins, and this kind of conflict would erupt sooner or later. Him revealing the demon race's cultivation method was just a trigger. In fact, those forces might have seen the devil spirit Xiao Hua's devil cultivation method long ago, but they didn't have the chance. Now that they saw him injured by the devil emperor, they decided to launch an attack together. At this point, this Xiao feels that Yun Che and Mo Lianqi's thoughts are not without reason. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, if it wasn't the demon race's spy, then it must be a short-sighted person who only cares about what's in front of him. Otherwise, why would he cut off his own arm? Oh, of course, maybe this Zhao's Fortune Gate's several 100,000 disciples can't see those people in their eyes, and they don't care about this. If that's the case, that's the best. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. This ruins is a mess. The demon race used the devil spirit's devil formation to besiege us, and then there's the great desolate star storm that destroyed the star field. This Xiao doesn't even know how to escape. Who cares about the life and death of the ruins? Forget it, let's stop. Sometimes, it's not easy to be a good person. Xiao Hua's expression changed several times, and the group of cultivators didn't dare to speak. In the end, Xiao Hua ordered, "Take this old man to the soaring Dragon Mountain range." Senior. The group of cultivators begged again. Junior was just momentarily blinded by greed. "Shut up, are you going or not?" Xiao Hua said decisively, "If you don't go, this old man will kill all of you right now." "Yes, yes." How could the group of cultivators dare to say anything else? They urged their magic power to rush towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and along the way, every cultivator who saw Xiao Hua scattered, not daring to fly forward. Seeing more and more cultivators, Xiao Hua's mood became colder and colder. However, when he saw the situation near the soaring Dragon Mountain range with his divine sense, the anger that he had been holding back burned again. The sky several thousand li around the soaring Dragon Mountain range was filled with cultivators. Half of these cultivators were dressed neatly, and they were divided into 8 teams that surrounded the mountain range. In the gaps between the 8 teams, the other half of cultivators were filling in. These cultivators were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 5 or 6. Although they weren't as strict as the 8 teams, they seemed to have their own division of labor. They were constantly watching the soaring Dragon Mountain range to prevent the Fortune Gate's disciples from escaping. As for the soaring Dragon Mountain range surrounded by cultivators, the 2 lightning boats were still floating in the air. At this time, the lightning boat's brilliance had already dimmed. "Damn it!" Xiao Hua cursed, and the pressure around his body was released uncontrollably along with his divine sense. A hurricane appeared in the surrounding 100 li, and this hurricane blew up the mountain rocks and swept up the rivers. Mixed with Xiao Hua's anger, it rushed towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range 10,000 li away. Ah! Xiao Hua released his Grand Ascension stage pressure, and the surrounding Tao Gate's disciples had already been suppressed to the point that their bones turned soft and their tendons numb. One by one, their bodies trembled and fell from the sky. As for whether they lived or died, how could Xiao Hua care? An afterimage flashed past, and Xiao Hua disregarded his injuries and teleported towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Woo woo. When Xiao Hua landed near the soaring Dragon Mountain range, his pressure and divine sense had already condensed into a hurricane that was 1,000 li in size. Within the hurricane were countless mountain rocks, and they smashed towards the troops surrounding the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Xiao Hua's pressure was like a dragon, and it completely covered the surrounding 1,000 li. About 20% of the low-level cultivators were unable to use their magic power, and they involuntarily fell from the sky. The remaining 30% of the cultivators clenched their teeth and used their magic treasures to resist, but under the attack of the mountain-like divine sense, these cultivators also fell like dumplings. Taoist Master Xiao, please wait. Seeing that half of the disciples had already been defeated before Xiao Hua could make a move, several void refinement stage cultivators hastily flew out from various places, and used all kinds of magic treasures in their hands to block Xiao Hua's divine sense. Xiao Hua slowly withdrew his pressure and divine sense, and a lot of rocks, dead branches, and water fell from the sky, hitting the bodies of these cultivators. These cultivators didn't resist, and let the debris hit their protective light. What? You want to stop this old man from returning to the soaring Dragon Mountain range? Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Junior is Huang Li of the Yen Hong Hall, and has come under the orders of the Assembly Hall, to investigate the movements of the Fortune Gate's disciples. That cultivator respectfully said, Junior and the others will not care about the entry and exit of the Fortune Gate's disciples. If Senior wants to return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, Junior naturally wouldn't dare to stop you. However, Junior asks for Senior's understanding. Junior is just following orders, please don't make things too difficult for Junior. Moreover, Junior has already reported this matter to the Fortune Gate's senior son, and he didn't have any objections. Good. Xiao Hua slightly nodded, since you all know etiquette, this old man will give you 3 words. Senior, please speak. Huang Li's heart relaxed, and he hurriedly replied. Xiao Hua indifferently said, the first 2 words are, get out of my way. Yes. Huang Li hurriedly dodged to the side. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he flew past Huang Li's side, and said again, the last word is. Scram. Yes. Huang Li casually agreed, but he was dumbfounded as he watched Xiao Hua's disappearing figure. He bit his lips, and no one knew what he was thinking. Sun Jian and the others were already aware of Xiao Hua's return, and all of them flew into the air to welcome him. Xiao Hua saw that all his disciples were safe and sound, and there was even a smile on his face. His heart finally relaxed, and he waved his hand to let his disciples rest, while he led Sun Jian and several of his clones to the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. General Sun. Xiao Hua asked, what's the situation of the Snow/Gates battle? Reporting to Dao Master. Sun Jian bowed and said, the Snow/Gates situation is different from the White Cloud Monastery. Without waiting for Sun Jian to finish, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, this old man doesn't want to know the details of the Snow/Gates situation, this old man only wants to know the result, and the casualties of my fortune gate. Sun Jian understood Xiao Hua's mood, and said after pondering for a moment, not a single Snow/Gates disciple survived. The Snow/Gates orthodoxy and everything were taken by my Fortune Gates disciples into their spatial rings. My Fortune Gates disciples lost 3,000 in this battle. Why are there so many? Xiao Hua frowned and said in displeasure. Sun Jian hurriedly bowed, this subordinate is incompetent. There's no need to blame General Sun. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said with a smile, the Snow/Gate is several times bigger than the Eternal Peace Mountain, and they are also very strange. Moreover, the devil race that controls the Snow/Gate is not only the zombie race, but also a kind of devil race that is covered in devil armor. Their skin is very tough and their flesh is very hard to kill. Moreover, these 3,000 disciples who died had just come out from the Kunlun mirror, and didn't go through too many bloody battles. General Sun, please stand up. Xiao Hua's expression became slightly better as he helped Sun Jian up and said, this old man is not blaming General, this old man just feels that the grand meeting hall is too much. He. Sun Jian stood up and laughed, this Sun had already thought of this ending when I took over the 2 lightning boats. With such a strong appearance, it will definitely affect the distribution of forces in the ruins. Some people in the Grand Meeting Hall are using Master Zhao's cultivation techniques to talk about things, and sending out low-level disciples to scout the area. It's nothing. If this Sun enters the Grand Meeting Hall again, then, that will be the start of the real battle between dragons and tigers. TSK, who would want a seat in the Grand Meeting Hall? Xiao Hua sneered, if it weren't for the fact that the devil race in the ruins is really abominable, and we need to escape from the ruins, who would care about the ruins business? Chapter 4158. So. Sun Jian persuaded, since Master Zhao's intention is to save people, he doesn't care about fame or power. Just let them do as they please. Why make things difficult for these low-level disciples? Moreover, with them guarding the soaring Dragon Mountain range, it saves my Fortune Gate the trouble of sending out disciples. Don't care about this. Xiao Hua ordered, pass down the order, in 2 hours, my Fortune Gate's disciples will enter the lightning boat. We will leave the soaring Dragon Mountain range, we can't leave a single hair to them. We can leave? Sun Jian's eyes lit up as he asked in pleasant surprise. How could it be so simple? Xiao Hua shook his head, this old man doesn't like these lackeys in the hall of discussion. Since they are willing to follow, then let them follow. This old man also wants to take this opportunity to explore the ruins. This subordinate feels that it's better to stay still than to take action. Sun Jian still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua smiled and said, "Actually, there are some reasons that this old man cannot tell you for the time being. Just do as I say." "All right." Sun Jian helplessly bowed and flew away. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua looked at his several avatars and said, "You all have worked hard. We dare not." Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others cupped their hands and answered, "Come back and cultivate first." Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "Also, help this old man sort out the cultivation techniques and see what they are used for." Xiaohua divided the fragrance religion's inheritance into several parts and gave them to his avatars. Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others took the spatial rings and entered Xiaohua's body. Phoenix Physique Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body and immediately used a secret technique to repair his body. Confucian Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body and circulated his true qi to extinguish the devil flames. As for Devil Spirit Xiaohua, he opened his mouth and swallowed the devil flames and devil qi that were difficult to extinguish into his abdomen to temper himself. Each avatar performed their own duties, leaving only Buddha Subhuti standing there. He did not return to his Niwan palace. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Subhuti chanted and put his palms together. Did Tanyu leave the soaring dragon mountain range for the countless wandering souls in the ruins? What do you think? Xiaohua asked with a faint smile. This penniless monk has already tried it in the snow/gate. This penniless monk's Buddhist mantra is unable to send those pitiful wandering souls into the cycle of reincarnation. This must be because the demonic array has sealed the gate of life and death that leads to the Yellow Springs. They want to use these wandering souls to refine demonic artifacts. Buddha Bodhi replied, "If Tanyu has the heart, he can collect these wandering souls. On one hand, he can gather merit, and on the other hand, he can take drastic measures to deal with the devil race." That's right. Xiaohua nodded. I left the soaring dragon mountain range because of this. Now that the ruins are filled with wandering souls, sooner or later, they will bring a disaster to the ruins. Why don't we take advantage of them now? Of course, I could have gone by myself. The reason why I dragged the Fortune Gate's disciples and the other fellow Taoists along was because the Grand Meeting Hall's attention was focused on the soaring Dragon Mountain range. This would be disadvantageous to fellow Taoist Green Robe who was constructing the transmission array. This teleportation formation is the key to leaving the ruins. We can't be careless. Can't Tanyu rely on the Soul Cultivator's technique to teleport? Buddha Bodhi was a little perplexed. Why is there a need to build a teleportation array? This fellow Taoist doesn't understand. Xiaohua smiled and said, "The ruins is the upper realm, and the great snow mountain of the hidden immortal mainland is the lower realm. Previously, we were lucky enough to detect the great snow mountain spiritual sense mark in the time fragment of the heavenly prison. Now, it's even more difficult to cross realms to find the spiritual sense mark. If there wasn't a transmission array, I wouldn't dare to believe it. But, even if there is a transmission array, it's not possible to construct a transmission array that crosses two realms, right?" Buddha Bodhi shook his head and said, "Otherwise, wouldn't the three continents be filled with immortal worlds cultivators and long-used dragon clan? AI." Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "How could I not know about this?" However, since the transmission array from the heavenly prison to the Great Snow Mountain passes through the ruins, then when we leave the ruins and return to the Great Snow Mountain, don't we also need to use the transmission array? As long as we can find the spiritual sense mark of the Great Snow Mountain, I have confidence that I can return to the Great Snow Mountain. At this point, Xiaohua smiled again and said, "The ruins is the upper realm, and even the devil race has the ability to seal the gate of life and death. The transmission array that we construct may not be unable to directly connect the three continents, right? That's impossible." Buddha Bodhi didn't feel that Xiaohua's thinking was correct, and explained, "If Tanyu can construct a transmission array from the ruins to the three continents, then wouldn't Tanyu be able to use this transmission array to travel between the three continents and the ruins as he pleases?" This is the upper realm, and although the cultivation method is different, the heaven and earth origin energy here is much denser than the 3 continents. Cultivating here, not to mention Tanyu, even Fortune Gate's disciples are ordinary cultivators. And that so-called Great Desolate Star Storm, how could it destroy the ruins? Xiaohua sighed. What Buddha Bodhi could think of, he could naturally think of as well. Every word that Buddha Bodhi said was true. The ruins might be an existence that surpassed the immortal world, so how could he rely on a transmission array to travel between 2 realms? These 2 realms were different from the Moon God realm and Taibai Star realm. They might be the 2 realms of the mortal world and the immortal world. At this time, Xiaohua could only reply, what immortal friend said is true. But now that we are facing the siege of the devil race, facing the great desolate star storm, other than constructing a transmission array to escape, what other methods do we have? No. Buddha Bodhi was straightforward, this poor monk is just saying, whether to do it or not is up to Tanyu. This poor monk will take his leave. After saying that, Buddha Bodhi flew into his Naiwan palace. Damn it, since you are just saying, then don't say any more. Xiaohua scolded in annoyance. This Xiao's originally unhappy mood is even worse now. Then, Xiaohua summoned the green-robed Xiaohua over, and after a few words of discussion, he made a copy of the incense cult's method of constructing the transmission array for him, and then had the green-robed Xiaohua speed up the construction. Only then did he let the green-robed Xiaohua return to the Great Formation. After doing all this, Xiaohua flew into the air, waved his hand, and put away the formation. Then, he waved his sleeves, and several sword lights fell on the mountain peak. Rumble. With a loud bang, the entire mountain peak was destroyed by Xiaohua, and the layers of green bamboo and the previous memories disappeared. Xiaohua looked at the battle teams around him, and completely ignored them, and flew to the 2 thunder boats that were ready to set off. Xiaohua landed on the lightning boat. His divine sense swept over the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and he saw that the palaces and cultivation caves that had been built earlier were all destroyed by the Fortune Gate's disciples. They had really done as Xiaohua had said, not leaving a single hair behind. Xiaohua was very satisfied, and asked loudly, General Sun, is everything ready? Reporting to the Reverend, everything is ready. Sun Jian bowed and answered. All right. Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to give the order, his divine perception suddenly swept over and he actually saw several disciples dressed in White Cloud Monastery's Taoist robes. Xiaohua's expression froze, and he said with some surprise, General Sun, why are the disciples of White Cloud Monastery also here? Reverend. Sun Jian's expression did not change as he answered, not only the White Cloud Monastery's disciples, other than the Eternal Peace Mountain and Snow Chopper Gate, all the other sects' disciples have come. There are even 2 sects that have begun to dismantle their sects' defensive formations. Also, a portion of the Fortune Gate's disciples that were sent by the Grand Meeting Hall to assist our Fortune Gate, are staying here to monitor our Fortune Gate's disciples' movements. Xiaohua nodded coldly, and said, the help of self-sacrifice is far from comparable to bewitchment. My sons, follow this old man and kill. Kill. Hearing Xiaohua's order, Sun Jian was stunned. Xiaohua had never issued orders to the Fortune Gate's disciples, this was the first time. However, hearing Xiaohua's order, Sun Jian was alarmed. He understood that there were some people with ulterior motives in the Grand Meeting Hall who had sent low-level disciples to surround the Fortune Gate's disciples. They wanted to see the scene of the Fortune Gate's disciples killing indiscriminately. As long as the Fortune Gate's disciples saw blood, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Teacher Xiao. Sun Jian hastily sent a voice transmission to Xiaohua, wanting to stop him. However, as soon as he spoke, he immediately shut his mouth, because Xiaohua's cultivation level was becoming increasingly unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, 2 thick bolts of lightning appeared on the 2 thunder boats. As Xiaofan pushed with both hands, the bolts of lightning exploded like a mountain torrent, majestically rushing towards one direction. My sons, block. The lightning bolts were heading towards a group of people who were besieged. The leader of the group was already trembling with fear when he saw the unparalleled momentum of the lightning bolts. However, he did not dare to dodge and could only brace himself to issue orders. The tens of thousands of cultivators activated their magic treasures in an attempt to block the lightning bolts. Rumble. Amidst a series of rumbling sounds, all the cultivators' magic treasures were destroyed by the lightning bolts. The cultivators were also injured by the lightning bolts. Their bodies fell to the ground, and the entire group collapsed in an instant. Wang wang. At the same time as the group collapsed, the two lightning boats emitted rumbling sounds. The lightning boats' huge shadows carried a shocking momentum as they slowly rolled over the tens of thousands of cultivators' heads. Flashing lightning bolts, the lightning boat's speed became faster and faster. Quickly report to the Grand Meeting Hall. The Fortune Gate's disciples have finally made their move. Amidst the chaotic voices, some of the commanders anxiously ordered. While some of the other commanders stared blankly in the direction of the two lightning boats, bewildered, why are the Fortune Gate's disciples returning to the snow-chopping gate? Didn't they just return from the snow-chopping gate? However, doubts were just doubts. None of the commanders dared to be negligent. While reporting to the Grand Meeting Hall, they reorganized their teams and released their flying boats, following behind the Fortune Gate's disciples. After flying for several days, Huang Li and the other cultivators were surprised again. They were well aware of the lightning boat's speed, but at this time, the lightning boats were neither fast nor slow, as if they were waiting for them to catch up. Even after arriving at the snow-chopping gate, the lightning boats did not stop at all. They turned around and flew in the direction of the Water Cloud sect. The Water Cloud sect's disciples were naturally scared out of their wits when they saw this. Because the Water Cloud sect was one of the sects that had dismantled the capital star formation, they thought that the Fortune Gate's disciples were going to bring bad luck to the Water Cloud sect. But what was equally strange was that the Fortune Gate's disciples only circled the Water Cloud sect a few times. Just like the snow-chopping gate, they did not pay attention to the Water Cloud sect's disciples' vigilance at all and calmly flew to other sections. Chapter 41-59. After spending several months circling the southwest border of the ruins, the two lightning boats once again headed north, heading towards the northwest. This time, the cultivators in the meeting hall and the disciples following them were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the rhythm of a sightseeing tour? Weren't there supposed to be attacks and spies? Where did all of that go? Of course, in these few months, the devil race did not give up on attacking the ruins. The all-pervasive devil formation could still find loopholes in the Great Barrier Formation, sending devil kings and devil monarchs into the ruins through the Devil Chi passageway. However, facing the devil race army, the Fortune Gate disciples no longer charged forward like before. Instead, they feinted and lured the devil army over, borrowing the lightning boat's power to escape early. In the eyes of the devil race, the lightning boats had already become a banner. Many devil race experts who had suffered greatly at the hands of the Fortune Gate had already spread the lightning boat's power. When the devil race saw that the lightning boats had been defeated without a fight, they rejoiced. Naturally, they would not chase after the lightning boats. Thus, they grabbed the various forces following the Fortune Gate disciples and killed them. Most of these forces were low-level disciples. How could they be a match for the devil race? Each of them cried for their parents as they fled on their magic tools and flying boats, not bothering to find trouble with the Fortune Gate disciples. Thus, after a few times like this, other than a few cultivators who had received strict orders from the meeting hall to follow the lightning boats from afar, there were no more large groups of disciples following the lightning boats. Unfortunately, these cultivators only stayed for a little over 10 days before they were defeated. This was because the lightning boats no longer looked like they were going on a sightseeing tour. They sped up, shuttling through the ruins like lightning. This time, these cultivators were even more dumbfounded. They really did not understand what the Fortune Gate disciples were doing. Were they exploring the ruins' terrain? Were they exploring the ruins' secrets? Or were they looking for something? In short, relying on their flying techniques and flying boats, they could not catch up with the lightning boats. They could only give up on following closely and change their strategy, using the ruins' transmission arrays to follow the lightning boats. Fortunately, the lightning boats did not deliberately hide their tracks. Relying on their understanding of the ruins, these cultivators could always see the lightning boats leaving after exiting some transmission arrays. This went on for over 10 years. Not to mention the cultivators who were tailing them, even the conference hall was puzzled. The thunderboat was like a comb, combing through the entire ruins at an extremely fast speed. Although there were many places that the thunderboat had not been to, the thunderboat had passed by most of them. Moreover, as the lightning boats sped up, the number of Fortune Gate disciples gradually decreased. At some point, the two lightning boats had merged into one, and only a few hundred disciples remained on the lightning boat. Over the past decade or so, the battle between the demon race and the human race was also in a stalemate. Apart from the various small-scale battles, the previous action of wanting to exterminate a sect at the slightest provocation was almost non-existent. Even the 20 demon emperors that had appeared frequently previously would occasionally appear. They would kill a few Dao transformation cultivators before disappearing again. This was a rare scene. Thus, the conference hall of the ruins began to confirm one thing, and that was, the number of demon emperors besieging the ruins was not as many as they had imagined. The 20 demon emperors were just a cover. The real number was probably 3, or perhaps 5, and definitely not more. Because after Xiao Hua came to the ruins, Daoist Xiao and his fellow disciples had fought a total of 3 demon emperors after coming to the ruins. At the same time, they had also injured 3 demon emperors. These 10 years were the time for the 3 demon emperors to recover from their injuries. Since they knew that there were only 3 demon emperors besieging the ruins, the conference hall's ambition gradually rose, and they began to plan for a counterattack. Waves of battles were stirred up one after another outside the realm protecting Grand Formation. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to people's wishes. The conference hall wanted to tear a hole in the Devil Array, but the Devil Array was strange. The demon emperors were also guarding the Devil Array. Although they could not really fight, they could still block the conference hall's attacks with the help of the Devil Array, causing the conference hall's battle to be fruitless. While the conference hall was helpless, some cultivators thought of Xiao Hua. However, while the conference hall was sure of one thing, they were also confused about another. What was Xiao Hua doing in the ruins with the Fortune Gate's disciples? Perhaps the Shindao sect's Yun Che had some understanding in his heart, but at this time, he no longer dared to mention the agreement between him and Xiao Hua, and even more so, he did not dare to mention the Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins. Of course, Yun Che did not have any hope for Xiao Hua's fleeting search. The Shindao sect had been in the ruins for who knew how many years, but they had not found it, so how could Xiao Hua find it so easily? Time passed by as the lightning boat shuttled back and forth. Everything was so peaceful that it made people forget that the devil race was besieging the ruins. One day, the lightning boat flew over a mountain range and suddenly stopped. Xiao Hua flew out of the lightning boat and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand, putting the lightning boat into his space. He then sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. Only then did the group of cultivators realize that this mountain peak was the so-called Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Xiao Hua's starting point began and ended here. In the beginning, Xiao Hua had brought over 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples, and when it ended, Xiao Hua had put all of them into his Space Divine Tool. Only now did some cultivators realize that Xiao Hua was merely a cultivator from the outside world. The battle in the ruins had nothing to do with him, and the Fortune Gate's disciples were only Xiao Hua's own disciples. They would not make any more sacrifices for the ruins. When they realized this, many sensitive cultivators felt a trace of nervousness on the eve of a great battle. After all, Xiao Hua had stopped his search and put all of his disciples away. To a large extent, it meant that his injuries had healed. Xiao Hua's injuries had healed, but what about the three Devil Emperors' injuries? The conference hall began to have a headache. In the past 10 years, the conference hall had always been in a state of attack. They had gathered the elites of various sects in the ruins around the Great Barrier Formation. Their plan was that even if they could not force the Devil race to retreat, they would tear the Great Barrier Formation apart and spread the news of the ruins being besieged. However, until now, there had been no results. Seeing that Xiao Hua's injuries had healed, they knew that they did not have much time left. The three Devil Emperors would definitely counterattack. The ruins was already in a life-and-death situation. As for the news of the great desolate star storm brought by the Misty School's Yangchong, it was simply concealed by the conference hall. Other than a few people who knew about it, ordinary cultivators did not know about it at all. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. He sat down cross-legged, and a moment later, the green-robed Xiao Hua had quietly returned. Fellow Taoist. Seeing the green-robed Xiao Hua's complacent appearance, Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "Has the transmission array been built?" "Of course." The green-robed Xiao Hua took care of it. The green-robed Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "I comprehended the Dao Sex transmission array, the Confucian cultivators going south way north technique, as well as the incense cult's world-crossing teleportation array. Only then did I build this transmission array. I guarantee that as long as fellow Taoist finds the Great Snow Mountain spiritual sense mark and uses it to activate the going south way north technique, you will definitely be able to build a complete transmission channel and send us back to the Western Paradise. Fellow Taoist, you have worked hard." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bowed. Being able to return to the Western Paradise is all thanks to fellow Taoist. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." The green-robed Xiao Hua was unable to close his mouth as he said, "Fellow Taoist is I am also a fellow Taoist, there is no need to thank me." In addition, did fellow Taoist use the Grand Universe Shifting Token to find the location of the Black Wind Ridge's Great Formation? Xiao Hua asked again. The green-robed Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Although the Grand Universe Shifting Token recorded the location of the Black Wind Ridge's transmission array, this item cannot be used in the ruins. I am unable to use this item to find the location of the Black Wind Ridge. And, since that is the case, we will rely on the Soul Cultivator's South Polar North method. Fellow Taoist, please return to the space to cultivate." Xiao Hua released his consciousness and wrapped the green-robed Xiao Hua as he said, "I obtained a lot of good things from the incense cult, I really want to hand them over to you to handle." The green-robed Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as his saliva almost flowed out. He licked his lips and probed, "Magic treasure? Elixirs? Cultivation technique? Crystals?" The three fingers that he stretched out were still slightly rubbing together, making him look exactly like a miser. "That's right." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Didn't I give fellow Taoists some cultivation techniques to comprehend previously? There are still quite a few cultivation techniques together with them. In addition, the founder of the incense cult also left behind some good things for previously, I also gave you a little bit of this cultivation technique, but in order to not disturb you from setting up the formation, I didn't give you all of it. Now, you can properly comprehend it." "Good." The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His figure followed Xiao Hua's consciousness into the space. After seeing the green-robed Xiao Hua, the latter's comprehension had already been transmitted to Xiao Hua's mind. The cultivation technique of the founder of the incense cult, Lan Xichen, was very strange to the cultivators of the ruins, but to Xiaohua, it was very familiar. It was really, as Lan Xichen said, a kind of pleasant surprise. This cultivation technique was the cultivation technique of the immortals of the immortal world. The content was extensive and profound, far more vast than the cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent that Xiaohua had seen. What made Xiaohua especially shocked was that this cultivation technique actually also had the Crimson Infant technique, and the content was even more than the Crimson Infant technique. Thus, Xiaohua couldn't help but suspect Dou Shanjun's identity. The cultivation technique of the immortal world naturally required immortal qi. This was unimaginable in the three continents, but it was easy in the ruins. Of course, Xiaohua's current cultivation hadn't reached that level yet, so he could only let his numerous doppelgangers find the cultivation technique that they could cultivate and comprehend it first. Even if Xiaohua had 10 doppelgangers and each of them could find the cultivation technique that they needed to comprehend, the cultivation technique that Xiaohua could understand was only a drop in the ocean compared to the cultivation system of the immortal world. There were indeed many more secret techniques that made Xiaohua envious. Xiaohua didn't dare to be greedy and only allowed his doppelgangers to cultivate the part that they could understand. He couldn't even take a look at the rest of the cultivation technique. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, his cold eyes sweeping across several Dao cultivators in the distance. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. Layers of light and shadow emerged from the seal, wrapping Xiaohua himself. Then, countless heaven and earth origin qi rushed in from all directions within several thousand li rainbow-colored pearls condensed on the mountain peak. In the air, it was only a moment. Not to mention the naked eye couldn't see Xiaohua, even the divine sense of the group of cultivators couldn't pass through the illusion and hurricane. Chapter 4160. Moreover, the illusions and rings of light were very strange. As long as a cultivator's divine sense fell into it, they would see countless small worlds. And in these small worlds, there were mortals who looked exactly like cultivators. They would give birth to many stories in these small worlds. These stories deeply attracted the cultivators whose divine sense fell into it, almost making them lose themselves in it. After waking up, many cultivators' faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly fled, not daring to look around again. Following Xiaohua's spell, a huge palm gradually appeared in mid-air. This karmic hand was black and white, and dazzling rings of light constantly appeared from the finger, then fell into the air. These rings of light rapidly spread in the air, and at the same time, scattered into the void. Waves of obscure fluctuations distorted the image of the entire mountain peak. The cultivators watching from afar were extremely puzzled, not knowing what Xiaohua was doing. However, at this time, they didn't have time to think too much, because in addition to the strange rings of light that Xiaohua's karmic hand was emitting day and night above the soaring Dragon Mountain range, at this time, the sky above the ruins was once again emitting thunderous sounds. The original brilliance of the sun and moon was now gradually disappearing, and the entire sky began to darken. Then, boom! 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 Huge roars began to endlessly reverberate. From the horizon, demonic pillars fell from the sky like huge nails, nailing down from the dark sky. Each demonic pillar was filled with billowing demonic qi and streams of blood, and ferocious devils roared in the demonic pillars. Moreover, as soon as the demonic pillars penetrated the air, there were devils with wings, whimpering as they flew out from the demonic qi. And when the demonic pillars went deeper, there were devils wearing demonic armors, brandishing demonic weapons, and stepping on demonic beasts rushing out. They didn't put the human race in their eyes at all. One demonic pillar after another fell, gradually covering the entire sky, and surging towards the ground of the ruins. Boom! 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 The demonic pillars fell, but in just a moment, the entire world was shaking. The dark and bloody sky had already begun to shake violently, and patches of fiery red appeared from the clouds, and flames began to burn between the demonic pillars. Within the flames, there were naturally tens of thousands of human cultivators who formed teams and pounced towards the demonic pillars. They either activated their flames to burn the demonic pillars or activated their magic treasures to kill the devils. As a result, the darkness in the sky mixed with the color of blood gradually spread to the entire sky. However, in the darkness, large clusters of flames also covered the sky and covered the earth, contending with the demonic aura. It seemed as if the sky was going to be burned through. Flames and darkness were so clearly separated, yet they were also attacking each other. The entire ruins had truly become a furnace of heaven and earth. Roar, dong dong, as soon as the battle began, the sound of war drums could be heard and war songs could be heard. From the mountains and hills on the ground, groups of human cultivators who were lying in ambush rushed into the sky. These cultivators formed teams with arrays and flying ships. Powerful attacks condensed into beams of light that shot into the demonic pillars, killing the devils that escaped from the demonic pillars. Seeing that these teams all flew out from the demonic pillars, it was clear that the conference hall also had a deep understanding of the flaws of the Great Realm Protection Formation. In order to resist the attacks of the devils, they had put in a lot of effort. However, the power of the demonic spirit of the demonic formation was also not to be underestimated. The demonic pillars were like fireworks that shot into the sky, nailing down continuously. There were truly many demonic pillars. Although the majority of the demonic pillars were blocked by human cultivators, there were still many devils that escaped from the demonic pillars and began to attack from the back of the human teams. Moreover, these demonic pillars also became thicker and expanded in the sky, gradually invading the ruins. Towards these demonic pillars that penetrated deep into the ruins, the flames of the Great Realm Protection Formation began to automatically burn them. The human cultivators who were guarding in the distance also hurriedly flew over to kill them. Coincidentally, the mountain peak that Xiaofan was sitting on was also a flaw of the Great Realm Protection Formation. As the demonic formation spread out, a demonic pillar that was several li thick fell with a boom. It was precisely the light shadow of the hand of karma that was already more than 1,000 li above Xiaohua's head. Ao. That demonic pillar had just touched the multicolored light that shot up into the sky from the hand of karma, and the arrogant devils inside immediately let out miserable shrieks. They simply didn't have the chance to come out of the demonic aura before they turned into powder. The light shadow of the hand of karma was so dazzling in the blood and fire, and so terrifying in the demonic aura. When all the devils and devils saw the unparalleled power, they hurriedly urged their bodies to fly out of the demonic pillars. However, just as they flew out, the multicolored light pierced into their devil bodies like needles. No matter if it was the devils with wings on their backs or the devils wearing armor, or even the devils that appeared like phantoms, they were all torn into pieces. The devils inside the demonic pillars panicked. Each and every one of them used the demonic aura and blood water to go against the flow, wanting to escape back to the demonic formation. However, the power of the demonic pillars wasn't something that the devils could resist. Therefore, each and every one of the devils fell into the hand of karma like moths to a flame and were annihilated. The demonic pillars crossed the soaring Dragon Mountain range and had already spread into the depths of the ruins. The burning clouds were also ignited around the demonic pillars. A great battle suddenly broke out, and a gale began to blow in the ruins. The heaven and earth vital energy in the ruins poured into the Great Realm Protection Formation from the bottom. Following the flames that filled the sky and countless brilliance, the heaven and earth vital energy in the entire ruins was completely stirred up. Hurricanes began to form, blowing across the ground like flying sand and stones. In the sky, the void seemed to be burned by the flames. Cryptic fluctuations were emitted from the black and white cracks. Some of these fluctuations fell into the demonic pillars, instantly extinguishing half of the demonic pillars. Sometimes, they also fell into the troops of the human cultivators, easily killing hundreds of them. The entire sky and the entire earth were in a fierce battle. Although the great battle had just begun, it was already so intense. No one could imagine how the elites of the ruins would deal with even more devils outside the Great Realm Protection Formation. After all, there were devil monarchs and devil emperors there. Compared to other places, the soaring Dragon Mountain range was much quieter. Within 1,000 li of the karmic hand, there was not a single devil. Not even devil chi and blood could be seen. That halo and fluctuations were still rotating and spreading in an orderly manner. This stalemate that was exchanged with blood and fire lasted for several months. The flames of the Great Realm Protection Formation were no longer pure crimson red. They began to be mixed with wisps of blood and devil chi. Although there were very few wisps of blood, it was already enough to explain everything. During this period, many human cultivators flew to the side of the karmic hand. They seemed to be looking for Xiaofan, but in the face of this strange brilliance, no one was able to get close. They had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, on this day, the battle cries did not stop. The halo of the karmic hand began to slowly retract. Xiaohua's figure also appeared in the halo as he formed hand seals. At this time, Xiaohua was so illusory and so otherworldly. An indescribable aura was emitted from his body. This aura seemed to be able to control heaven and earth. It also seemed to be able to control life and death. It even seemed to be able to sort out karma. All the words in the mortal world were unable to describe this thing that could only exist in the upper realm. When the halo of the karmic hand retracted into Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's figure completely solidified. Two balls of flames flickered in Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua opened his eyes. Xiaohua's eyes were shining like stars, but they were also filled with doubts. Xiaohua ignored the battle in front of him and muttered again, "The ruins is indeed the upper realm. All the laws of the cultivation world do not exist here. The karmic hand seals that could not be used in the hidden immortal continent are not sluggish here. All the karma that can be detected is revealed like a small stream." Although, this Xiao is still unable to clearly see the survival of the ruins, unable to clearly see the outcome of this war between humans and devils, this Xiao can finally see what this Xiao wants to see. It's very strange. Yu Mingxin actually has another opportunity? She doesn't need to go with this Xiao at all? What is this opportunity of hers? Could it be that the devil race is bound to lose in this war? Also, that great desolate star storm that affected the entire cultivation world is fake? Will the ruins be destroyed in this great desolate star storm? Of course, if the devil race is defeated, the teleportation channel will naturally be restored, and the cultivators of the ruins can of course go to Taibai Star Realm and escape this calamity. Of course Yu Mingxin can escape. But if that's the case, why would the fragrance cult's inheritance be handed over to this Xiao? Also, although this Xiao is unable to see the outcome of this war, this Xiao can still vaguely know that the key to the war is at the southwest border. Could it be that the devil race has long since set up an ambush at the southwest border? This Xiao's fortune gate sweeping through the southwest devil race is precisely to destroy the devil emperor's wishful thinking? But the question is, what is the devil emperor's plan at the southwest border? Could it be that the devil emperor and the Shundao sect are looking for fire and earth magnetism? No, that's impossible. The Shundao sect is built on magnetism at Mount Yongpan. If this Xiao can discover the fire and earth magnetism at the bottom of the cliff, then Yun Che can discover it even more. It's also impossible that the devil race doesn't know. Therefore, the fire and earth magnetism is definitely not what they are looking for. No matter what, the southwest border is definitely the center of the devil emperor's attention. If we want to win this war, we must start from there. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He looked around with some surprise and frowned. Oh? What's going on? It's only been a few breaths, and the devil race has already started a large-scale attack? He. At this time, the scholar cultivator Xiaofan laughed and said, "You're wrong, fellow immortal. The devil race has been attacking the ruins for more than a few months. Fellow immortal, you're just using a karma art. You don't know how long it has been." "A few months." Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the flames in the sky, the devil clouds brazenly attacking the flames, the roars of devil beasts and devils, and the war cries of human cultivators. He said indifferently, "The war has just begun. Forget a few months, even if it's a few years, it's nothing." While speaking, Xiaohua's heart moved. He released the green-robed Xiaohua and ordered, "Fellow Taoist, please use your nascent soul to explore the surroundings." Chapter 4161. Okay. Green-robed Xiaohua rushed into his lower dantian and flew away with his eighth tribulation scattered nascent soul. Sensing the disappearing nascent soul, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Damn it, I don't only have 1/8 tribulation scattered nascent soul here, there are more than 100 of them. Unfortunately, these scattered nascent souls are spirits and can't fuse with the world's vital energy in the ruins. Although they've passed the lightning tribulation and reached the realm of spirit and flesh, they're still not real spirits and can't come out at will. Especially in the eyes of the devil race, flesh and blood are their delicacies, and spirits are even more so. I won't let them eat raw for nothing. Yeah, if 100 of you can come out, it'll be a great help." "That would be another great help." Dragon Vein Xiaohua also agreed. "Fellow Taoist soul cultivator." Xiaohua hovered in midair, releasing his spiritual sense to scout for any signs of activity within a 5,000-kilometer radius. "Has there been any movement from the spiritual sense marker we set up on the Great Snow Mountain?" "Okay, I'll let you know." Soul cultivator Xiaohua answered, "We've been in the ruins for dozens of years, and you've been trapped in the illusion for dozens of years. Then, we've been collecting wandering souls in the ruins for dozens of years. I've been continuously using soul cultivation secret techniques, but unfortunately, the mark of our divine sense doesn't seem to exist, and I can't sense it anymore. Alas, I also divined about this matter just now." Xiaohua shook his head, "I don't have any clues, and I don't know if we can leave through the teleportation formation. No matter what, we can't just rely on the going south way north technique this time, we must use the teleportation formation." Scholar Xiaohua suggested. "Dao Sec's teleportation formation is also borrowed from my soul cultivation technique." Soul cultivator Xiaohua retorted unconvinced, "I think it's enough to rely on the going south way north technique." "Big brothers." Devil spirit Xiaohua suddenly spoke, "I think what you said is reasonable, but I also have a plan, I don't know if you're willing to listen." "Oh? Come here." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and said, "I think, since Big Brother can transform into a devil race, we might as well sneak into the devil formation and wait for them to retreat to enter the devil world. Big Brother, don't you have the space vein of the devil world and Dawn Rain continent? If it's possible, we'll return to the Dawn Rain continent from that demon-resisting valley?" "That's easy for you to say." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua berated, "How could it be as easy as you say? The devil race that besieged the ruin seemed to be different from the devil race that we encountered on the Dawn Rain continent. Since the ruins were the upper realm, the devil world that besieged them must also be the upper realm. It must be different from the devil world that we know. In this way, not only will we not be able to find the spatial meridian that leads to the demon-resisting valley, we will be walking right into a trap and be killed by the demon lord or even the demon race that is more powerful than the demon lord." "Fellow immortal, you're wrong." Soul cultivator Xiaohua retorted, "I think what that brat Mo Ling said is very reasonable. Demons are called demon monarchs and demon emperors, which is the same as what we learned in the Dawn Rain continent. Although we don't know whether this demon realm is the same as that demon realm, it's still possible, right? How would we know if we don't go and take a look? Don't Confucian cultivators emphasize that it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books? Fellow Taoists, there's no need to say any more. Xiaofan said with a smile, this place isn't like the heavenly prison. Inside the heavenly prison, we can directly go to the great snow mountain through the time fragments, but this place is the ruins. I don't have the confidence to pass through the barrier between the two worlds, so we can only rely on the teleportation array. Especially if we rely on the fragrance cult's teleportation array that can break through realms. Moreover, the matter of the demon realm is only one possibility. If you and I enter the demon realm, we'll be in the dark. Everywhere we look up and down, there will be devils. Any demon lord that we meet might see through us. It's more dangerous than the burial immortal continent, so let's not talk about this matter. At this point, Xiaofan was afraid that the two doppelgangers would continue to argue, so he changed the topic and said with a smile, "Oh right, this time, we've been traveling in the ruins for more than 10 years. It can be said that we've swept away all the wandering souls that have accumulated in the ruins for hundreds of years. These hundreds of millions of wandering souls fell into the space. Not only did the land on the inside of the space expand 100 times, but the space also expanded once again. On the Xinhua continent, other than the original Fortune Gate disciples, there are 10 times more people living here. Moreover, these newborn babies are equally outstanding. With so many disciples, fellow Taoist green-robed's Fortune Gate won't be able to hold on. Fellow Taoists, are you interested in opening up branches and spreading leaves on the Xinhua continent and passing down your orthodoxy?" Fellow Taoists' words really hit the nail on the head. Confucian cultivator Xiaofan clapped his hands and said, "Previously, when fellow Taoist green-robed established the sect, I wanted to get a few disciples to teach, but that guy refused to let me. After that, we cultivated bitterly in the heavenly prison and didn't see any life or death, so I was too lazy to think about it. Now that the Fortune Gate has taken shape, it's time for me to make a Wuxia manner. I am also interested." Soul cultivator Xiaofan also fought with Confucian cultivator Xiaofan. He. You all are too late. Dragon Vein Xiaofan laughed, I's disciple has already accepted many disciples for I. Now that the ocean in my space has taken shape, my dragon race can reproduce and live in the ocean. While speaking, green-robed Xiaofan turned around and roughly explained the situation. Xiaofan looked at the increasingly dark flames in the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. The situation of the battle was not out of Xiaofan's expectations. Although the human race still held the advantage in the battle inside the ruins and killed many devils in these few months, this was after all the ruins, the foundation of the human race, so they should have the advantage. The battle outside the ruins was not optimistic. Under the siege of the demonic formation, the realm-protecting formation was already in danger. The human cultivators who were fighting against the demonic formation had also suffered heavy casualties. All the sect leaders and elders in the conference hall stayed in the formation to command. However, the ruins were really too big. Even if all the sect masters and elders moved out, they couldn't completely control the grand formation. Who is in charge of the defense in the southwest? After thinking for a moment, Xiaofan suddenly asked. Green-robed Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, "One is Shandao sect master Yun Che. The other is Misty School's sect master Lu Wuxia. However, both of them are at the edge of the southwest border. Moreover, there aren't many devils in the southwest border, so there aren't many troops stationed there. It's a diversion tactic again." Xiaofan sneered, "The Devil Emperor is best at using these kinds of tricks." Green-robed Xiaofan said anxiously, "Should we inform the conference hall?" "I do want to inform, but the problem is whether the conference hall will believe it." Xiaofan said with a bitter smile, "We'll just wait here." "All right." Green-robed Xiaohua nodded and prepared to urge the invisible nascent soul to return to his lower dantian. However, at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, Wu Tian seems to have something to ask you. Go and ask him." "Oh? What is it?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and replied, "How would I know? I asked him, but he didn't tell me at all." I understand." Xiaohua nodded and sent green-robed Xiaohua back. Then, he brought Wu Tian out of the space. When Wu Tian saw Xiaohua, he immediately understood what happened. With a plop, he knelt in front of Xiaohua and kowtowed, "Master, oh? What's wrong?" Xiaohua was surprised. He helped Wu Tian up and asked, "Disciple, why are you bowing so respectfully for no reason? Forgive disciple for being unworthy. Disciple has something to discuss with master." Wu Tian stood up with a careful expression and replied in a low voice. Speak." Xiaohua really didn't understand what Wu Tian wanted to do. However, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. It turned out that Wu Tian wanted to stay in the ruins and earnestly asked Xiaohua to agree. However, when Xiaohua checked Wu Tian's cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He already understood why Wu Tian wanted to stay in the ruins. When Wu Tian became Xiaohua's disciple, he was already a gold core stage cultivator. In the hidden immortal continent, he could be considered a famous Dao cultivator. However, his basic cultivation method was wrong and he fell into the trap of a Confucian cultivator. Therefore, after he became Xiaohua's disciple, he personally taught him a cultivation method. After Xiaohua accepted Yuanya, Yu Zhongquan, Chang Yuan and the others, Wu Tian was still the disciple with the highest cultivation under Xiaohua. In the 6,000 years in the heavenly prison, whether it was Lu Yi, Yu Zhongquan, Fu Jiwen, or Yuanya, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Each of them had already surpassed Wu Tian and reached the high stage of the 6th grade of essence energy or even the 7th grade of essence energy. On the contrary, Wu Tian, who had the highest cultivation now, was only at the late stage of the void refinement realm, which was the high stage of the 6th grade of essence energy. This cultivation was already extraordinary in the hidden immortal continent. However, compared to the other disciples under Xiaohua, Wu Tian was nothing. Of course, compared to the 6,000 years, the previous few hundred years were also nothing. Wu Tian's future achievements might not be worse than Lu Yi and the others. However, the higher the cultivation level, the more Wu Tian was alarmed. The reason for his alarm was not only that his progress couldn't be compared to his fellow disciples, but also that he found that his foundation could no longer support his great Tao. In other words, Wu Tian, who had touched a trace of the heavenly Tao, had a premonition that he couldn't pass the lightning tribulation and ascend to become an immortal. If Wu Tian was still in the hidden immortal continent, then Wu Tian had no choice but to walk step by step until the sky turned dark and hit a wall. But now Wu Tian was in the ruins, the edge of the upper realm, a place where he didn't need to pass the lightning tribulation to advance. Moreover, after fighting in the ruins for more than 10 years, Wu Tian also understood some of the cultivation methods of the cultivators of the ruins to cultivate the primordial spirit. This cultivation method was different from cultivating the nascent soul. Wu Tian could cultivate from the beginning without worrying about his foundation being unstable. With this choice, Wu Tian naturally had other thoughts. Seeing Xiaohua staring at him without uttering a word, Wu Tian felt a little scared in his heart. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Master, disciple only now understands the reason why Master didn't use cultivation to determine seniority. Disciple's aptitude is far from being comparable to Lu Yi and the other junior brothers. Moreover, disciple has cultivated wrongly from the beginning. At this time, there is simply no way to turn back. Disciple staying in the ruins is an opportunity for myself and also an opportunity for the fortune gate. Disciple is still a branch of the fortune gate. Disciple is also willing to help master spread his branches in the ruins. Chapter 4162. Of course. At this point, Wu Tian changed the topic and said respectfully, if master doesn't agree, disciple will not mention this matter in the future and will only focus on cultivation. Get up. How could Xiaofan not know Wu Tian's thoughts? Every cultivator wanted to fight for a chance to cultivate under the ruthless heaven and earth, and Wu Tian was no exception. So Xiaofan smiled and said, master doesn't blame you for having such thoughts. You have your own thoughts and want to stay in the ruins and create your own world, master is more than happy. However, master doesn't have the heart to leave you here without properly guiding your cultivation. Thank you, master. Wu Tian got up and said in shame, disciple has shamed master. Actually, what you've said is nothing to me at all. Xiaofan explained again, first of all, master has the Kunlun mirror. When master ascends, if you feel that you can't pass the tribulation, you can follow master to the immortal world. Disciple has already thought of this possibility. Wu Tian shook his head and said, disciple can't cultivate well in the hidden immortal continent, how can I cultivate better in the immortal world? Secondly. Xiaofan said again, master is proficient in Buddhist secret arts, I can let you reincarnate and cultivate again. Wu Tian was shocked, but after thinking for a while, he still shook his head, if I reincarnate and cultivate again, will Wu Tian still be Wu Tian? Alright. Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, finally, master wants to tell you that the ruins is definitely not a paradise. What you see is only what you want to see. The mutual deception here is not any worse than the hidden immortal continent. Master, at least in this place, disciple is not afraid of being attacked by Confucian cultivators. Wu Tian argued. Not only that. Xiaofan raised his hand and pointed to the sky, the outcome of this battle with the devil race is still unknown. Maybe under the devil race's large-scale attack, the ruins will really become the ruins. Also, according to the news sent back by the disciples outside the ruins, a large-scale great desolate star storm has already appeared. Many of the moon god realm star regions will inevitably be involved, and the ruins is one of them. Even if the cultivators of the ruins manage to escape the claws of the devils, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to escape from the primeval starburst. Wu Tian naturally didn't know what a great desolate star storm was, but after seeing Xiaofan's solemn expression, he wavered a little. However, after a short moment, Wu Tian firmly said, Master, this disciple has already thought about it. How can there not be a life and death trial? How could there be no natural disasters? When I was on the Xinhua continent, I used divination techniques to check. Although my cultivation base is low, I can sense that I have not encountered any bloodshed in the short term. Xiaofan nodded slightly. Of course, he also thought of Yu Mingxin. The result of his divination for Yu Mingxin was not a bad omen. Now, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaofan felt that the cultivators of the ruins must have had other opportunities and would not be wiped out. Disciple, it's fine if you want to leave. Xiaofan saw that Wu Tian had already made up his mind and didn't say anything more. He only urged him to stay, however, Master feels that you should wait until after this battle. If the devils win, Master can still take you and escape, but you. I'm afraid it's not easy to escape from the hands of the devils. Master. Wu Tian replied, people often say that when you are placed in a death trap, you will be reborn. This disciple is always under Master's wings. When can I soar alone in the sky? This disciple pleads Master to let this disciple leave now. Xiaofan looked at the determination in Wu Tian's eyes and seemed to see the brave Zhang Xiaofan from God knows how many years ago. He nodded and took out 2 spatial rings from his bosom and handed them to Wu Tian, since you have already decided, then Master won't say anything. These are cultivation methods, medicinal pills, magic treasures, and other things. You can use them yourself, and you can also use them when you establish a sect for our fortune gate. Yes, this disciple understands. Wu Tian took them and put them away without looking at them carefully. This is the upper realm. I'm afraid it's not easy to cultivate a nascent soul. Master will give you a primordial spirit cultivation method as well as a nascent soul cultivation method. You can deal with them yourself. Xiaohua explained and stretched out a finger. In addition, Master has used the karma method several times and has also comprehended some things. I will pass it to you now. Master. Wu Tian couldn't help but cry. Although he was a 6,000 years old cultivator, he was still affected by Xiaohua's strong familial love. Xiaohua's finger flashed and touched Wu Tian's forehead. Wu Tian felt the whole world fall into his mind and then he fainted. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian's body that was lying on the ground and slowly trembling. An obscure fluctuation spread out from Wu Tian's forehead. Xiaohua knew that Wu Tian was absorbing what he had imparted to him. He sighed and raised his head. At this time, in the sky above Xiaohua's head, a fire snake rushed out from the protective formation. A cultivator wearing a battle armor stepped out from the fire. Wasn't that the heavy flow sect's Huafei? Huafei's battle armor was a little damaged and there were black stains on it. It was obviously stained by the devil race. Huafei's hair was a little messy and his breathing was unstable. The protective light around his body was also different. When Huafei landed on the ground, he bowed and said, "Dao Master Xiao, I am Heavy Flow Sect's Huafei." Xiaohua looked at him indifferently and cupped his hands casually. "Dao Master Hua doesn't need to be so polite. We have already met on the transmission artifact." "Indeed." Huafei laughed. "When I learned that Dao Master Xiao killed the Eternal Peace Mountain's Devil King, I knew that Dao Master Xiao is an upright person. You are definitely not a devil race spy." Xiaohua was already stubborn. He looked at Huafei indifferently and said, "Dao Master Hua, if you have something to say, say it directly. This Xiao doesn't understand beating around the bush." Huafei was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Previously, some of the sect masters in the meeting hall misunderstood Dao Master Xiao and the Fortune Gate's disciples. Now, this Hua is here to apologize on their behalf. The ruins is at the most critical moment. The survival of the ruins depends on this battle. Therefore, I ask Dao Master and the Fortune Gate's disciples to fight and help the ruins human race defeat the devil race." Ha! Xiaohua spread his arms, stretched his body, yawned, rubbed his eyes, and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Hua, I just woke up and haven't washed my face yet. My mind is in a mess, so I don't quite understand what you're saying. Dao Master Hua, please turn back and wait for this Xiao to go back to sleep and wash my face. It won't be too late to explain to this Xiao then." "Dao Master Xiao." Huafei smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaohua was lying in the air with his eyes closed and his mouth and nose started snoring. "AI." Huafei sighed helplessly. He knew that the meeting hall's actions had hurt Xiaohua's heart. At this time, no matter what he said, he would only be humiliating himself. It was better not to say anything. Therefore, Huafei sighed and rushed into the air. Then, a fire pillar fell from the flame high up in the sky and caught Huafei's body. As the fire pillar disappeared, Huafei's body disappeared. After more than 30 days, the black qi in the flame high up in the sky became thicker. The wisps of blood in the black qi became clearer and more bloody. This bloody smell was so deep in the flame that a kind of violent aura was gradually born in the whole world. From time to time, there would be some disharmonious things falling in this aura. It could be some magic treasures, spatial rings, battle armors, or even broken limbs. Of course, these things were nothing in the ruins now. Most of the things left behind were these things. However, through the realm protecting Grand Array, they could still exist after falling so high. The quality of these broken magic treasures must be extraordinary. There were also the corpses of the fallen cultivators. Naturally, they had been tempered. Just as Xiaofan was deep in thought, Wu Tian woke up. He stood up and knelt down for the third time. This time, he could no longer speak. His eyes were filled with tears as he kowtowed with all his strength. At this time, any words would be useless. No need to be so childish. Xiaofan helped him up and said, "You have become Master's disciple, but Master didn't give you much guidance. In the future, you will have to rely on yourself. It is normal for Master to do more for you. In the ruins, disciple will not tarnish Master's name. I will also make the Fortune Gate a big sect in the ruins." Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said word by word. Xiaofan nodded. "This is what you think. Master doesn't need you to bear anything. As long as you live well and cultivate well, it will be fine." With that, Xiaofan brought Fu Jiwen and the other disciples out of the space. When the disciples heard that Wu Tian wanted to stay, they were surprised, but they understood in a moment. Although they were reluctant, after all, they had cultivated together for thousands of years. Thinking that Wu Tian's choice was extremely correct, everyone gave him their blessings and didn't blame him. After the disciples exchanged their tokens, Xiaofan looked at Lu Yi and the others and said with a smile, "The ruins is the upper realm. Whether it is the resources or the heaven and earth origin energy, it is much better than the hidden immortal continent. Especially, this is the cultivation world. There is no persecution of Confucian cultivators. It is most suitable for our Tao cultivators to cultivate. If any of you want to stay here, Master will not stop you. However, if you want to stay, you will have to pay a price. Your thousands of years of cultivation will turn into flowing water. Senior brother Wu has his own path, we have our own path." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "Disciple is different from senior brother Wu Tian. Disciple is determined to follow Master. Master, please don't drive disciple away." Afterwards, Lu Yi and the others spoke up as well. They were younger than Wu Tian, and the disciples of Confucianism and Buddhism were obviously not suitable to stay in the ruins. Those who practiced Taoism had all started from the Qi refinement realm, so they did not have an unstable foundation like Wu Tian. Therefore, none of the disciples were willing to stay. Seeing that the other disciples weren't willing to stay, Wu Tian's face became a little hot. Xiaofan was very sharp and noticed it. He smiled and said, "Disciple, Fu Jiwen said it well. Everyone has their own path. Master didn't understand before, but now, Master wants to encourage you to stay. After Master ascends to the upper realm, maybe I will come to the ruins to look for you. Many thanks for Master's understanding." Wu Tian's heart was slightly relieved. Chapter 4163. Lu Yi and the other disciples chatted with Wu Tian for a while before reluctantly bidding farewell and returning to Shenhua continent. After all the disciples left, Xiaofan said to Wu Tian, "It's a war now, and there's no pure land in the entire ruins. Previously, I used divination to investigate, and the southwest of the ruins should be the key to the war. As long as it's not near the southwest border, the other places should be fine. Of course, the soaring Dragon Mountain Range is an opportunity for some people, but for you, I don't know." Disciple understands. Wu Tian looked at the abandoned cave abode in the distance and said, "Then disciple will go to the cave abode that I used to cultivate in. It won't be too late to come out after the Taoist demon war is over." "All right." Xiaofan raised his hand and waved it slightly. His heart ached a little, just like when Little Black and Little Yellow left. Although Wu Tian didn't spend as much time with him as Little Black and Little Yellow, he was still his disciple's disciple. Xiao Hua, who liked to gather and not part, couldn't bear for him to leave like this. Disciple will go now. Wu Tian bit his lips and knelt down to kowtow a few more times. Only then did he move and hide in the cave abode in the distance after looking back several times. Sigh, this child. Green-robed Xiao Hua's voice sounded. It's a war now, and there's danger everywhere. Why didn't he hide in the space and leave after the war? He's afraid that after entering the space, the decision he made with great difficulty would change. Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. After all, when a person is used to an environment, it's difficult to leave. If he thinks about leaving again, I'm afraid he really won't leave. Then, his ambition will be wiped clean. I think it's a good thing for him to stay in the ruins. After all, his cultivation foundation isn't stable, and he definitely won't be able to ascend to the immortal world in the end. However, the ruins are in danger now. Not to mention the devil race, there's also the chaos star storm. Neither of these are things that Wu Tian can handle by himself. Wu Tian is different from other disciples. Xiao Hua said, he's naturally sensitive and knows how to avoid danger. Moreover, his divination skills are quite good. If he feels that he can stay, then there's no big problem. Didn't I divine for Yu Mingxin before? Even with Yu Mingxin's cultivation, there wouldn't be any problems, let alone Wu Tian. Perhaps there will be an end to the Taoist demon war here, or perhaps the transmission channel from the ruins to the Taibai astral boundary can be repaired after the Taoist demon war. In short, the heavens are virtuous. When a door is closed, a window will be opened. Humph, here it comes again. While Xiao Hua was speaking, the green-robed Xiao Hua gave a cold snort. These cultivators from the discussion hall are really thick-skinned. So noisy. Xiao Hua didn't know what was going on, so he responded and looked up at the sky. At this time, two young cultivators wearing battle armor descended from the sky. They were the ones that Xiao Hua had seen in Yunche's communication artifact. At that time, Yunche had also introduced them. They were Zhang Jing of Yan Hong Hall and Fei Cheng of Jing Fei Mountain. The two of them had an extremely awkward expression on their faces. Although they saw Xiao Hua looking up at the sky from afar and ignoring the two of them had no choice but to go forward. When they flew in front of Xiao Hua, the two of them bowed and said, Daoist Xiao, we are Zhang Jing and Fei Cheng. We have specially come to apologize to Daoist Xiao. Unfortunately, when the two of them finished speaking, they didn't see Xiao Hua open his mouth, nor did they see any strength to help them up. The two of them stole a glance and saw that Xiao Hua's nostrils were facing the two of them. His black nostrils seemed to be mocking them. Daoist Xiao. The two of them felt helpless, but they didn't dare to straighten up. They still said, previously, the two of us were blinded by lard. We wanted to borrow Daoist Zhao's devil arts, to attack the fortune gate and take the opportunity to raise the prestige of our two sects. We even wanted to take the fortune gate's forces into our sects. We were really wrong. Although 100 deaths are nothing to be regretted, if it weren't for the fact that we were in a war and wanted to leave our bodies to deal with the devil race, we would definitely have declared our sincerity in front of Daoist Xiao. Today, outside the Realm Protection Grand Array, the 4 sect masters and over 10,000 spirit refinement and spirit return cultivators were killed by the Devil Monarch. And that mysterious Devil Monarch still hasn't appeared. Daoist Xiao, our cultivation is shallow, and it's difficult for us to be the Devil Monarch's opponent, let alone the Devil Formation's opponent. We hope that Daoist Xiao can take into account that we are all humans and help us ruins cultivators. After this battle, the two of us will definitely give up our positions as sect masters and leave the ruins, never to return. Zhang Jing and Fei Cheng had obviously thought about it long ago. They came to Xiao Hua and didn't shirk at all. They spoke frankly about their mistakes and even asked Xiaohua to help them with the safety of the human race. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had just sent Wu Tian away and was in a bad mood. How could he listen to their long-winded words? Once again, Zhang Jing and Fei Cheng tried their best to talk to them. They bowed and talked for a full hour, but all they saw was 2 nostrils. They didn't even give them 2 white nuts. Helpless, the 2 of them could only retreat dejectedly. Granny! The green-robed Xiaohua shouted, "These bullshit cultivators, if they knew this would happen, why did they do it in the first place? When they sent more than 10 teams to monitor my Fortune Gate's lightning boat, they weren't like this. Now that they can't defeat the devil race, they pretended to come here to repent. If apologies were useful, would there be any need for weapons? These 2 sect masters can be considered to be sincere in their apologies." The 2 of them bowed and apologized for a long time with their identities as Dao Transformation Realm cultivators. In the ruins, this is unbelievable. Of course, I don't know what they are thinking, but the situation is stronger than them. They have no choice but to lower their heads. Oh, could it be that their so-called self-abasement and leaving the ruins is also fake? Of course it's not fake. Xiaohua replied indifferently, "These words are the price for us to take action. Even if we agree, the 100 sects in the discussion hall won't agree. Isn't Tenyu going to take the lead?" Buddha Bodhi couldn't help but ask, "The number of wandering souls dying in battle is increasing. The number of human cultivators can't be compared to the devil race." "Nonsense," Xiaohua said unhappily, "the ruins is about to be destroyed, but aren't we also killed by the devil emperor? How can we not take action? However, if you want us to take action, there must be a condition. TSK, we have been in the ruins for dozens of years, but we haven't seen any auction, nor have we seen any good treasures. The things that the incense cult gave us, we still have to return to them. We can't leave the ruins empty-handed, right? Namo Maitreya Buddha. Tenyu is too greedy." Bodhi smiled bitterly, "Aren't the Eternal Peace Mountain and Snow/Gate in our hands? Didn't the Shundao sect master Yun Che also give some? There are also some gifts from the 8 southwestern sects. These are already quite a lot." "Io, little monk." Xiaohua replied, "Those are things that we should get. Our Fortune Gate disciples can't be bullied by them. If they don't show some sincerity, don't even think about making I take action." "That's right." Dragon Vein Xiaohua also egged, "Didn't you see that after several months of fighting, only the Devil Monarch has taken action? The Devil Emperor is nowhere to be seen. At this time, there is no need for us to take action. The main meeting hall wants our Fortune Gate disciples to take action." The protective green-robed Xiaohua said coldly, "They have a good plan." "Humph." Xiaohua sneered, "Our Fortune Gate disciples have enough experience, there is no need for us to fight the devil race. If the main meeting hall is sincere, we can take part in the battle, but none of our disciples can come out." After saying that, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, carefully comprehending the benefits of using the karma technique. The ruins was the upper realm. The heavenly Tao rules here were different from the hidden immortal continent. Divine arts that directly connected to the great Tao like the karma method could only be unleashed here without any restrictions. The details within were all things that Xiaohua could use in his cultivation. If Xiaohua wanted to unleash the karma method in the hidden immortal continent, he had to comprehend these details thoroughly. Unknowingly, more than a month passed. The battle cries near the soaring Dragon Mountain range gradually disappeared, and the black qi between heaven and earth became thicker. Especially the flames that covered the sky, they became dimmer. Whether it was the devil qi or the blood-red light, they restrained the crimson flames. In this devil qi, vague figures of devils appeared. Human cultivators also appeared in the flames from time to time. It was very obvious that the boundary of the great Taoist devil war had been pushed into the realm protection formation by the devil race. The defense of the ruins was really at a critical point. He, fellow Taoist. On this day, when the fierce wind between heaven and earth stopped, green-robed Xiaofan shouted, "Look who's here! Look who's here!" At this point, I'm afraid your wishful thinking has been ruined, right? AI, yes. Xiaohua's eyes were still closed, but a bitter smile appeared on his face as he replied, "This must be Mo Lianqi's idea. When this girl came, I had no choice but to take action." Of course. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you only saved her life that day. Then, she sacrificed her lifespan to repay you. This karma has already been settled. However, later on, she secretly fell in love with you. Even I was envious of your luck with women." However, looking at the situation of the fragrant cult, it wasn't just the result of her being influenced by what she heard and saw since she was young. It was also the result of Mo Lianqi's instigation, right? It's not just that. Xiaohua opened his eyes and explained, that moon beast was also a little strange. Its two fragments affected both I and her to a certain extent. As he spoke, more than 10 male and female cultivators flew over from the mountain range not far away. These cultivators looked a little miserable. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they all had injuries on their bodies. Especially the girl in front, the veil on her face was stained with blood, and her hair was a little messy. Wasn't she Yu Mingxin of the fragrant cult? Looking behind Yu Mingxin, Xiaohua saw Yu Changming, Misty School's Yang Haoya, and Shendao Sect's Wan Wuxin and the others. The 10 cultivators flew in front of Xiaohua and stopped respectfully. They bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua looked at the injuries on their bodies and his gaze fell on Yu Mingxin. He opened his mouth and said, "Miss Yu, you're making things difficult for me." Chapter 4164. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yu Mingxin bit her lips, but she didn't get up. Instead, she lowered her head and said in a hoarse voice, "Junior knows this matter is a bit difficult for Senior Xiao. Previously, Senior led the Fortune Gate's disciples to kill the devil race for the Ruins cultivators, but in the end, the Ruins cultivators didn't believe Senior and even wanted to use some underhanded means against the Fortune Gate's disciples. Junior doesn't want to say any more apologetic words. What Junior wants to say is that the Ruins is now in imminent danger. The devil race doesn't dare to invade near the soaring Dragon Mountain range where Senior is, but in other places, the Great Barrier Array has been broken, and a large number of devil race have invaded the Ruins. They are building fortifications and occupying transmission arrays, preparing to completely annihilate the Ruins human race. Junior is a member of the human race, and also a cultivator of the Ruins. Junior's determination to protect the Ruins cannot be changed, just like how Junior sacrificed my essence to save Senior. Now, this Junior, along with Senior Apprentice Brother Chang Ming, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang Haoya, and Senior Apprentice Brother Huan Wuxin, have been ordered to go to a transmission array not too far away from here in order to ambush the patrolling demon race. Because we happened to pass by here, the sect master brought over some spatial rings and asked this Junior to give them to Senior. Although the sect master didn't say anything, this Junior understood what the sect master meant. This meaning, Senior should also understand. Therefore, Junior came to see Senior for the last time and bring these things to Senior. Saying this, Yu Mingxin took out some spatial rings and sent them to Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua looked at the spatial rings in the air, then looked at Yu Changming and the others behind Yu Mingxin and sighed, "You all are seriously injured, how can you ambush the devil race? It's more like you're going to throw away your life. There's no other way." Yang Haoya smiled bitterly, "We are the human race of the Ruins, we have to worry about the life and death of the human race. If our deaths can be exchanged for the devil race's defeat, we are also willing. AI, these are the pills this old man refined, take some for each of you." Xiaohua sighed and sent some pills to the disciples. Yu Mingxin and the others received the pills and bowed. Many thanks Senior Xiao, Junior will take his leave. Don't worry. Xiaohua lifted his hand and received the spatial ring. He said, Miss Yu, you've already completed the task that Mo Lianqi gave you. What this old man wants to tell you is, if you want to live, don't leave the vicinity of the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. This junior still has to carry out military orders. Yu Mingxin replied very stubbornly, however, this junior will be careful. Xiaohua still wanted to say something, but after hearing Yu Mingxin's words, he could only nod and say, just wait and go. If this old man can kill the Devil Emperor, you all won't have to die. You, be careful. Yu Mingxin followed Yu Changming and the others and flew 100 zhang away. He turned his head and looked at Xiaohua's figure in the air. He couldn't help but send a message to Xiaohua. Yes, I know. Xiaohua took a deep breath and lightning flashed all over his body. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the air. The faint sound of thunder rumbled towards the southwest. TSK TSK. Wan Wuxin smacked his lips and said enviously, Daoist Master Zhao's cultivation is becoming more and more unpredictable. I wonder when we'll be able to have such supernatural powers. Let's go and kill the devil race first. Yang Haoya couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. He said, only by driving away the devil race will we be able to cultivate in peace. Xiaohua flew for a long time and then released his divine sense. He saw that in the skies above the southwest border, the flames were still as red as before. He didn't see any special devil chi or blood-red light. Even under this fiery red sky, there were very few devil race and humans fighting. It was as if the devil array had forgotten about this sad land. But the more it was like this, the more Xiaohua's heart tightened. He was too familiar with the devil race's diversion tactic. If the devil race didn't have some tricks up their sleeves in the southwest border, how could they not attack here? At this time, Xiaohua was a little surprised. He could see through the Devil Emperor's tricks. The cultivators of ruins had fought with the Devil Emperor for hundreds of years. How could they not see through it? However, in a moment, Xiaohua laughed secretly again. He spent dozens of days of divination. The cultivators of the discussion hall didn't have this great supernatural power. How could they know to set up defenses in the southwest border? Damn it, I was a little impulsive earlier. Xiaohua was quite regretful. I should have told Huafei about this. Now that I've come alone, I'm going to fight the 3 devil emperors alone. While speaking, Xiaohua reached out and took out the ruins communication magic tool from the space. This was what the discussion hall had given to Sun Wu that day. He didn't have time to take it back later. Xiaohua stopped and activated his magic power. He opened the communication magic tool. Light flashed, and a messy image of fire and blood appeared. At the same time, a cultivator with a pale face appeared in the mirror. This cultivator looked at Xiaohua in bewilderment. Suddenly, he came to a realization and said in pleasant surprise, Daoist Master Xiao, is there something you need? The southwest border. Xiaohua said concisely, that's the main point of the Devil Emperor's attack. You and the others increase the defenses here. Yes. That cultivator hurriedly responded, but then he said hesitantly, but Daoist Master Xiao, I won't hide it from you. I and the others have received a lot of information. They've spread to almost every part of ruins. When we activated the realm-protecting Great Formation, we also sent out even more disciples. However, it's obvious that almost half of the information is fake. We've been lured away by the Devil Race's plan. Many places have been broken through by the Devil Race. Yes, I've already heard that the Devil Race has attacked ruins. However, this doesn't count for anything. As long as we kill the Devil Emperor, the Devil Race will definitely retreat. Xiaohua said hurriedly, previously, this Xiao has already used a divine ability to divine. This southwest is the breakthrough point of the devil race's attack. I understand. That cultivator's spirit shook. He bowed and said, so Taoist Master Xiao was using a great divine ability earlier. We misunderstood. Taoist Master, please wait a moment. This one will pass the information down right now. After saying that, the light of the communication magic tool disappeared. Xiaohua put away the magic tool and teleported to the front of the realm-protecting Great Formation. At this time, the flames of the Great Formation were heavy, burning the void until it was distorted. Waves of violent and disorderly aura drifted back and forth in the flames. Just as Xiaohua approached, those countless flames seemed to have sensed something and rushed towards Xiaohua's head. A kind of high temperature that could burn all things hit him in the face. Xiaohua might not be afraid of this great formation, but he still retreated 300 meters and said loudly, I wonder which fellow Taoist is guarding this place. I, Xiaohua, am here to help. Ha ha ha, Taoist Master Xiao, you really came. In the distance, a hearty laughter sounded. Then, a group of fireflies appeared in the flames and rushed over from the distance. At the place where the fireflies stopped, Yunchei's figure poked out of the flames. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He flew up and asked, how is the situation? Very good. Yunchei said with a smile, the Devil Emperor was beaten to a pulp by the Fortune Gate at the southwest border. They are extremely afraid. This time, they actually avoided the important matters and dared not to waste too much of their forces here. Therefore, I also have a rare moment of leisure. How could it be so simple? Xiaohua said cautiously, the Devil Emperor is the best at creating a diversion. This Xiao feels that the southwest border is the Devil Emperor's true focus. Yunchei was a little dumbfounded. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, could it be that Taoist Master thinks that thing is here? Is the fire and earth magnetic field something that your Shandao sect wants? Xiaohua did not dare to hide and asked directly. Yunchei shook his head, there is a fire and earth magnetic field under Mount Yong'an, this Yun knows. This thing is useful to Mount Yong'an, but it is useless to my Shandao sect. Xiaohua did not want to explain and said, this Xiao obtained it through divination. This Xiao has already informed the conference hall. They will probably send reinforcements very soon. Yunchei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He gave out orders and said in surprise, Taoist Master really surprises this Yun. The divine ability of the Moon God Palace's priests is actually something that Taoist Master can understand. This is really inconceivable. After giving out orders, Yunchei took out a cloud-shaped crystal plate and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, Taoist Master, wear this on your body and you will be able to freely enter and exit the Great Formation. Okay. Xiaohua took the crystal plate. Just as he put it on his body, the crystal plate immediately produced fiery threads that wrapped around Xiaohua's body. At the same time, sparks also scattered from the Great Formation. These sparks were different from the flames from before. They were filled with a kind of gentleness. When the sparks and the fiery threads merged together, a feeling of perfect harmony was born from Xiaohua's perception. It was as if the entire Great Formation had become one with him. Fellow Taoist. A curtain of fire also appeared around Yunchei's body and covered Yunchei's body. He slowly flew into the Great Formation. Yunchei opened his mouth and said, please follow this Yun into the formation. First, familiarize yourself with the Great Formation. This Yun will discuss with fellow Taoist how to protect it. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. He moved his body and slowly merged into the Great Formation. That comfortable feeling surrounded his body. Just like what Xiaohua saw when he passed through the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, the Great Formation of the world of ruins was divided into many layers. The formation of each layer was very different. There were many treasures embedded in each layer that were like the stars in the sky. They acted as the eye of the formation and provided the formation with the vital energy of heaven and earth and the necessary means of attack. There were even many cultivators hidden in specific places on each layer. They activated the formation to defend or attack according to the command of the person guarding the formation. Although Xiaohua's cultivation was at the Great Ascension stage, it was still wishful thinking for him to break through the Great Formation from the front. After looking at the Great Formation situation, Xiaohua and Yunqi discussed a little more about how to defend this place against the crazy attacks of the Devil Monarch. The two of them moved again and flew out of the Great Formation. Before they could fly out, they heard the faint sounds of fighting, rumbling, and the frightening cries of devil beasts. The devil race must be attacking, Xiaohua thought as he increased his speed. However, just as Xiaohua escaped the flames of the Great Formation, before he could even release his divine sense to investigate anything, a feeling of extreme fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 4165. Damn it! Xiaohua's expression changed. This familiar fear made him see the crisis in front of him, and it also made him suddenly understand a lot. The Demon Emperor is too cunning. No wonder they only sent the Demon Monarch to participate in the war with the cultivators of the ruins over the past few months. They didn't show up at all. It turns out that it's not that they disdain to fight with Dao transformation cultivators. It's that they're worried about the murdered devil saber in my hand. They've been lying in ambush here for several months, waiting for me to show up here. They'll kill me in one fell swoop and work together to obtain the murdered devil saber. They'll eliminate the last obstacle to attacking the ruins. But Xiaohua was a little confused again. How did they know that I would definitely come to the southwest? If I didn't know the art of divination and knew that the southwest border was a dangerous place, they would have rushed to the southwest. That's why they hurriedly rushed to the southwest. Wouldn't that mean that they were waiting for nothing? Alas, success is due to divination, and failure is also due to divination. Xiaohua seemed to have understood something, just like Jiu Xia's expression when he saw Xiaohua take out the grain seed in Million Mountain Meng. His appearance here was both a cause and an effect. It was impossible to say clearly what the cause and effect was. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's figure did not hesitate to escape toward the realm-protecting Great Array. Unfortunately, a burst of crazy sobbing sound came out of nowhere. Just below Xiaohua, in the realm-protecting Great Array, thousands of thumb-sized bubbles suddenly appeared in the layers of crimson flames. These bubbles instantly burst, and wisps of flickering silver-black devil light rushed out from within. As soon as these devil light flashed, they immediately disappeared into the void. Above Xiaohua's head, millions of silver-black light spots appeared in the devil formation that looked like a monster pressing down. As these light spots flickered, Xiaohua felt that the entire space had an indescribable fluctuation. Sure enough, when Xiaohua's figure fell into the realm-protecting Great Array, an extremely thin layer of restriction blocked his figure. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed and scanned with his divine sense, but he saw that this strange restriction did not block his divine sense. Moreover, Xiaohua's magic power and other things did not change in this space. At this time, Xiaohua's heart calmed down a bit. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua felt relieved, huge black lightning bolts whistled from the surroundings of the demonic array, covering several tens of thousands of kilometers of space. Amidst these lightning bolts, 3 huge demonic figures came out of the demonic array, holding demonic artifacts. Right in front of Xiaohua was the first Devil Emperor he had met. At this moment, the Devil Emperor was vastly different from before. His head was like a star, flashing with a jewel-like brilliance. Several black holes were flowing with filthy blood and flashing black light. They looked like the 7 apertures of a human. From the black light, one could see a hint of mockery and arrogance. Above the huge demonic body, waves of silver-black demonic chi condensed into demonic seals. These demonic seals were flowing with blood-red demonic patterns. The demonic patterns overflowed around the Devil Emperor's body, and from time to time, cracks identical to the demonic patterns would appear in the void. Sparkling blood-red threads would seep out from the cracks and fall into the demonic patterns. Apart from demonic seals, the Devil Emperor's demonic body was also covered in blood flames formed by the demonic blood mixed with demonic flames. These blood flames were also divided into different regions, and within each region, there were blood demons of different shapes. The blood demons of the same region were not biting and devouring each other, but the blood demons of different regions were also devouring each other with their blood flames. There were 3 demonic arms formed from white bones around the Devil Emperor's body. One of the demonic arms was empty, while the other 2 were holding 2 huge demonic hammers. They were also flashing with a strange blood-red light, indicating that they were different from other demonic artifacts. At first glance, these demonic hammers were several hundred meters in size. When they were swung, the surrounding void would rapidly tremble. The demonic hammers were covered with skeletal patterns, and there were also traces of demonic patterns between the skeletal patterns. The demonic patterns on the 2 demonic hammers were somewhat different. One of the demonic patterns revealed the shape of a huge mountain ridge, and an incomparably vigorous aura was emitted from the demonic hammer. The other demonic pattern revealed endless strange thunderbolts. These thunderbolts were formed by the demonic heads, and they were incomparably strange and solemn as they were emitted from the fine patterns. The 2 demonic hammers were like demonic artifacts, but at the same time, they were not. Clearly, they were here to deal with the demonic saber murder. Not only that, the empty demonic arm of the Devil Emperor was silver-black in color, which was different from the previous demonic arms. The Devil Emperor's lower body had several mountain-like legs. At this moment, the legs of the Devil Emperor produced pitch-black thunderbolts. These thunderbolts were different from Xiaohua's lightning arts, and they were filled with berserk violence. Looking at the other 2 Devil Emperors, they were the 2 Devil Emperors that Xiaohua had met in the Misty School of Pingjiang. However, at this moment, the 2 Devil Emperors were also different from before. Both of them were 100,000 feet tall. One of the Devil Emperors was covered in a demonic armor. The armor was silver-gray in color, and there were tens of millions of demonic spots condensed on it. The demonic spots emitted sizzling sounds, and layers of black chi corroded the void. The pair of demonic wings on the back of this Devil Emperor was also 100,000 feet long. There were no feathers on the wings, and instead, they were filled with bone spikes. Between the bone spikes, there were howling wandering souls. As the demonic wings flapped, dense demonic chi would spread in the air, and heart-wrenching cries would be emitted from the demonic wings. What made Xiaohua dizzy the most was the demonic horn on the forehead of this Devil Emperor. This horn was incomparably black, and when his gaze landed on it, he couldn't see its specific shape. It was either in the shape of a sword spike or a pagoda. Occasionally, he could even see the image of a Buddha Lord on the horn. The demonic arm of the Devil Emperor that stretched out from the demonic armor was also emitting dense demonic chi. It was holding a huge demonic spear. This demonic spear was different from the other demonic weapons. It was grayish-white in color, and its entire body seemed to be refined by several huge bone dragons. Several white bones intertwined together, and at the tip of the spear, it transformed into a huge dragon head. In addition to the grayish-white brilliance, there was also a faint black chi. This black chi came from the dragon horn of the dragon head. This black chi was different from the black chi around the Devil Emperor. It had a kind of sacred and strange feeling. The dragon horn was naturally the tip of the demonic spear. As the demonic arm of the Devil Emperor waved, dark red demonic patterns appeared on the surface of the demonic spear. The demonic patterns overflowed, and a mysterious aura rushed into the dragon horn of the bone dragon. As for the other Devil Emperor, he was no longer a headless celestial being. Now, he was 100,000 feet tall bone bird. This bone bird spread its wings, and tens of thousands of feet of black chi rushed out from the white bones, covering the entire space. Between the 100 long bones of the bone bird, numerous pitch-black thunderbolts that were even thicker than a child's arm were flickering with each other. An aura of an ancient desolate overlord was emitted from these white bones that were still alive even though they were dead. It mixed with the devilish nature of the devilish aura, forming a devilish wave that filled the sky, surging and pouncing towards Xiaohua. In the bones of the bone bird that were covered with demonic patterns, there was an extremely faint golden light flowing. Golden-winged great peng bone bird? Xiaohua was the one who paid the most attention to this strange zombie race. Seeing the might of this bone bird and the fear of its natural enemy coming from the dragon vein, Xiaohua immediately came to a realization. His heart tightened and he cried out in his heart, "Not good, these 3 demon emperors came prepared. Holy shit, they haven't just been recuperating for the past decade or so, they've been looking for a way to kill me. Even if all of my avatars come out now, I'm afraid I won't be a match for them." Xiaohua turned his head to look at Yun Che while he was pondering. However, he saw that the distant Yun Che's face was also pale. He had been guarding this great formation all this time, but he never thought that the Devil Monarch had secretly set up a trap at some point in time. He really didn't know where to put his face. Yun Che. Xiaohua looked at Yun Che indifferently and asked, "What's going on? Don't you want to give me a reason?" Yun Che smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Spiritual Master Xiao, what reason do I have to give you?" As he spoke, Yun Che looked at the sky full of thunderbolts. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead. Streams of heaven and earth origin energy turned into tornadoes and rushed into his body. His entire body seemed to inflate like a balloon and a 5-colored shadow of a primordial spirit flickered in his body like a candle. Rumble. Without waiting for Yun Che's nascent spirit image to form, Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and several seals directly turned into thousands of thunderbolts that fell into the void. Huge thunderclaps came from high up in the sky, and layers of tree-shaped thunderbolts soared into the sky like a jade wave. Those jade waves were filled with faint clouds, and it looked as if they were not inferior to the black thunderbolts that fell from the devil formation. Sure enough, the black thunderbolts collided with Xiaohua's thunderbolts in the space of tens of thousands of kilometers. An earth-shaking explosion was born between the 2 kinds of thunderbolts. That black thunderbolt suddenly rolled back, but it only rushed up 100 meters before it fell back down with a loud bang. Although Xiaohua was thin and weak, he had an extremely tall figure. Then, he suddenly raised his hands. Whoa! The domain that covered his body instantly expanded, and the entire domain was filled with popping sounds. The void within 10,000 kilometers was boiling. Immediately, the thunderbolts that were suppressed by the Devil Formation's thunderbolts roared crazily again. 2 layers of thunderbolts rolled in the void as if the sky was collapsing. The void thousands of meters away whimpered, and the black and white brilliance were like small snakes. Between the light and the darkness, all the lightning was swallowed by the void, leaving only a layer of chaotic void cracks that were at least 3,000 meters wide that were either expanding, twisting, or slowly mending. Looking at Xiaohua again, his face was somewhat pale. Obviously, the domain that he had just used to resist the Devil Formation and the 3 great Devil Emperors was somewhat beyond his ability. Although Yun Che had somewhat overestimated Xiaohua's divine ability, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Xiaohua's boundless magic power. However, he only hesitated for a moment. His nascent spirit image didn't stop, and it continued to fly toward the spatial cracks in the sky. Fellow Taoist Yun. Seeing that the 3 Devil Emperors were about to come, Xiaohua shouted in shock. Go and inform Lu Wuxia and the other fellow Taoists. These 3 Devil Emperors are backed by a Devil Formation, and we are definitely not their match if we fight them alone. We must rely on the Great Realm Barrier Formation to resist them. Yes. Yun Che hesitated for a moment, and looked at Xiao Hua with a complicated gaze. Then, a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes, and he instantly flew toward Lu Wuxia's direction. Chapter 4166. When Xiao Hua saw that Yun Che had left, he looked at the devil formation in the distance that looked like dark clouds pressing down on his head. He also looked at the seemingly endless fire formation beneath his feet. After that, his gaze fell on the countless pillars of blood in the air, and the human cultivators and devils fighting each other inside the flames around the pillars of blood. Xiao Hua retracted his gaze, thought for a moment, and took out the Kunlun mirror. In the flickering light, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, Devil Spirit Xiao Hua, Green Robed Xiao Hua, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua, Confucian Cultivator Xiao Hua, Buddha Bodhi, and Sun Tian flew out. As soon as the avatars appeared, they immediately understood Xiao Hua's thoughts. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua dodged the golden-winged Great Peng Bone Bird and pounced on the first Devil Emperor with Buddha Bodhi and Bone Tempering Xiao Hua. He shouted, "Wuma Devil Emperor, come and report your name. I will fight you." Huh. You are just a few avatars, yet you are so arrogant. The Demon Emperor revealed the origin of Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and waved his devil hammer. Although his pillar-like body was already close to the spatial fault filled with spatial cracks, he still laughed loudly and said, "I am the Emperor of the Horned Armored Race. Who are you waiting for? I am Ho, I am a Deva, Monk Bodhi." The three avatars were not surprised. Each of them grew to 10,000 feet in size and pounced on the spatial fault. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua left, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua, and the demonic spirit Xiao Hua exchanged a glance, and they too rushed toward the second demonic spear-wielding Demon Emperor. They shouted, "Demon Emperor Wu Na, come and report your name. This humble Taoist will fight with you." "Huh, I am the Dragon Armor Race's Emperor Ho." The winged Devil Emperor was the same size. The devil horn on his forehead flashed at the same time as the devil horn on his devil spear. The Devil Emperor waved his devil spear and instantly pierced a hole in the void that was thousands of feet long. His body flashed across the void as he shouted arrogantly, "Who are you?" "Little Shengwen Chu." Confucian Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed. The other two beside him shouted, "This is thunder and slaughter. We will send you to the afterlife." Afterlife? Huang Jin was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions. He flapped his wings, and a layer of faint black gas mixed with blood-red light covered the sky. A demonic blood realm was like a fishing net, trying to control the three doppelgangers. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the golden-winged giant pengbone bird, whose aura was oppressive. Green light flashed in his eyes, and indescribable waves of energy spread out from his body. At the same time, his body suddenly expanded, and he shouted, "Demon Emperor, could it be that you only know how to borrow the shells of other races? Do you have your own name?" "I am Huang Qi of the zombie race." The Demon Emperor's voice was sharp like a bird's chirp. "This Emperor only needs to kill you. I don't care what body I'm using." Then, Huang Xiyuan glanced at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and sneered, "If you are not afraid, why don't you dare to fight with this Emperor? Such a cowardly person, why are you talking to me about borrowing?" "Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Dragon Bloodline, there's no need to fight." Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua shouted. "I, the Shaman, and fellow Taoist Phoenix Parasol can kill you." "Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth?" Huang Xiyuan laughed even harder. "Do you know what it means to boast shamelessly? With just the two of you, how can you be a match for this Emperor? What if I join you?" Sun Jian didn't quite understand at first, but after Xiao Hua's voice transmission, he understood the situation in front of him. Brandishing his three-pointed, double-edged sword, he flew to Xiao Hua's side and coldly said. At this time, his primordial spirit doppelganger had already been deployed. The light golden 10,000-meter-long doppelganger was draped in battle armor, and a surge of righteous and upright Confucian aura emanated from it, causing Huang Xiyuan's heart to tremble. Die! Phoenix Parasol. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with cold light, and the power of the stars and moon around him was activated, forming an armor of stars and moon around his body, firmly protecting his body. At the same time, his tens of thousands of meter-long wings spread out with an aura that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. As he waved his wings, countless waves of air surged and ferociously pounced on Huang Xiyuan's golden-winged giant pengbone bird. His sharp phoenix claws were pressed tightly against the bird's abdomen, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing Phoenix Parasol move, Xiao Hua's body flickered as well. Millions upon millions of soul strands streaked across the sky, forming a complete soul cultivator Xiao Hua near the fault in space. At the same time, Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and a series of earth-shattering sounds of heaven and earth came out of his mouth. Then, the entire space shook, and the essence of heaven and earth flowed out of a mysterious location and into the enormous green seal script, emitting an indescribable power of heaven and earth. Kachacha. Layers of 3 corpses in lightning emerged from the fault in space, forming a new fortress that pounced on Demon Emperor Xiyuan. At this moment, the Demon Emperor Chui had already leaped across space and entered the spatial fault. The spatial crack that could tear an ordinary cultivator into pieces was instantly swept away by the Demon Emperor Chui's bony wings. Moreover, the moment the Demon Emperor Chui charged through the spatial fault, pitch-black thunderbolts appeared all over its body. Rumble. Continuous roars rang out as fist-sized thunderbolts fell like raindrops, smashing into the lightning waves of the 3 corpses in lightning. When the pitch-black thunderbolts came into contact with the jade-green lightning waves, it was like an ink brush falling into a jade pool, instantly dyeing the pool black. Moreover, the 2 different types of thunderbolts tore open the space within 1,000 miles once again, causing gusts of air and waves that had nowhere to go to spread out in all directions. Kacha. Amidst the waves of thunderbolts, Feng Wu's body soared into the sky, passing through the lightning. She flapped her wings, and the baleful wind sealed the space within 1,000 miles. However, the space within 1,000 miles was unable to contain Feng Wu's unparalleled demonic power. PFFF, 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 PFFF. A series of explosions sounded out as she pounced on Demon Emperor Xiyuan. Kacha. Demon Emperor Xiyuan's golden-winged great rock let out a raspy bird cry as it swooped down with its wings. There were no ripples, and demon chi filled the air within 1,000 miles. Moreover, when the great rock's wings pounced into the baleful wind, white bones rushed out of the demon chi like waves and pierced into every ruptured space. Hiss, 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 hiss. A series of strange noises sounded out. Before the noises stopped, the golden-winged great rock had already collided with Feng Wu. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, and the light within 1,000 miles shook and flickered. Everything became distorted and unreal. Amidst the distortion, Feng Wu's huge body was sent flying by Demon Emperor Xiyuan. Kacha. Feng Wu let out a sorrowful cry. At the moment of impact, Feng Wu's star-moon armor was torn apart by Demon Emperor Xiyuan's bony claws. Her chest was also torn into a bloody mess. Her demonic body that had been refined for 10,000 years was still unable to withstand the ferocity of the golden-winged great rock. Not only that, Feng Wu's wings were also covered in wounds. Demon Emperor Xiyuan's wings had turned into tens of millions of bone swords when he fought. Although Feng Wu's wings were equally powerful, she was still at a disadvantage. However, the golden-winged great rock's bony body was also flipped upside down by Feng Wu's attack. Its chest was crushed by Feng Wu's claws, and a pitch-black demon chi flowed out of the huge hole. It had to be said that Demon Emperor Cun's plan was absolutely successful. The golden-winged great rock he found this time was far beyond the reach of the heavenly phoenix. Bzzz. Just as Demon Emperor Cun's body was tumbling in the air, another loud screech came from behind him. Demon Emperor Cun was shocked. His bony bird head abruptly turned around, and those pitch-black eyes of his flickered with a scarlet color. He saw that the Confucian cultivator Xiaofan, who was still high up in the sky, had unknowingly teleported behind him. The hundreds of green seal characters in the sky emitted a bewitching green light. These green seal characters shattered and reformed, transforming into a huge soul sword amidst the cries of gods and ghosts. The sword aura pierced through the sky and landed behind his head. The soul sword was like a mirage, both real and illusory. The edges of the soul sword crackled with dark green lightning. Demon Emperor Cun didn't dare to be careless. Numerous beams of blood-red light shot out from his skull, and a ghost head shield appeared. Devilish runes covered the ghost head, and pitch-black lightning crackled between the runes. Pooh! The soul sword fell, and the ghost head barrier immediately turned to dust. The sword force was like a rainbow as it landed on the Demon Emperor Qiong's bones. Shwa! Like the wind blowing snow, although the bones did not change, the blood astral body and devil flame immediately rushed out from the dark cracks in the bones. The blood astral body and devil flame were shattered by the soul sword and scattered into the air. The Demon Emperor Qiong's bones twitched rapidly in the air as if it had been severely injured. Delighted, Xiaofan blurted out another mouthful of green seal text. However, it was at this point that Sun Jian's voice suddenly rang out. "Be careful, fellow Daoist." Golden light flashed as the three-pointed, double-edged saber slashed through the air toward Devil Emperor Qiong. Golden light flashed, and a pillar of energy shot out from within it. Soul Cultivator Xiaofan was shocked. His body flashed, but just as he was about to move, tens of millions of bone swords appeared out of thin air like a folding fan. Each bone sword flashed with a blue luster. Hundreds of bone swords pierced into Xiaohua's 10,000 zhang tall avatar. Damn it! Xiaohua's face fell. He waved his hand, and a jade-green brush appeared in midair. Swish swish swish. The brush swish swish. As it waved, the bone swords began to glow with a faint green light. Thick life force began to spread throughout the bone swords like poison. Ha ha ha. The ancient shamans are nothing more than this. The Demon Emperor Cun laughed heartily. Devil energy began to surge from the bone swords, and they began to choke off the sprouts. Unfortunately, the power of life and death was such that 30% of the bone swords couldn't withstand it, and they crumbled into dust. Whoa! As the Demon Emperor Cun blocked Xiaohua's attack, he reached out with his other bone claw. This bone claw was different from the other, and its edges were tinged with faint golden threads. Clang! The three-pointed, two-edged blade was sent flying away from the bone claw, and although Sun Jian had sent tens of thousands of beams of energy at him, he couldn't stop the Demon Emperor Cun's attack. As the three-pointed, two-edged blade flew away, and Sun Jian's body shot up into the air. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.